Good afternoon. Welcome to the first regularly scheduled school board meeting of 2019. Mr. Rakeshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the attendance roll call, Student Director Amasoho, Student Director Chavez, Director Hinton Hodge, present. Director Yee,
present.
Director Torres, Director Gonzalez, Director Harris, here. Vice President London, President Ng.
Here.
Quorum present.
The board will now recess into closed session. We will reconvene into public session at 5:30. We will be discussing the items that are listed in the agenda. Thank you. So we are ready to reconvene into public session. Mr. Rakeshaw, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, ma'am. On the roll call for the second roll call for attendance, Student Director Amasoho, Student Director Chavez, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Hinton Hodge, Director Yee, Director Torres, Director Gonzalez,
here.
Director Gonzalez,
Here.
Director Harris, Vice President London,
Here.
President Ng.
Here. Yes. Great. I'd like to report there was nothing on, okay. So we are starting our business meeting now, and so I understand there's a group of folks here that are excited to share their voice with us. We are going to be having to start our normal business operations. There will be an opportunity to comment later in the agenda. Our public comment for non-agenda items isn't until 7:30 at the earliest. I'm not sure if, as part of our modifications, if we're wanting to move that up or not, if there's a number of folks here to speak, but we are not at, right now we are not at the item, and we're going to have to move forward with our regular meeting. So at the December meeting, there was some changes in our bylaws to be able to ensure that we're hearing more voices. And so I just want to remind us of those. So we're going to first, what we're going to do is we've eliminated the Pledge of Allegiance and replaced it with a review of our oath of office and meeting norms for the board of the agenda. So the oath of office is included on page 6. I will not read it for you right now, but the oath of office is there for reference and for us to remind ourselves what our commitment is to in our roles. And we also are going to be reviewing the meeting norms for the board of agenda. So those norms are to honor the time, act as a collective body, check for understanding, share divergent views, celebrate successes in each other's contributions, presume positive intent, and no personal attacks. We have no report from closed session. I announced that before, but I'm not sure if it could be heard. So item I, we have no special orders of the day today. And
requires before or during a decision being made, any agendized item, that the community has an opportunity to speak. And so before you move on for the discussion of what happened in closed session, the Brown Act guarantees in California that we have a right to speak on that item. And you can't just move over it onto new business without the community having the opportunity to speak. Especially when you're discussing long-term leases, and especially when you're discussing the suit of the California Charter School Association against our district. So this new policy is illegal under the Brown Act. We will be filing charges, and I suggest that you change it now so every decision that you make today isn't thrown out because of this clear Brown Act violation.
Vice President Ng,
I appreciate the speaker's comment, and we
need to increase
we
the
will,
volume.
we will confer with council and see if we need to modify our bylaw.
You have to check whether this is legal now, and we defer back to how we've always done it for my whole lifetime, where we speak on every agenda item. That's what the Brown Act says. So that's okay, and every decision tonight will be thrown out, just like the city council recently had to do.
Let's continue with the agenda.
So we are on item K, which is the J is the submission of speaker cards and modification to the agenda. Is there any modifications to the agenda? I do have one. We are going to pull item P44, data sharing agreement with Oakland Enrolls, the enrollment department. We're going to pull this item. It's not going to be for a vote today. And are we going to We're going to pull this item until there's more information and more clarity. It will be coming back to the board at a later meeting.
Madam President, I had distinctly asked that that not be pulled, and I heard the General Counsel had suggested it didn't need to be pulled, but you had subsequent conversations with other folks, so I'd like to at least have it read and have a discussion and at least have that publicly noted why we're pulling it, because we've had weeks of questions that we've done via email. Staff have answered questions, so I'm confused on why it's that. So I'd like to at least have it heard tonight in the public. You don't have to vote on it.
President Ng, this is Director Gonzalez. I have another pull from the consent agenda.
And this is a conversation I had with you prior.
Okay. Is there any other comment around whether or not you'd like to hear it for discussion? I think in conversations with our superintendent, there was wanting to be able to better expedite the process around as we're it's coming before the board in terms of clarity. So we thought it would be better for it to come once when there is more review. But if you would like to have some discussion today and for it to come again.
Because if at least the board can surface what they don't understand, because I've been in the email discussions, and so I saw clarity provided by staff in email, so I'm confused.
Okay. So we will discuss the item, but it will not be voted on.
We just want to note for our staff upstairs that the people in the audience appear to be having difficulty hearing the microphones.
Madam President, I have two items that I need to request be postponed. Item number 182678, which is P76. There's some date inconsistencies throughout the document, as well as the legislative item, and so that needs to be reviewed by council and brought back at a later date and discussed with the vendor to see what it's item P.76. This is the agreement with I think it's Bay Area Resources. The dates read May to May 2018, both as a beginning and an ending date, and we know that's inaccurate. So we have to take that back. They can't perform the services in one day in that particular situation. We think it's a typo, but we have to take it back to them and get it reviewed by council. The second item I'd like to postpone is the minutes of the last regular board meeting. They are not ready, so we will bring those back on we're going to bring this back on the next business meeting. Not yet.
President Ng, can you hear me?
Yes, Director Gonzalez.
Yeah, and I would also like to pull from consent P22, which is a no bid contract for performance spec.
Could you repeat the item?
P22, performance spec.
Duly noted. Is there any other modifications? I have a suggestion. If not, Yes, Director Torres.
P44, that's 182613, contract for data and roles to be pulled or moved to a later meeting so we can have more detail. Okay.
That's the one that it's not going, we'll pull it for discussion. It's not going to be for a vote today, but we will pull it and discuss it. It will come back to the board for a vote.
Madam Chair, I have on S3, is it best for me just to wait, because this calls for an adoption, and I'd like to propose that it be more of a first read and not adoption tonight, so should I just, I don't have to, do I need to modify that right now, or just wait until we speak on it?
Procedurally.
S3 is noticed as a voting item, but the board may postpone it if it so chooses.
So I guess
Let's
that would be my
take it up
proposal,
at
but
the,
we'll discuss when we
let's
get
do,
there.
yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. So I'd like to suggest, because it looks like there's a number of folks here to speak on an item that's not on the agenda tonight, I would like to propose to see if we wanted to move up our public comment on non-agenda items, because due to a shift in our bylaws, they are, our public comment on non-agenda items is not till 7:30, which, because this is the first time we're implementing the new bylaws, there could have been some confusion around that. So if there's no objection, I would like to move to public comment on non-agenda items. Usually we would have taken that up at 6 o'clock anyways. Is there any objection to that? Okay. So let's move on. So let's move to public comment on non-agenda items, and then we will resume the regular report, which would be starting at the student director's report and going through each of the reports, and then public comment.
So we're doing public comment on non-agenda items first.
We're doing public comment on non-agenda items right now. So we're waiting for Ms. Floyd to call the speakers.
Madam Chair, I'm sorting to find the students so I can call them first. That's what's taking the time.
Okay, so I'm sure we have a number of speakers. We're going to give 1 minute to each speaker. If there's students, if you can start making your way up to the podium, we will be calling your names. But if you are students here to speak, you will be prioritized to speak first.
So students are Ernesto Gonzalez, Abigail Panini, Gail Harbin, Anea Willis, Michaela, last name is Alhaj, Aaron Garcia, Jamaica Carter, Cassie Young. Those are the students.
Yeah, if the students who were called could come up and speak, please introduce yourself. You have 1 minute to speak to us.
Testing. Okay, this works. Hi, I'm Ernesto Galaviz, not Gonzalez. I guess either you guys don't know how to read, or I might spell my name wrong. Either way. I mean, all I have to say is this is kind of messed up. My school shouldn't be shut down because it's a school. It's a public school. It allows people to go there without the need of like worrying about anything except for their child's education, my education, my friend's education. And we're not just learning about simple math, science, or history. We're learning about we're learning about who we are. Like, it's not just simple history of the United States of America. No, we're learning about who we are, our roots. That's why we're called roots. Taking away my school, taking away my school will be basically tell people, hey, you don't have the chance to learn about who you are. You might as well go to another school learning about probably George Washington going through the Delaware River or whatever. Or just learn about America, and that's it. taking away my school is taking away people's opportunity to learn about themselves.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Anaya. I'm in 8th grade. I go to Roots International Academy. I feel like you guys want to shut down our school for no apparent reason. Even though I'm leaving, I feel like Roots is a second home to me. I've been here for 2 years. I feel like I want to know why CCPA is not affected by this and we only are. If you close down Roots, what will happen to the teachers? What will happen to the incoming 6th graders? Where will they go? Will they get the same opportunity that we had? What's the difference between Roots and CCPA? We are both public schools. Why are we only getting shut down?
Hello, you guys. My name is Jeremiah Carter, and then my middle name is Rashad. So I came to here be on behalf of my mom and the Roots staff, students, and everybody. I want to say, why you guys are closing down Roots? It's like the best school in my whole entire life, because the first time I came here, I liked everybody who's around me right now. I'm like, oh my goodness. But I'm asking, why would you guys do this? It's a very, 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 very big privilege for me to come here to see everybody and also get to learning and doing good knowledge to make it to college and high school. And also, like, how are you guys still there just closing the school? Like, even though that some people can be a little mean, sometimes they can be bullies, but hey, we can all still do this together because we are growing. Because we are Roots and we do grow, and also we are strong because we have all the power by God who created us and also leading God us from anything.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, my name is Aaron Garcia Velasco. Well, that's my third last name. And I just want to say, you guys are doing a terrible job telling me that my school is closing down, and I'm just letting you guys know that you guys are really making me mad, and I have a lot of plans to do, and I'm gonna be gone next year. I'm an 8th grader, and there's other people who still wanna go to the school, and like they're really working hard. I'm working really hard. I mean, I don't want the school to suffer. I mean, if you guys ever had that happen to you, I'm sorry, but that's not my fault. I wasn't born like that. And people want their kids to go to our school and want to learn good stuff. If you just want Roots to close down, that's just tough. I mean, you guys are hatreds. And you guys are just bringing us down and stuff. What else? You guys are just making me mad because of this. And I hope you guys don't close it, because I want the school to be a good thing that everybody can grow in. And that's it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marhab Alhaj. I'm in the 8th grade. I go to Roots International Academy. I've been going to Roots International Academy for 3 years, and Roots is just amazing. It taught me a lot. At first, I went to Roots not knowing a lot of English, but Roots actually taught me a lot of stuff and a lot of what's been going on. And also, I think it's not fair for you guys to shut down our school because it's just an amazing school. And what about those kids that are still going there next year? And what about us that are graduating this year? We can go back and visit our own school. Thank you.
I know. My name is Joshua Segundo. Yeah. Staffs and teachers always supported us, even though we were hard on them. They didn't care, even if we were hard. No, even though we were hard on them, they weren't hard on us. They kept on supporting us and then kept on talking about what problems we had. Yeah. If y'all shut down the school, then gangs are gonna be created, or some gangs might get bigger. Yeah.
Are there more names, Ms. Floyd? Are there any other students before we move on to other public comments? Are there students here to speak on the item? Please come forward.
What time is it? Okay. Hi, I'm John A. Ellis. I go to Roots International Academy. I'm in the 8th grade. I want to present myself and say some things to y'all about how y'all shut it down my school. The main question is where is our representative? Where is she?
She's participating by phone.
She was on vacation trying to stay away from all the issues in the studies that have been proven. And studies have been proven shutting down schools doesn't help the budget. I have been going to school at Roots for 3 years. Oh my God. And this is my final year, and I want the next generation to have the chances. And I want to know that the OUSD took the money from the budget before we could even use it for the good things and the bad things. And I just want to tell y'all that CCPA had an upgrade to their school, and we haven't had upgrades to our school in years. And we will never, and I know it.
Thank you.
And I just want to tell y'all, I just want to have the opportunities that the girl at CCPA will have, and I know that I wouldn't. I need the money for this budget, like now. Now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to start off with Roots is a really good school. Matter of fact, it's the best school that I could ever go to. And it breaks my heart to hear about my school being shut down. My school has taught me to be strong, to be persistent, to take risks, and to challenge myself, and so much more. What makes me more sad is that Roots is like a second home to me, and those who are before me will not get to see or experience the magic of education from Roots. The unfortunate part of this all is that our school doesn't have as many good materials as the school that y'all would like to keep open, and y'all still want to shut our school down. How is not having good materials, methods, and keeping our school clean and resourceful our problems? How about instead of you guys shutting our school, help us become better?
We need help, so give us the money. Come on now.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, are there more speakers?
Yes, there are, President Ng. Sarah Gowdy, Megan Bumpus, Hadasha Smith, Asada Olabala, Jessica Villanueva, Jane Lee, Audrey-Ann Hogue, Peter Cordero, Mark Airgood, Tanya Kapner, Noah Fong, and Cecilia Jordan.
Come forward, and if there's a student that's here to speak, students get priority. Okay. Students actually get priority. I think there's a student here to speak.
My name is Brenna Swan. I go to Melrose Leadership Academy, and I'm in 3rd grade. I heard that you were closing schools. How do you think what's going to happen to the students? Because if my school closed, I would be very sad because my school is like a second home to me. My school isn't closing, but I feel empathy for the students who are going to get closed schools. Thank you.
Next speaker. If your name was called, just form a line. If your name was called, just form a line, and we'll just take each speaker
Okay.
one by one. Yeah.
Mark Airgood. I'm secretary of the OEA and a member of the Equal Opportunity Now by Any Means Necessary Civil Rights Caucus. The struggle to keep Roots open, the struggle against all the school closings, the struggle for a strong contract for Oakland teachers and students is a civil rights struggle. Nothing makes that clearer than the fight to stop school closings, the privatization and charterization of schools across Oakland, to defend public education. That is a fight that the OEA is absolutely committed to making. The overwhelming number of people in this city stand with the teachers and students for smaller class sizes, for defense of special education students and programs, against the school closings, and for a strong contract for teachers. We're committed to taking direct actions aimed at these unjust conditions and advance a program of progress for Oakland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Havana Rook. I'm a sophomore and I go to Skyline High School. I actually attended one of the schools that got closed down 7 years ago when you did this last time. And I just wanted to let you know that it does not benefit the students at all. I don't feel like anything good came out of it, and the school board is supposed to help the students, and I don't think closing down schools will do that. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Gail Harvin. I represent the parenting side, the parents that are going to be affected. My granddaughter's right there. So quickly, I'm going to try to get through this. My request is that there were propositions passed to improve the schools of California. These children have a great school in Roots. We need transparency. We need to know what the funds that the Oakland Unified School Board received, how they were distributed, to what schools received what funds and for what purposes. I need that report. I need reports on what corrective steps were taken before the decision to close Roots. What help did Roots get to meet standards that were needed to stay open? I need that. I need to know what kind of resources, teacher education, teacher help. You have 3 schools in one site. One school only has 50 students. To me, it's a waste of funds. Why is there 3 schools in one site serving the same community and serving different parts when it can be combined to serve all of the community? That is ridiculous. You're spending funds, it's a misappropriation of funds, and it shouldn't happen at the expense of our grandkids. Thank you, our kids. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jane Lee. I'm the instructional coach at Roots International Academy. I've been there for the last 3 years. I want to really quickly go over 3 points of why the closure for this year, we're asking you please not to consider not doing that. Number 1, 0 community input was made. I spent a lot of break calling family members, asking them if they even knew about the closure, and several families still don't know. I asked them a second question if they'd like to place their student in a school of their choice or go to Roots next year if we were given a closure year. And 90% of the families that I called said that they preferred their students to go to Roots, particularly because they liked Roots, they felt safe at Roots, and because it's across the street from their homes. The second thing is that I currently coach 8 teachers at our school. I have seen tremendous growth in so many teachers. I'd like to talk about all of them, but I just want to highlight, I was commended by our network superintendent, Mark Triplett, for the growth of one teacher, Eli Kirschbaum, from his first year to his second year. He's now in his 3rd year and currently creating his own science writing task for students to improve their academic literacy via science with content knowledge.
Thank you.
And then the final thing is, if there is a possible proposal for a 2-year closure for Roots, there is a way where CCPA can increase their 6th grade their 6th grade class. And then the
Thank you.
7th and 8th graders at Roots can continue to grow. And then after 8th grade, since CCPA doesn't take a lot of Roots students anyway, they can go off to Fremont and schools that are further away. And then
Thank
as
you.
the 6th
Sorry,
grade,
your time is now
as
expired. We
the
want to
Roots
make sure that everyone has a chance to speak.
Okay, perfect. My last question is, if we are asking for information from you all for an actual proposal, not just to scream and fight, how can we have more information and communication with you all?
So we don't do back and forth dialogue, but I'll just let you know that the first reading for this item would be at the next meeting. I'm sure you can follow up with your principal or with the board member for some additional information. Do you have more?
You can feel free to just email me directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, before we start, I want to bring some voice in the room for my students who are not here. We all have something to say. Obviously, I don't have the time for it, but really quick. Dear Kyla Johnson, Roots has been special to me and my family. My brother graduated at Roots about 10 years ago. Then I wanted to come here because my family said it was a good school. Roots family members need to be included in this decision, not just you all. Now really quick, I'm here in front of you as an OUSD alum, Oakland native, and now teacher. Roots, you will not displace any more families and students in East Oakland. Roots, I'm here for families or families who still don't know because you have yet to engage in conversation. Roots, sending a robocall before the holiday break was traumatic. Roots, I'm here because I'm tired of black and brown kids getting second-class education and being moved around. Roots, I'm here because the many powers that be are displacing us, and our public schools are one of them. Roots, where's Shanti? Roots, I'm here because I believe in Roots, and I believe we're teaching them self-advocacy so they can be greater humans in this world and East Oakland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adie Hogue. I'm a teacher at East Oakland Pride Elementary School, and I'm also an OEA rep with the By Any Means Necessary Equal Opportunity Now caucus. I am so proud to be here with the Roots community, especially these brilliant, determined, and brave students that are here and prepared to tell you like it is. A lot of you have been around for a long time. I know you've been around at least 15 years. You were here when they broke up all the schools into small schools. Then, now you're still here while you're closing the little schools one by one. This is a new day. So anybody that was part of that decision, that's been breaking up schools, treating students like their lives don't matter, like their struggle every day doesn't matter, those people need to leave and our schools need to stay. These students are the reason why I'm prepared to go on strike, why all the teachers here are prepared to go on strike. I hope you all will be out there on the lines with us. We can make this fight. I'm not going back in if they're planning to close any schools, and I will be with you if you want to sit in Roots. We'll keep that school open by any means necessary.
Next speaker.
I'm Tanya Kapner with the Equal Opportunity Now by Any Means Necessary Teachers Caucus and also an Oakland Education Association Executive Board member. And I am here to say we stand with Roots. Roots must stay open. The third graders said it well too. We will stand together, all the schools, against any school closures. We will not be divided and conquered. The students and the teachers and the parents of Oakland are going to fight for the money we deserve for these schools. And I'm preparing to strike because we need to keep these schools open, and we need books and supplies, and we need smaller class size.
And this school board is targeting East Oakland and West Oakland flatland schools just because the classes aren't overcrowded. We all need smaller class sizes, and these schools need the resources they deserve, and they must stay open. I call on everybody here also to join the March for Public Education this Saturday, 11 a.m. in front of the amphitheater, and then 12 noon Ogawa and Oscar Grant Plaza, because there's money in California. There's billions. The money is there. We demand it. We demand the school board stop any school closures and give teachers the class size reduction and the decent wages we deserve.
Hi, good evening. My name is Noah Fong. I'm a community volunteer at Roots. And I just want to thank all of you for being attentive to our petitions tonight. And Kyla, I especially want to thank you for meeting with us before the holiday break. You were at our school, and I'm especially touched by your story, which I feel that yours is a wonderful, inspiring story of local girl does good. And I'm sure it wasn't an easy journey for you. And I'm sure if your story and your journey is similar to so many of ours, you were probably besieged by individuals that would possibly encourage you to give up your dreams because you're now in the real world. Probably, no, let's not do it that way. Probably encourage you to give up what you learned because that's not the way things are done where you are. I'm probably telling you to forget where you came from and who you are. And for those people, shame on them, because nobody should forget their dreams. Nobody should forget where they came from. And definitely nobody should forget who they are.
Thank you.
And we're reaching out to you that you would help us because we are who you are. This place, the community assembled here, is where you came from. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers, please come forward. Have all the names been called? Okay.
Yeah, I'm hopefully, I think the last one. I'm Pete Cordero. I'm COO with Amen Public Schools, Oakland Charter Academy. I'm here to submit a material revision for Oakland Charter Academy, and I will leave this for your consideration and your review. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, are there any other public speakers?
All the speakers' cards have been called, Madam President.
Oh.
Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mike Hutchinson.
Looks like there's some more speakers here. You're all here to speak for public comment, non-agenda items?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you turn in your cards? Yeah. Just go ahead and speak, and then just introduce yourself and then turn in your cards so we can have your name for the record, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gwen Evans McWilliams, an alumni of the school formerly named Havens Court.
I'm sorry,
now
can you hold on
Roots.
just a second?
Okay.
Excuse me, it's very difficult to hear the speakers. We want to make sure that we are able to hear from each of the speakers. So,
My name is Gwen Evans McWilliams, alumni of the school formerly named Havens Court, now Roots International Academy. My daughter is a proud student of Roots because she had the opportunity to attend their summer program, which made her ready to move from elementary to middle school comfortably. I gave her the opportunity to read and pick the school that she felt she would be able to do her best work, and guess where she chose? Roots Academy. The day I walked in the school with my daughter, after so many years of being at Havens Court, the same warm feeling and support and security I felt returned to me at that point after years of being away. Staff, teachers have been very supportive to my daughter and to me. These teachers text message you, encourage your students, and I'm aware constantly of her success and her challenges. I humbly ask you, please keep Roots open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Concepcion Resendiz. I'm the mother of Ernesto Galaviz, no Gonzalez, Galaviz. That's my son, very proud of him. And I just want to know, why are you attacking our communities? I mean, black and brown are united. We are the ones that you left always behind, and instead of giving us a hand, you just throw us away, okay? I had a kid that has been struggling, and in that school, he finds a second family, someone that cares for him, not just because they want him to get smarter, not because they want to show California that they're making good students. They're making good quality kids. They make them think by themselves. Be proud of where you're coming from and where you are going to. Be proud of being who you are. Okay, so why are you closing a school that really cares for a person? He is a person, not a number on your agenda. He is my son, and he's brilliant, and he can do a better job than you're doing right now.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Addie Rios, and not only am I a parent of a child at Roots, I work at the health center, and I see every day how those kids go to school. They love it. They love the school. They get, we're a family. We're a family. And by you closing the school that these kids go to and closing all the schools in the neighborhood, you're letting them know, you're showing them that their education is not needed, or they're not worth having education, not in their neighborhood, because you guys have more liquor stores than you have schools. So if you're going to close our school, what are you going to build? Another liquor store? Another apartments? Or another charter school? You need to keep Roots open.
Madam President, I have some additional student speaker cards that need to be called.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Dejan Jackson, Steffi Puerto, Jean Perry, Annie Chu.
So we're going to hear from the speakers, and then we'll resume hearing from
I
adult
just
speakers.
have one thing to say. Why do we have to prove that our school needs to stay open, or why it's good? You guys need to prove to us why you guys are closing it. What is the real numbers? You guys have control over all of that. You guys say it's public information, but I've gotten 2 or 3 different demand rates, percentages for our school. So can you guys come to our school for a community meeting and actually sit down and tell us real facts and tell us the real reasons? We shouldn't have to prove to you guys. You guys need to prove to us. We don't want another charter school in our district. There's too many already. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're letting the speakers, if they're here, is the speakers' names, have they been called?
Good evening. I'm Quinn Ranahan, and I am the 7th and 8th grade math teacher at Roots International Academy. Like I ask my students, I'm going to ask you all, please, to take a deep breath and then look at a student right behind me and make eye contact. So, first of all, last month, over 100 8th graders at Roots spoke on how bodies are policed and criminalized, and not only that, but they talked about how to reduce the impact of that. They spoke for over 20 minutes to their community members. We are redefining public education at Roots, yet no one sees it. I am in awe, I am angry, I'm hurt, and I'm not here for myself. I am here for the community that is screaming at you and wants you to hear them. We are Roots, we grow, and we do not close.
Thank you.
With everything that I know about rhetoric and the path
Could you
that
introduce yourself?
Yes. So my name is Cecilia Jordan. I'm the Restorative Practice Coordinator at Roots International. And as someone not from Oakland, but someone definitely impacted by America's war on poverty and genocide on people of color, I feel that I thought that if I went to college, that the system would change. And I think that what we're trying to do at Roots and what we're trying to do in black education and brown education of Yemeni, Guatemalan, Salvadorian, Mexican students, all students impacted by America's war on genocide, is a difficult task for your board, and we know that and we understand that. And I think, like, I don't know how to appeal in statistics, but in matters of the heart, and those who have died before us, and those that will come after us, and that this is larger than just this right now. This is about moving our students from the margins to the center, because our earth requires us to be transformational, to have a truth commission, to use the restorative practices that made us so much money and put us on the map, to educate our students better. So I ask you to reimagine what it means to resource black and brown education for students impacted by this war on genocide. We're asking you to be Oakland and to make these meetings a space of you giving us the tools to fight the state, to fight this country, and to fight this narrative about our people. You are our people.
Thank you.
My name is Hadasha Smith, and I'm Cece's counterpart. I work at another school. I grew up in the community of East Oakland, and everybody's asking the questions, why? And I think that I know the main reason is, we're gonna flat out say modern day slavery, right? And people, you know, we have this dollar, ruler of all evil. Why take from people who already don't have? Families that need, you know what I mean? And my thing is that some of you may have came from where we came from, and some of you may have not. You have family members and things like that, right? But what if these were your children? What if this is your family? You know what I mean? And at the end of the beginning of the day, whatever happens here today, I promise you, whatever you believe in, God, karma, the universe, it will circle back. So I hope you choose the best choice.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if I'm nervous, but hello, my name is Eric Paulo, and I just want to share. I mean, I'm really mad that you guys are gonna close our school. Like, you guys haven't heard our stories. We've been through a lot, and if you take like $1 and you step on it, it's still the same worth, right? We've been stepped on a lot of times, but we still have the same worth. And kids from 6th grade that are coming to Roots, might come to Roots next year, should have the chance to follow their dreams. Not sorry, I'm getting triggered. They should be able to follow their dreams, and you guys are like preventing that. Like, what's wrong with y'all? Like, for real. That's all I had to say.
Hello, good evening. My name is Steffi Puerto. I'm a current senior at LPS Oakland R&D. As an Oakland student who has attended both traditional public schools and public charter schools, I have seen a significant difference yet similarities that unite both public schools together. Before voting on these legislative priorities, take into consideration how this will affect students like me. As a first-generation college student who is going to attend Humboldt State this fall semester, I feel accomplished and grateful for my college-oriented school and its ongoing fight to keep students engaged and learning. I want both traditional public schools and public charter schools to be able to be provided these opportunities for all public school students. Instead of creating barriers for students and limiting students' options, you should look into advocating for funding in schools. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Annie. I'm a student in American Indian Public Charter High School, and I'm here to share why it's important to vote no on the proposed legislative priority and create unity amongst all public schools, public education in order for there to be equitable funding for all schools. Therefore, that way, most schools won't have to be shut down. So instead of advocating for shutting down schools, advocate for funding for more options for students. Ever since I've been at my school, there has been so many highs for me, and I know I can speak on behalf of other students. I can't imagine my school even being possibly shut down, because if it had not been being at my school, I wouldn't be as well-rounded as I am and so much more. But this isn't just about me, it's about so many students as well, which is why unity among all schools and funding for schools to create more options for students is so crucial. Thank you very much, and I hope you consider this.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dejan Jackson, and I attend Envision Academy, a public charter school and a public charter high school in downtown Oakland. What I want you to do today is look at me and all the students in this room. Can you tell which ones go to charter schools and which ones go to district schools? You'll quickly notice that you can't, because students are just students. So the problem now is, if all students are equal, then why do people think it's okay to say public charter students are worth less than district students? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aaliyah Perry, and I'm currently a student attending American Indian Public Charter High School. I came here last month, and I'm here again because I think that you should consider students like me when voting for your current proposed legislative priorities. I think that as opposed to singling out one public school, that being traditional public schools and public charter schools, maybe we should unite and focus on all public schools, because we all matter. We are all here for the same thing, for students. And as a student, I am asking you to consider voting no on your legislative priorities. Instead of advocating to close down schools and eliminate opportunities for students, please advocate for more funding for public education. And on a different note, I'd like to thank Jamoke for standing up for all public school students. Thank you.
Hi, we're a group of 3 concerned CCPA teachers. My name is Chayla Delgado. I'm a graduate of OUSD, a parent and teacher in OUSD.
And I'm Becca Rosa. I've been a teacher at CCPA for 7 years.
My name's Edgar Sanchez. I've been teaching at CCPA for 10 years, and I'm also a parent of 2 OUSD students.
So we wrote this letter to express our solidarity with Roots teachers fighting for their school. Roots is our neighbor in the East Oakland Havens Court campus. We feel that the process to close this school was a top-down, short-sighted, and deeply disrespectful of the Roots teachers and community. This decision will significantly disrupt the lives of Roots families and staff, and given that reality, we are against this closure.
Just like the teachers at Roots, we come to the Havens Court campus each day, sincerely dedicated to supporting, loving, and teaching the young people of our neighborhood. Roots as a school community and Roots teachers have been talked about in ways that insult their commitment to this community. We believe that Oakland teachers should be treated with respect and appreciated for the work that they do. We do not think that outsiders should judge the quality of instruction or educational experience without deep knowledge and time spent on the campus.
And finally, we oppose this school closure because if you do any research at all on school closures, it's very, very clear that school closures disproportionately impact Black and Latinx students nationally and in Oakland. School closures do not save money. I don't know where the money is from the 5 schools that were closed in 2012, but it doesn't seem to be here. And school closures do not benefit the students who are displaced. They do not go on to get a better education at other schools. This is research. You can look it up. So we therefore stand with Roots teachers, parents, and students in demanding the OUSD School Board reconsider the current proposal to displace and destabilize the 238 Roots students and their families. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah Goody, teacher at Rudsdale Newcomer. At the beginning of the meeting, I heard one of the board members say, assume a positive intent. Well, we know exactly what you intend to do. You intend to close Roots, and you intend to close 24 schools, all in low-income Black and brown neighborhoods. Students, families, and teachers, what do we say to that? We know you intend to do it all without community input. Students and families and teachers, what do we say to that? We know you intend to continue spending $50 million more on admin and consultants than neighboring districts while you starve our schools. Students, families, and teachers, what do we say to that? No! The students, families, and teachers who are here tonight is just the beginning. We'll be back.
Craig Gordon, longtime Oakland Unified School District teacher. I was at Paul Robeson School for Performing and Visual and Performing Arts at Fremont, one of the small schools that was created with Gates money that was imposed in this district. There were many good things that happened with these small schools, but it was from the beginning a divide and conquer strategy by this district, even though many of these schools have thrived and done very well for students. But then it was a winners and losers, a divide and conquer strategy that we saw play out then, and we're seeing it again now. As you can see, students at one school feeling like they've been picked to be the losers and they're being closed down. It's a divide and conquer strategy. You're picking off a few schools right now. You should release the list of all 24 schools that you're planning to close instead of making people fight one by one. Release that list. At Robeson, the district, Robeson had a much higher proportion of black students than the other schools at Fremont. It was chosen to be closed down. The school at McClymonds was being closed down at the same time as ours was. And the district didn't even have at least at that time, even the state administrator and a school board member had the decency to come out and pretend to listen to us. This school board didn't even come to Roots, which is why they're coming here. I didn't understand when I heard a student beg for you to come out and visit that is actually because you haven't even been there. That's shameful that you haven't even been out there. And what we saw in 2010 when they closed Robeson was that schools in the hills, mostly white and middle class families, were afforded huge numbers of meetings and notification for things like boundary changes.
Your time is up.
I will conclude now. But this is not going to stand when we go on strike next month.
We need to make time for the speakers behind you.
Okay. And we will be striking not only for decent public schools that our students deserve, smaller class sizes and fair pay, but no school closures. And we will stay out to stop that.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dulce Maria Caudillo, and I am a STIP at Roots International Academy. I had the pleasure of being in the meeting with other faculty and staff when the superintendent came right before break. It was a while ago. But I'm just gonna echo what a dear friend said earlier. Superintendent, your story is one of success, and you talked about going to another school and about the commute, and as a society, we tend to admire those who have made it, and that includes you, superintendent. But that's not what our goal should be as educators, as administrators, and as school board members. Instead of uprooting and displacing our children, your goal should be making every single one of these kids who are here today and those who could not make it a success story in their own neighborhood, not across the city, not on the other side, not in downtown. Instead of dividing the hood, you should educate and make education attainable and equitable. So change the narrative and keep Roots open. We are Roots. Thank you.
My name is Megan Bumpus. I'm an Oakland public school teacher and a frequent school board meeting attendee. It is upsetting to be here multiple times a month watching the school board make decisions that are harmful to students. It's clear by some of the board members' questions and comments during these meetings and your votes that the experiences of students and the people who work with them are neither deeply understood nor valued. I've sat at home and watched one of your meetings and heard a school board member ask whether we even need to engage the community before deciding whether or not to close or consolidate schools. People are shocked, confused, and angry by the nonchalant way that the board discusses potentially displacing Oakland public school students from their neighborhood schools. by the failure or inability to respond to the questions around last year and next year's budget cuts despite OUSD not having a structural deficit, and by the overall dysfunction of your leadership. The way that some school board members cater to private interests while preparing to cut per pupil spending and gut essential services and supports to school sites shows that OUSD's board has its priorities out of order.
Thank you.
How can you talk about teacher retention but have no plan that defunds wasteful spending like the 1,000 Broadway lease to elevate the needs of your teaching force?
Thank you.
Where is the list that shows which charter schools are potentially on the chopping block to help restore ADA dollars that have been sucked out of the district's budget? There may not always be hundreds of people in this room, but people are watching and people are talking and people are over your faulty leadership.
Thank you. You're almost a minute over.
Yeah, I got it. A message just to the public, real community leaders need to come out in 2020 and replace half of this board because we've had enough.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools, founder of Open Oakland Public Education Network, and a member of the Journey for Justice National Alliance. So I'm really proud of Oakland today. You know, I started coming to every school board meeting in 2011, 2012, when the two schools that I was at, Santa Fe Elementary and Maxwell Park, were closed. Now, both of those schools were closed, but they're still open now with students in them. They have schools there, but what's happened is the schools that I worked at have been displaced. And the largely African American students and families who once attended those schools have been replaced by other families. That's the plan you're trying to roll out on Roots. I was at that meeting. It was told to them that they could apply to other schools. If you're really talking about doing right by the community and you think CCPA is better, then why haven't they all been guaranteed a seat in CCPA? And for you to sanction a robocall the day before vacation breaks, and for it to start off congratulating the families and then saying, oh, by the way, we're going to close your school in 5 months, do you think that's a holiday message that's appropriate for our school district to send out? And for Shanti Gonzalez, who isn't even in the country tonight, to come to that meeting at Roots and sit in the front row of the auditorium with her back to the community the whole time. She didn't even have she wouldn't even face us. But see, I understand what we're up against, because when I look at the board, I see 3 board members up there who voted to close my schools in 2012.
Thank you.
And I know this is the same plan, but I warned you, this is different. You all thought Havenscourt wouldn't show up. That's why you tried to roll this on them first. 3 weeks notice, Havenscourt is here in strength.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson.
This is just the start. You will not close our schools. If we have to, we will take it to the streets, we will take it to the courts, and we will take it to the ballot box. This ends now.
Thank you.
Bye. Hi, I'm Susan Keene. I teach at Oakland International High School, a high school full of newcomers we have 36 languages. Our students often have interrupted educations. They come with extreme trauma. They work so hard every day. I start my class by saying, do you know how happy I am to be your teacher today? And the kids are like, I know, miss. You tell us all the time. My students have so many opportunities. But there are 22 nurses for 33,000 Oakland students, and there are about 40 vacant positions right now. We're not respecting and paying and valuing our teachers, which shows that you don't care and value our students. We need more teachers, not less. We need more supports for the equity that you claim to care about. Thank you.
Hi, Superintendent. My name is Daniel Yu. I'm a literacy teacher at Oakland International. But we met about a year ago. I was the Asian vampire over at Ralph Bunch. You sat into one of my classes. Yeah, I just don't have the teeth. I'm about to leave education for maybe a little bit of time. I think when you work next to poverty and not growing up in poverty, you get to see the hopelessness of it. And I don't think that you're a bad person. I think that the system has you spinning, though, and I'm trying to appeal to your sense of morality. every once in a while at a school, you'll get a group of people that actually do a really good job, and that's the only way that you can curb the sort of tragedy that happens in these schools. So it's not just about Roots, which I hope they have another chance to prove something else, but I think it's about creating a moral system in this culture, especially now where facts don't matter. Thank you.
Love Life. My name is Asada Oligbala, and I have 3 charter school issues I'd like to approach you with tonight. The first one is the Northern Light Elementary School in the Oakland Hills. The community has been strongly opposing the development of the Clare House transitional sex trafficking home that is scheduled to be on the same site as that school. And I ask that someone step up to listen to the unfairness of this and the fact that Northern Light is willing to go through it because they're going to get a reduction in their rent. And the appropriateness is not being considered. I'm also concerned with the Aspire School. It has nothing to do with the building that they're consuming, but I continue to hear stories how inappropriate the building they currently are in with all of the unsafe issues. The safety issues are not being addressed, and those kids need to get out of that school. And the last is the KIPP school program. The KIPP school program has a history of being harsh behavior development discipline. Mostly African American children are targeted for KIPP. 98% of the students at KIPP in Oakland are black kids. They believe in discipline, where they have the children marching in lines. They believe in a demerit system. It's appalling that that system is in place, behavior negatively impacting children. And I ask that you look at the KIPP program as well.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak on public comment on non-agenda items?
Hi, Yvonne, Oakland resident, Catholic Charities of the East Bay staff member, and team of folks who have spoken here before. I'm not sure what is going on in y'all's mind, but some of you look completely disconnected. These are some folks that are fighting to keep a school open. A school, out of everything that folks fight for in today's day, these folks are fighting for a school. I don't have kids. I'm not. I support WCCSD more directly than I do OUSD. But these are folks fighting for a fucking school. Sorry for my language, for a freaking school. There has been a huge division between schooling and education. Roots educates. Most schools are just focused on schooling, follow an alarm, follow rules, do. Roots educates. I get to speak with my colleagues and they get to see the way the support is transformative, is restorative, it is healing, it is educational. Roots allows for this, and you're allowing it to somehow just go, just leave what it's currently existing. So I just beg you, reconsider how you are able to bring schooling and education back together, because Roots is doing this, and you have the ability to support it.
Thank you. Any other speakers before we move on? All right, so we are going to transition on. Thank you to all the students, the teachers, the families that came out to share with us. We are moving on to our regular agenda now, which is on page 7. So we're actually going to turn to item K next, which is going to be the student board members report. So we'll allow a few minutes for folks to transition and we will be moving on to the student director report. Let's just hold off. Okay. All right, we're going to just do a quick short recess then. So we'll just do it about 3 minutes. Just a short recess so folks and directors come join us on the dais because we're going to your section next. We are ready to reconvene and continue our meeting now. We do need to reestablish quorum. Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call?
On the attendance roll call for the purposes of establishing a quorum, Student Director Alma Soho.
Here.
Student Director Chavez.
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge. Okay. Director Yee. Director Torres. Director Gonzalez. Director Gonzalez.
Here.
Okay. Director Harris. Vice President London.
Here.
President Ng.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. So we are going to be taking up our agenda on page 7. As I announced in the beginning, you might not have heard, we are on a slightly modified format. So we're going to be taking the next reports. There are student board member report, president's report, superintendent reports back to back. Then we will have an opportunity to hear from our labor partners and bargaining units. Each unit will have an opportunity to be able to address the board directly if their board leadership president or designee is here. And then we'll hear public comment on all the items that I just listed all at once after that. So I will turn it over to our student board members report.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, students,
and sorry, just right before, we just want to make sure that if there is any continued talking, if you could please go outside. We want to be able to give the respect that our student directors deserve. So please transition out if why don't you? All right, so I'll turn it over to the student board directors now.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, superintendents, students, and community. Welcome back, students, to the second semester of the 2018 through 2019 school year. The All City Council Student Union Governing Board is excited to share once again with you all what we have been up to. The All City Council understands the importance of engaging with the decision makers in our schools, board members, and the significance of reflecting the experiences of students in any decisions that were made. The student union organized student meetings to express our student priority areas with the school board members based on our district. There were a total of approximately 250 students. These meetings happen in different forms, such as a town hall and restorative justice circles. The message was central throughout our interactions, and we had the opportunity to explain the 4 student priorities, which are protecting student leadership, teacher quality, college support programming, and mental health, nutrition, and wellness. We also represented the voices of our constituents, yes, constituents, and by providing board members with leadership, teacher quality, college support programming, by providing board members with school reports and sharing the results of the survey created by All City Council. The meetings were successful overall because students got to engage with their representatives, which does not occur often. And we would like to use this medium to appreciate Director Harris, Director Gonzalez, and Director Torres for making a commitment to defend the voices of students throughout the process of budget cuts.
Okay, before we go into our report, I just want to honor all the students that showed up from Roots today. It took incredible courage and commitment and passion and hope, and I just want to honor that in this space. It takes a lot as a student to actually make a commitment to your education, and I appreciate all students because our liberation as students is interconnected, and we have to make a statement in order to defend our futures. So thank you to Oakland community for showing up today and speaking for yourselves.
the pledge, to defend the 4 student priorities, and to create a committee specifically designed to engage the students as decision makers on the budget cuts. We also want to thank Director Ang, Director London, and Director Sen, who also took the time to meet with us and commit to continue dialogue to find ways to partner with the students. We appreciate your idea to co-author a resolution to protect student budget priority areas and look forward to the formation of an all-city council student-led committee to assist the Board of Education on the vetting of the budget and blueprint recommendations. We're committed to meeting and working in partnerships with the school board members and look forward to meeting with Director Hidden Hodge and Director Yi. One of the values of our school district is students first, and we are pushing our campaign to make sure that this becomes a reality. Students need to be at the table, not on the menu, when these inevitable cuts take place. I also want to add that the updates on agenda items are not transparent enough for me even as a student director. I feel like I don't understand things that are going to take place, and I don't have a clear understanding of what's going to happen. And if I don't understand and if I'm not updated, that means students who don't even have the opportunity to be in these spaces don't have an idea of what is going on in our district. And if we're going to be a district that values student voice, and we're going to say our value is student first, then we need to reflect that. We need to be honest with that. And I feel really frustrated and really hurt and angry that even in my position, I don't have the knowledge to make critical decisions. So I just want to challenge the board to make a commitment to being transparent with students first, not with each other. Okay. On a good note, we are excited to announce that the All-City Council Student Union meeting for middle school student leaders is happening on Tuesday, January 15th from 12 to 3 p.m. at Bret Harte Middle School. We would like to invite 3 to 4 student leaders from each of our middle schools, along with the school site leadership teachers or student engagement staff to accompany the students. This will be a special meeting dedicated to prepare students for the Oakland Middle School Peer Resource and Ethnic Studies Conference taking place in the spring. It will also be a space to educate our students in middle school on updates around the budget. We as student directors acknowledge that this role is critical for the continued institutionalization of student voice in the Oakland Unified School District. We have one open All-City Council Student Union position, the role of the Vice President. We would like to invite our peers to apply for this position. If you're interested, please contact one of us for more information. Once again, students need to be at the table and not on the menu. Thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us. I think we're going to... Okay. Director Torres.
So thank you for your report, and thank you for the meeting. I think I was at Fremont High School for 2 hours with the student leaders. I didn't know it was going to go that long, but it was pretty intense questioning. And I'm curious as to if you know the next follow-up that would be with board members and when that might be, based on the fact that we have to hurry and deal with, teacher contract that we're negotiating and all of these other things. Obviously, roots. There's a lot going on, but I felt like there would be a follow-up meeting based on what all we discussed in my meeting at Fremont. So if you could just let the students know, or if you have information about when the next series of meetings will be set up with us as board members, and especially since you have a new board member to reach out to, Gary Yee, and as you heard the public speaker, he was here before when they made these small schools, and now we have a small school potentially, So I'm just curious about bringing him up to speed, right, on what you guys shared with us, because it was pretty heavy and intense for 2 hours.
All right. Thank you, Director. Oh.
Thank you. Yes. That work is in progress, actually. We were discussing when the meeting is going to take place, how it's going to take place, all that kind of good stuff with every single board member, if possible. And so currently what we were trying to aim for is just have the discussion of what's really going on. But in reality, we're having a lot of questions. We're being left in the dark in reality. Folks, when me as student director, at Life Academy, once they hear my name, they see student director, right? And they ask, what do you do? Well, I sit on the board of education, all that kind of good stuff. And so I explain to them the process. And when it comes to the budgets on specific things, they're confused on how the system works, on how, why, and all that, all the important, necessary information, just the basic fundamental things to even be here. And so yeah, it just came out of nowhere, where we still have to continue to ask questions and just to be really informed and to take the necessary steps to continue.
Is it possible then that you would want follow-up meetings with the superintendent and staff that come from the departments that deal with budget, as opposed to board members who aren't staff and aren't in the depths of the issue? Because that's what I recall people saying last year. Maybe it was some principals or teachers who came and said, you know, our students are asking, am I going to be cut, or is my principal going to be laid off, and so on. And so it seemed like going directly to the people who do the work to get the latest information, besides what you hear here at the board meetings, which oftentimes we have a lot more questions that we ask staff, and then they get back to us. And so you guys are busy with homework, and I know you have a lot to juggle. Some of you have jobs, and so I'm just wondering as far as that situation, right? Because we did have a lot of questions for the budget presentation last time.
I think the purpose of the meeting was just to present the student priority areas to the board members, and our student liaison, Aurora Lopez, is actually in charge of like connecting us with people who can give us more information about the budget. So all city council has a capacity, and we have a limited capacity. So I just want to like encourage the board members and give you all a challenge to reach out to your schools, the schools in your district, because we can't get to every single student. So, yeah, thank you.
Director Henhodge.
So I offered this, I think a year ago. I mean, I feel like we've named budget, stress, right? I don't like to really use the word crisis, because I think that the work that we have to do to get ourselves right size, to get ourselves spending appropriately, and making sure that we're not spreading resources all across the district, and making sure that it's very, very targeted and very, very clear. I just want to acknowledge that the budget and public budgets and public financing, and this budget is complicated. It is complex. And so to extent of give yourselves a break, because there is a degree of always wanting to understand what is going on. None of us that sit on this board are people who have MBAs or who do things in finance, and so we definitely depend on staff members who have that expertise. And so one of the things that I had offered, and again, this is not to simplify it too much, but I'm a visual learner, and so I had talked about maybe possibly doing like an infographic, and just kind of figuring out like what are the most important things. Like for me, we've had a CBO that helped me understand with using analogies of pizza, right? These are the ways in which I had to kind of learn and grapple with and understand the complexity of some of these things. So I just want to offer that humbly, and I think that we have a communications department, and so this is to the superintendent, and maybe Troy Christmas, maybe, I don't know if Marcus Battle, but who are the people that could help do some simplification around it, and then making some decisions around how much information you really want to know. I think that's just really important to kind of think about it. So I am definitely willing to work on like how do we make this translatable, because I feel like the same is true for parents in our communities as well, where they're just like, what is happening? And so understanding restricted to non-restricted, all those things. So I definitely can, if through the superintendent, thinking about how staff could maybe help it. And if you have graphic artists, colleagues and friends that could help us even think through how to message, that would be great.
That's great. Director Yee.
Thank you, and nice to meet you again. In my orientation to become a school board member, I got a little package, and I got this infographic. Do you guys have this one? So would you be able to explain this infographic in an all-city council? What are the most important items on this that you think impacted you and would impact the people that you represent? Because I think that this is the ground level, and most people, even teachers, don't know, for instance, maybe how many employees there are and what's the average employee salary. Would you be able to take a stab at that? Would you know? It's right here. It's right on this sheet. So I'd be happy to spend an hour with you and just go through this point by point. This comes out every year. You can look at what's this year. You can go back 2 years and see, did the school district grow? Did it shrink? The employee salaries grow? Did it shrink? Did high school graduation grow or did it shrink? So I don't know if you have these, but I would think that this is the place that I would start, because as Director Hinton Hodge said, I've been in the district for 40 years, and 30 of those years I had no clue any of this information. And you know, I was a teacher and a principal. It's not. I'm not to say if you want to take a stab at it, but what none of us know is what is the most important stuff to you. So I'm going to just pass this around so you can be reminded of what it's like and see if this is a good place to start. And if it is, I'm willing to spend an hour and just go through each item by item. You can ask me any questions about it, but it gives you sort of a general part. And I love this. When I was superintendent, that's what I asked them to make for me. So if it's good enough for the superintendent, it's probably good enough for you. Will you take me up on it?
Yeah, so we're in the, I can help coordinate.
Not now, but you know, sometime in the future.
Yeah, eventually we will get back to you. We're reaching out to you, and we're in process of reaching out to you. So yeah.
Thank you.
And we also have an opportunity to be able to sit down as well as a follow-up, just because we since the fall have wanted to do more board to student director connections to make sure they're feeling up to speed for the meetings. So we do have some follow-ups coming up. Okay, so we are going to move on now. I just have a brief president's report. I just wanted to really make just a few quick announcements. As many of you know, we had our annual organizational meeting on Monday. We want to welcome back to the board Mr. Director or Dr. Gary Yee. Thank you for signing up for another term with us. And
it's my pleasure.
We also elected new officers at that time as well, and so for the 2019 year, we will have Vice President Jody London serving in this new role, and I will continue in my capacity as president. I have a few announcements about committees coming up.
Excuse me, President Ng. Can we ask the people in the back to please silence your conversations or take them outside? It would be very helpful if people could take their conversations outside. If you don't want to be in the meeting, that's fine, but please do not interrupt us.
Thank you, Director London. At the annual organizational meeting, we also adopted our list of regular scheduled meetings for the coming year. So you can refer back to that meeting to see what meetings they're going to continue to be on the second and fourth Wednesday mostly. There's a few additions. We're going to have a third meeting in June as we get closer to having to adopt the budget, and we have we'll be meeting on a Thursday instead of a Wednesday in October to be able to observe a Jewish holiday. So you can look up for the list of meetings to see when and where we'll be meeting. In addition, we have new committee assignments as a board, so you can look at who the right liaison is for certain committees and for certain bodies of work. We will continue to have a budget and finance / fiscal vitality committee and a facilities committee, which will be meeting this Friday. I wanted to also announce that the fiscal vitality committee meeting for tomorrow has been canceled. That is to be able to give an opportunity for the full board tonight to be able to discuss the budget reduction presentation. So we are going to have the conversation as a full board today, and we are not going to be having a fiscal vitality committee meeting tomorrow. Just also wanted to just make an announcement for folks that we do have some committee openings coming up, particularly in Measure G Oversight Committee and Measure N Oversight Committee. We have 2 openings coming up in Measure G, or 1 vacancy and 1 opening coming up, and 1 in Measure N. So you can look at our link online, OUSD Board of Education, and find a link to be able to sign up for those committees, and we will hopefully fill those vacancies soon. So we are continuing to recruit and make sure that that we have community members who are interested in serving at this capacity, filling those seats. So encourage folks to share the word and to sign up. I believe those are all my announcements for today. So we will move on now to the superintendent's report.
Good evening, Oakland community and board of directors. I will now just be presenting some updates related to our district priorities, fiscal vitality, quality community schools, and organizational resilience. I will highlight aspects of the report, but I encourage you to read the full report, including some of the embedded links, just so that you're up to date on all of the different work that's going on in the district. Tonight, just to remind you that we will be providing an update on our budget reduction plan for 2019-2020. This is just the first read in order to get feedback both from the board and hear comments and feedback from the community. As we continue our work around fiscal solvency, we encourage you to stay updated on our financial work and progress by visiting our Fiscal Vitality website, where you can view superintendent budget updates, special committee on fiscal vitality presentations, as well as board presentations. If you are interested in obtaining more detailed financial information, you can click on the fiscal transparency link. There is much to celebrate in our high schools. Overall, the district's four-year cohort graduation rate has increased 2.8 percentage points to 73.5%, from 2016-17's rate of 70.7%. The schools, it's okay to give it up. The schools with the highest graduation rates in the districts are Met West High School at 97.6% and CCPA at 96.9%. CCPA showed an increase of 5.7 percentage points from 2016-17, and both schools, Met West and CCPA, had no cohort dropout students in 2018. The other 2 schools that have above a 91% graduation rate are Life Academy at 92.6% and Madison Park Academy at 91.4%. 2 more schools have graduation rates close to or above 85%, and they are Oakland Tech at 88.9% and Skyline High at 84.8%. One high school saw by far the best improvement, and that's Street Academy, which went from a 33.3% cohort graduation rate to, wait for it, 63.3% in 17-18. That's an increase of 30 percentage points. We are proud of the accomplishments of our high schools and look forward to seeing more success in the near future. I also just want to provide some successes of some of our alternative high schools. For the second year in a row, graduation rates from our alternative high schools have increased, with Street Academy having some of the highest increases, as I've just mentioned. Across all alternative high schools, the dropout rate has decreased as well. Expanding linked learning pathways has been an intentional focus for alternative high schools. In the year 2013-14, only 1 alternative education school offered a pathway. In this school year, all alternative education schools have developed linked learning pathways so that all schools have the opportunity to graduate with career technical skills and knowledge, work-based learning opportunities, certifications, and dual enrollment credit. Special shout out to Dewey Academy for celebrating the launch of their medical health lab this week, or I should say last week before break, designed to give students hands-on experience in the health field. There's a lot more information in the report if you want to just see some of the incredible progress that's being made in those schools. There's also information related to progress being made in the Blueprint Cohort 1, and those schools are Futures and Q's, Alliance and ECP, and Met West. We will be providing further updates around Blueprint Cohort 2 recommendations later this month and in February. I want to provide some more positive news around restoring our supper program. We heard the voice of our students, parents, and community in over 2,000 signers of the J4OS Coalition petition to restore the supper program. Providing students with a proper nutrition after school will help close the gap of food insecurity and support student activities. OUSD is committed to supporting nutrition services to make the necessary adjustments to get to a sustainable supper meal program. As we've reported over the past couple of months, we have done extensive analysis of our programs and options and have determined that the same hot meal program can operate with minimum investment, with administrative adjustments to the after-school service times, expansion of the program across more schools that have after-school programs, and a renegotiated lower cost per meal with the food vendor. To serve the same number of schools as last year, we will need to continue partnering with the food vendor to produce enough hot meals. The Supper Meal Program is a child nutrition federally funded program. We will continue to support the nutrition services for the 2018-19 fiscal year to cover non-reimbursed costs to reinstate the supper program. I am happy to report that we plan to reinstate the meal program next month in February. We will continue to establish partnerships and seek financial investments, both public and private, to support program expansion, improve the food quality, and the opening, staffing, and transition to the district's new central kitchen, which completes construction in fall 2019. We recently presented to the Measure HH Sweetened Sugary Beverage Community Advisory Board proposing an annual grant to OUSD to support nutrition, physical activity, and wellness, including an ask for support with the supper meal program for this school year. And we are partnering with other agencies to ensure a successful nutrition program for our students. We look forward to continuing to work with our students, families, community, and partners to ensure that OUSD students are healthy, learning, and thriving. Lastly, I want to just provide some updates around some of the work that's being done in the talent department to help improve teacher recruitment and retention. The talent department has been busy applying for quite a few grants, and they've been awarded 3. One $50,000 grant, a CTC capacity grant to build a special education residency in collaboration with I can never pronounce this name, Marymount. Thank you. I always get tongue-tied. Say the first part for me, Doc. Thank you, Marymount and Charter Partners. We are now working to apply for the residency expansion grant in January 2019. They have also been awarded a $45,000 grant from the Haas Senior Foundation to continue the work of our after-school program teacher pipeline. And lastly, a $381,000 grant to support a local solutions proposal for special education, including a substitute to teacher pipeline, debt relief, tuition support, test fees and preparations, and professional development support. They're continuing to work, particularly given our scarce resources, to look for other fundings, particularly to support the good work going on in our Maestros program, as well as a deep investment in middle school teacher retention through the application of a grant to Salesforce, and also further support for our teacher residency programs for special education and STEM. While we know and are actively working towards providing higher compensation for our teachers and other employees, we are also actively working on finding other creative ways to attract top talent to to Oakland by focusing our efforts on strategies such as providing support to find affordable housing, informal test prep to acquire a teacher credential, and partnering with school-based parent groups to assist the district with filling teacher vacancies. For a more comprehensive list of these strategies, please read the detailed report. In closing, I would simply like to remind us all that while we must continue to hold each other accountable and address areas where we must transform our system, it is equally important that we take time every day to share the good news about what's going on in all of our schools, about the incredible work that everyone is doing, because we're all collectively responsible for the narrative of OUSD. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Superintendent Johnson-Trammell. So we are moving on to the new portion that we've added to our agenda, which is comments by bargaining units. This is an opportunity that is allotted to any of our bargaining unit leadership or one of their designees. So if there's any of our labor partners here today that would like to address the board, they could come forward now. This whole portion is allotted up to 20 minutes or up to 5 minutes per labor partner. Looks like we have about 2 here, so why don't we? From the board? Yeah, we should have already done. Do you want to do that right? Do you have a quick question right now? Sorry. Sorry, I moved on before I did board comments, so just hold just 1 minute while we get.
Yeah, just connecting the, my apologies, just connecting the dots. That's what I was trying to whisper to Student Director Chavez Villegas. When we met, I think Director Torres and Director Gonzalez and myself, when we met in our individual meetings with the students, they asked a lot about the meal program, and I didn't have an answer for them, but the superintendent just provided one, so I was just making sure you took the note and could share with them that it'll return in, you said February? In February. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
And I'm happy to send you guys an email if that's helpful for you too.
And thanks for the report. Great report. Thank you.
Director Hinton Hodge.
I also have the meal program. I really, really, really support this program, and I know that there's a lot of waste in this program. And so, as you are redoing it and re-upping it, because that's, to me, that's where the cost issue begins to come. Like if we were proportionally providing and making sure that the young people who really need it are getting it and we're not wasting food, then I feel like we would never have to cut, right? Like as long as we get away from waste. And so I would actually like to know how we are preventing waste, and if we have leftovers, what is actually the strategy around that? Are we, for real composting, like how does Building Ground feel about it? Like food is a major thing, and it's important. I know some schools try to package it all up and send it home with kids, but that it depends on what the meal is at times, right? So I'm just very concerned about the waste piece.
Director Yee, sorry, I forgot to call for comments. That's why first. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, and I was really gratified with the superintendent's public underscoring of this tremendous transformations going on in the high schools, and commend your staff, the leadership in the central office, the secondary instruction, the Link Learning Office, and the people at the school sites. You're getting national attention for the closing the opportunity gap, closing the achievement gaps, and significantly accelerating four-year cohort graduation rates, to the extent that I understand there's going to be a national conference focusing on Oakland High School. I wondered if you could tell us a little, could you foreshadow a little of that for us?
I probably will have to get back to you with details. I know I will be speaking there, and I think just continuing to tout the good news that we've been doing. Last year we had the opportunity, I think some students from Oakland High, the principal from Oakland High, our county superintendent, myself, to actually go to Washington, D.C. and really advocate for the Perkins Grant. So a lot of the same work, just being able to give more national attention to this being a lever for transforming how we do business in high school.
Right, and you know, oftentimes we point to our small our small single-purpose schools like Midwest and Life Academy. And I understand they're going to be meeting at Oakland High School, which is our large comprehensive high school.
And which is now pretty much wall to wall as well.
Great. So my apologies for calling the item N too early, but this is our new format, so I'll get used to this by next meeting, hopefully. So this is the time where we can do our comments by bargaining units up to 5 minutes per unit. So if you could introduce yourself
My name's
and
Randy
your
Sharon. I'm a
designation, that'd be
teacher
great.
and a union rep. My name is Randy Sharon. I'm a teacher and union rep, teacher at Laurel School. I was interested by the opening in the position for the Citizens Oversight Committee of Measure G. I read the Citizens Oversight Committee report from last year, and it was not very good. Out of the $20 million that were collected by the Measure G bond, it looked like 15.7 million were spent on basic school support, which is almost 80%. And when you looked at the bond measure of Measure G, it said that the number one thing it was supposed to be used for was recruitment and retention of teachers, which is a common thing to put as the first item on what you're going to use your money for, because Oakland voters have repeatedly said we want to fund a salary increase for teachers. Well, Measure G's been going since 2004. It was re-upped in 2008 and collects $20 million a year. 2016 was another hard year for us because I hate liars, and it was a time when we got lied to a lot in 2016.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, hi.
Yes.
Are you a member of the
I'm
OEA?
sorry. I waited around a long time. I've got very little to say here, and I just want to get it off my chest.
Okay, that's fine, but we will clarify when you're
All right.
done how this section
Okay,
is supposed
fine,
to run.
Thanks. In 2016, you passed a bond that said the only thing G1 was to be used for was a district-wide salary increase. I live in Oakland, so I read the bond very carefully. Yes, it also said in the text of the bond that it would be unlawful to use that money, which is $12 million in the last year, for any other purpose. I don't believe that it was ever considered that you would use that for a district-wide salary increase, because we passed the bond in November and started collecting money in December, and I've heard nothing except in March the superintendent said a bargaining update that said she'd freed up $1 million of our $12 million so that we could have a one-time bonus. That was an outrage, and I felt like we had been lied to as Oakland voters. I feel like repeatedly, in the last 2 years, $32 million a year that Oakland voters have given you so that you could pass that on to teachers. And that wasn't done, and I just feel like that's a lie.
Thank you. Just for clarification,
I just want to clarify, because this is a new section in our agenda. So this item with the bargaining unit speaking, this is the language in the board bylaw 9323. At regular meetings of the board shall reserve up to 20 minutes on each agenda for the president of the district's bargaining units or his or her designee to address the board on behalf of the unit regarding any item of business on the agenda or not on the agenda. Each bargaining unit shall be provided up to 5 minutes at the direction of the board present.
great. So we have our OEA president, Mr. Keith Brown.
Yeah, greetings, Keith Brown, president of the Oakland Education Association, teacher at Bret Harte Middle School, and just here to acknowledge any student still here from Roots. It was powerful just to see the presentation of the students, hearing student voice, and the reason why labor is here is for the students. Education workers, we serve our students. So I'm here in this new concept to say Happy New Year. This can be a new day for public education. We can make 2019 the year of the student. Directors, you have an opportunity to change course and stop school closures. You have an opportunity to invest in community schools and end the teacher retention crisis by settling a contract that includes a living wage for teachers so that we can recruit and retain quality teachers to serve our students in the communities that they live in. We can focus on investments in smaller class size, investments in student services to make sure that there are support for our newcomer students, counselors, nurses, psychologists. We can do this now. And the educators of Oakland, we are willing to strike if necessary to make sure that we have these things for our students. Also, we need to address funding and ongoing resources for our students to continue to improve public education for years to come. So I'm here to bring something that came from labor. January 12th at noon is the East Bay Rally to Fund Public Education Now. And it's the OEA uniting with teacher unions across the East Bay, uniting with labor, Alameda Labor Council, and with the focus around the state on public education because of the strike in Los Angeles and the potential strike in Oakland. We are here to say these three things to our incoming, our new state leaders. To close the Proposition 13 loophole and make real investments in students, public education, and investments in the community that they live in. We also need to pressure the state to assume a greater share of funding for special education to support students with special needs, and also to promote policies to provide educators with the salaries and conditions needed to provide students with the best learning outcomes, and that's for all education workers. And there's on the ballot Schools and Community First Act that will address closing the Proposition 13 loophole and make some real investments in public education and community services. And I am confident that in 2020 we can win the Schools and Community First Act. And when we win that and when we get that additional funding, we need a commitment from this board to invest that funding in students in classrooms, not outside consultants, not downtown administrators. So we're going to win that funding, and we're going to make sure that that funding goes directly to classrooms and students. Happy New Year, and thank you.
Happy New Year. Thank you very much. Is there any other union union leadership here?
Yeah, I thought we saw.
Would any other labor partner like to speak? Okay.
Do they want? Would you all like to?
No.
Guess not.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, she's getting up.
Good evening, Board. I am Betty Reed Smith, President of SEIU 10-1 Classified Employees Union. I'm just here really just to introduce myself and to say that we are in solidarity with OEA on their efforts about public education, about the Proposition 13. So we are on board with OEA, because an injury to one of our brothers and sisters is an injury to all.
Thank you. I just wanted to just also just remind us that we did pass a resolution on the full and fair funding I believe it was last fall. I'm
I
looking
think
at
we
Vice
passed it
President
in
Hunt.
November or December.
So we are also very eager to see more resources coming to our education system.
Yes, and the legislative platform that we'll be discussing later this evening also calls for an increase in the base to the local control funding formula to bring California up to a much higher level per pupil.
Thank you. So now we're taking public comments on all items A through M. Those are all the student director report, president report, superintendent reports. We'll now take comments on those items.
We have Asada Olabala, Keith Brown, Jason Wins, Jim Mordecai, Randy Sharon. Last name is Perry, Martha Alaguera, Jesse Villanueva, Deirdre Snyder, Mike Hutchinson.
Love Life. I just wanted to inform you that at the December meeting of the the City Council, when the council certified Measure AA, many comments came from the audience that that move would probably impede future items that would come up for approval for property tax increases in 2020 bond issues. So I just want to let you know that voters are very, very upset about that Measure AA being certified as passing, and it's having a negative impact that probably might impact your issues as you go forward in 2020. As it relates to some of the superintendent's comments, I want to go back to the equity indicator report that came out by the city of Oakland, and how disparaging the statistical data looks at African Americans and how they are so far underachieving. And every area that you alluded to where there's growth, we are not growing our African American students. It would be great if we could have 100% of closing of the achievement gap. It would be great if we could have an indicator of how students are graduating at grade level proficiency. And right now we are graduating students that are performing at the 8th grade level in reading and so forth and so on. Lastly, I would like to have had the possibility of being able to say we are graduating students who are critical and analytical thinkers. There's no measure of that, but that's what we really want as a higher priority as well.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Wins. I'm a STIP sub at Franklin Elementary. I am here to say that I think it is unacceptable that any schools are even being considered to be shut down. I think it's an act of violence, disrupting students' lives, disrupting families' lives. It is insane. It is a lie to say that there is no money in this district to keep schools open. It is a lie to say that there is no money in the society to invest in education, to invest in teachers, to invest in our students. It is a lie to say that we can't provide an excellent education to every single student in the society. And I think it may not seem like it, but there are a lot of people who feel very passionate. And once they see that there is a power, we're willing to fight. This is not a one-stop shop. People are ready to fight, and you will see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, proud graduate of Oakland Public Schools. First, I want to again voice my displeasure that the school board would choose to, again, limit public comments and public engagement at your meetings. You know, you claim that this was so people can participate more, and that's why you changed your agenda, but then you limit the times that people can actually comment. And so we went through a president's report, a superintendent's report, and the student's report, and people aren't allowed to comment on each one. I signed up to actually speak on the last item. Nobody even bothered to do that, but I was able to sign up for that online. So where was the public comment on our labor unions? Where was the public comment on that? You cannot just skip over reporting on actions in closed session without public comment. It's illegal. And I would actually hope that a school board that continues to talk about engagement and how important it is, but then I see the decisions you make by limiting it, it's really telling. Lastly, it's really disrespectful on top of everything else to our students and our student directors, because they have one time at the school board meeting where they present, and now the community and hopefully students who come to the meeting can't even comment separately on their own representative's report. This is not the way we need to be going, but it's not surprising with the other decisions you're making. Hopefully you've seen that when Havens Court comes out, you know there's a different feeling in the city these days.
Thank you,
We're
Mr.
not going to
Hutchinson.
accept this anymore, and this is just our first meeting back right after vacation. I can only imagine what it's going to look like in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. So I'm trying to resolve my the issue of the Brown Act, which says the public gets to speak on every item. And if you bunch things together, you're going to have to multiply, if you chose as an individual under the Brown Act, you're going to have to multiply by the number of items that are A through M, the amount of time I have if you're not giving a reasonable amount of time to speak to each and every item. There's an illogic to it. I'm not going to attempt to try to follow through on that, but I'm just trying to show the illogic if you're trying to comply with the Brown Act, which says that you can speak before or during. Okay. And then the final point with the few seconds left is segregation is what we're living in. You're doing nothing about segregation. Every time I see equity, you never deal with segregation.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Anybody else wanting to speak on the items listed? All right, we're going to move on to the adoption of the general consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the general consent agenda minus item P22 and P44? It's been moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. Got it. So we are on the first consent agenda. We have two consent agendas tonight. Okay, we will continue the practice of taking public comment on any voting items. So if there is anybody here to speak on the consent agenda minus the two items, this would be the time. Looks like Ms. Floyd is about ready to call someone.
We have Sharon Lipping, Jim Mordecai, Asala Olabala, Judy Burrow, Louis Rodriguez, Mike Hutchinson.
Hi, my name is Sharon Lipping, and I'm an OUSD graduate. I was in Mr. Yee's third grade class at Cleveland School, and my kids have gone through OUSD. My daughter flourished under Superintendent Johnson's mother, Jocelyn, at Tilden when in the special ed program, and my son is currently doing very well at Cal Poly. And so I've a long history with OUSD, and I've seen a lot of things go in and out. And I'm not sure how this goes. There are several items I wanted to speak on. Do I do it now? Do I have enough? Yes. So first one is item number 1, which is the contract for E-rate, and I feel that the contract, the purpose, and the expected outcomes are inadequate for a contract of $30,000. The outcomes are actually not expected outcomes. They're just what he's supposed to do. So E-rate is the state and federal program for reimbursements of communications costs to the school. And I was very surprised that you would need an E-rate consultant. Surprised that this program that's been was implemented in 1997 would need to take on a consultant just 2 years ago. And I'd like to see why were you not collecting? What has he produced? Has he actually produced increase? Not just your overall E-rate refunds, but did he produce an increase? Were you not doing it before? They're just, it seems like we're spending $30,000 for the third year in a row or what have you, whatnot. And I'm not really sure if it was really necessary and what he has produced for $30,000. I looked at the person's background. He worked for AT&T as an account manager, means he's a salesperson. I feel he sold somebody pretty well here at OUSD. He doesn't have, and I just to let you know, I was the architect for the E-rate program for AT&T in 1998. So I know a lot about it, and I know it's very complicated on the telco side of the house, but it was developed to be very easy on the user side of the house. Nobody's trying to hide that money from you. That's money that is collected through surcharges and sits there as a pot. It was deliberately made easy to use. So I'm very surprised you're paying somebody $30,000 a year for that. The other...
Your time is now,
okay.
Now over.
Do I come back for my other items? 'Cause that was it.
You had 2 minutes to speak. Actually, we gave you a little more time, 2.5 minutes.
So somebody has 3 minutes to speak on all the 70-some items in this section?
On the general consent.
Wow.
Love Life. It's actually 90 items you're approving. And I don't know how you do this, approve everything, 90 items all at one time. But the other concern I have is that some of these contracts started in July, September, October, August, December, and November, and how contracts already started are just getting approved in January of 2019. And that happened before when I came before you. You're approving contracts that have already been in place. And I just don't understand how that works. And maybe you can explain it sometime. Some of the things that I really am highly approving of are these contracts that have bus transportation with seat belts. That's excellent. Just generalizing what you have in these 90 items that are what I think are excellent things. Teacher professional development initiatives, parental awareness initiatives, for support for students academically and behaviorally. This dental health services is really a good item because children cannot learn if they're having health issues, and dental health issues doesn't often get dealt with. The reading tutoring always is good, and I think one of them, I don't know if all of them, has one-on-one reading tutoring after school, and that's the best tutoring you can have for children. And of course, your professional service contracts are good. I just wish there was an opportunity to have more transparency and accountability around these 90 items, but I also understand it's impossible to take them one at a time.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, I just want to point out again, later on in this meeting, the board is going to be discussing a budget reduction plan for next year, even though we don't even know what the governor's budget is going to be. And the plan you're going to be discussing, you are talking about cutting $17.3 to $30 million from next year's budget. Over 90% of those cuts fall directly on staffing. There's no list of 1,000 Broadway or consultants you're eliminating or programs or departments you're eliminating. It shouldn't be a budget reduction plan. You might as well call it a staffing reduction plan, because that's what it is. And for option C, the $30 million, district staff clearly put in there, if you cut that much, you won't have enough staff for a functioning central office. I appreciated that from the staff. I think it was honest. And I don't know why the board is still pushing to cut the higher amount of $30 million. But it's even harder to understand when then I look at every board meeting and we have a consent report where millions of dollars are being spent, where new programs are being contracted with. Like was previously said, some of these contracts already exist, they're already being paid, and there's been no vote. Not once over the last 2 years have you come up with a list of things that you're going to take out of the consent report and not approve. programs that you've eliminated, savings that you've made other than cutting staffing. So what you're about to do after you approve all this new spending is you're going to discuss a budget reduction, or rather a staffing reduction plan of 17 to 30 million at the same time when the teachers haven't had a contract for 18 months. So what can easily be seen is you would rather spend money on the programs listed in this consent report than on giving the teachers a raise or making sure a school like Roots is fully resourced and can stay open. The saying is, the budget reflects your priorities. I think that's very true with this board. So you'd rather hire consultants than pay our teachers and keep our neighborhood schools open. Shame on you.
Thank you.
Hi, buenas noches. My name is Luis Rodriguez. I'm the executive director at Oakland Enrolls, and I wanted to share on the agenda item of the proposed data sharing agreement.
So that item actually was pulled for discussion, so we're going to be taking that up after we vote on this item.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I appreciate the fact that some members of the public have pointed out that you have to have a consent agenda because you just have so many items you have to approve. Now, there's a couple elements of it, and number one is what the students know well, and that's the word homework. You have to do your homework. We used to have years ago, we had a board member who did her homework, and some of the people were lazy and didn't follow through because they knew that she would bring up issues that might be controversial. And the controversial is an important word because if you read a parliamentary Bible like Robert's Rules of Order, you see that in the consent agenda, you're not supposed to have controversy. It's supposed to be routine. And that enables you with one motion to approve a bunch of items, which seems a reasonable thing to do. So there's another thing is before the meeting of the board takes place, the board has emails or phone calls, and you can call them and ask them to pull an item that you have a concern from the agenda. Now, somebody did it. I was one of the people that contacted on the item that was pulled, but so were other people possibly. I don't know that, but that's certainly contact your board representative if you see something in the consent agenda that's published usually by the weekend before the school boards meets. So this would be a way that you can increase the public's eyes on the items, because sometimes they put items in here, they're just mistakes in it, and they have to go back and correct them. So the more eyes on what's really going on the consent agenda, the better for democracy.
Yeah, Harrison. Is there anyone else here to speak on this item? This is general consent minus the items that were pulled. Is there any board question or comment? Mr. Rakeshaw, we're ready for a roll call.
On the pending motion to adopt General Consent Report number 1, Student Director Amasoho.
Abstain.
Student Director Chavez.
Abstain.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Harris. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're moving on to P22. Director Gonzalez, I believe you pulled this item.
Yes, I wanted the opportunity to vote no. This is a no-bid contract for almost $200,000. All of you are aware of my feelings about large no-bid contracts.
Director Gonzalez, you want to check the item? You pulled a personnel report. or not, excuse me, a creation of job descriptions?
It's item 182669.
That's
the
P22.
I think it's $197,000 contract for performance fact.
That's not P22.
Sorry, Director Gonzalez, P22 is not the item that you just named, so we're trying to catch up to you.
Could you say that item number one more time?
It is 182669.
Is it performance fact? Is
Correct.
this item for performance fact? P72, 772. Mr. Rakestraw, do we have to do anything procedurally? What do we do procedurally? The item was P72, not P22, that she intended to pull.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Procedurally, what do we need to do? The wrong item was pulled. She had intended to pull P72. I heard P22, so the wrong item was pulled.
The board has already adopted the item at this point. You would need a motion for reconsideration of that item. Did you not already adopt it?
Yeah, we did.
Yes. And so in order for the item to be reconsidered, if the board so desires, you would have to pass a motion to reconsider that specific item.
Is anyone on the board ready to, willing to move to adopt to reconsider? I mean, I would be willing to because I believe I probably heard the wrong. Excuse me, Director Gonzalez? We can move on. Okay.
We can move on, but I do think that there's a problem that normally we have a separate consent agenda for the items that are not that are past due in terms of the time that the contract began, and that didn't happen this time for some reason. I think that's a problem, and I would like to see us go back to the practice of separating out the items that have already begun their contract because I think that's improper, and I want the opportunity to continue to be able to vote no on those kind of items in the future.
Okay, Director Gonzalez, Ms. Sandra Aguilera is here to speak on it, but I think we're going, because we already approved it, we're going to move on. Excuse me. So we are moving on. The wrong item was pulled. It was 20. There was a discrepancy between 22 and 72. And yeah, okay. So we. Okay.
So,
established that by now, right?
just
Director
a
Yee?
point of order. So, your proposal originally was to rescind the adoption of the consent calendar, and then pull this item.
I want
then
to, yeah.
Readopt the consent calendar, and then discuss this as an action item.
Just reconsider the consent. I pulled the wrong item.
Right.
Heard 22 instead of 72 over the phone.
Right.
Well, there's two issues here. You could narrow the reconsideration to the item that was mistakenly approved, and you wouldn't have to do the whole consent agenda.
Okay.
That's one option. If
So
the board chooses to do
I
that.
moved to narrow it just because that was my mistake hearing incorrectly. I'd like to see if we could just properly swap the items.
Second.
Do we need to vote on that?
Yes.
Okay. We would need to vote on that. What we're doing is just reconsidering the items that was mistakenly pulled, my mistake for not hearing it correctly. So instead of item 22 being pulled, it's item 72, 7-2.
On the motion to reconsider, Director Hinton Hodge.
No.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Gonzalez. Director Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay. Director Harris.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard you. Thank you. Director Harris is not on the dais. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
The motion to reconsider the item that 72 is approved. Now, a motion would be in order to adopt that item, and then you can open it up for discussion and explanation.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt item P72, which is 18-2669. It's a contract between OUSD and Performance Fact.
I second.
Yes.
So we will now we heard Director Gonzalez's concerns for pulling this item. We will now take public comment on this item. Or any other
Is
board.
Deputy Superintendent Aguilera still available?
Yes, she is
I would be
available. She can
interested
come
in
speak
hearing,
to it.
Why this is great.
So good evening, Sandra Aguilera. I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Continuous School Improvement. No, the Deputy Chief of Continuous School Improvement, sorry. Just wanted to provide some clarification about the school improvement grant, which is the funding source for this work. It is to benefit both Qs and Futures on their improvement efforts. And so this work is how we are implementing their improvement strategies. It is a consultant that has good standing in our district. They have demonstrated that they can help schools make the improvements, and so the school improvement grant is the perfect match with helping to support the improvement efforts at Qs and Futures. I do agree that I would like to look more into the bid process and what happened in that area. But I did want to take a moment to describe the work that is actually happening and what would be delayed for this opportunity to look into the bid question from the directors.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Aguilera?
I'd just like to add to Sandra Aguilera's comments that with this being the school improvement grant, these are restricted funds. These are funds that the state has actually underscored. If we do not spend them, we lose them. So this falls under the category of some of the funds. We still have funds from last year that we need to spend. They're only for 2 schools in our district, and the amount is in the millions, and there is money specifically set aside for professional development.
Director Yee.
I'd like to ask Dr. Aguilera, have we had a successful outcomes from the work of Performance Fact in our schools?
Yes, we have in the past. I have even used them as a consultant when I was a principal, and they helped with the improvement work. They used to support whole networks of schools, and as Stonehurst and Esperanza were making the improvements, we did receive support from Performance Fact. Though the organization has changed a little bit, the quality of work still persists.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. Are we ready for a roll call? Did we move and second it? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Ready for a roll call then.
On the motion to adopt item P72 or 182669, Student Director Omosoho, Student Director Chavez,
Abstain.
Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Gonzalez,
Abstain.
okay. Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Harris, Vice President London?
Yes.
President Ng?
Yes.
The motion is adopted.
All right. Is there a motion to adopt item P22?
So moved. Yes.
Second. This is the one that I made change. Right.
Is there any comments or questions on this item? This item was accidentally pulled. Is there public comment on item P22?
This was just the error.
I don't want to create any controversy. I'd love to talk about this because I feel like this is the item that actually is supporting the development of the charter school office. So I feel like our work on 606 that said that you know, we were going to improve our ability to authorize and work with charters and high quality. So I'm grateful to the new director and really kind of digging in and using resources because we've never really used any of these resources to build capacity at office. So looking forward to the work.
All right. Is there any public comment on this item? Mr. Rakestraw, can we have a roll call, please?
On the roll call to adopt P22, which is item as stated, Student Director Amasoho. Student Director Chavez.
Abstain.
Director Harris. Yes. Director Torres. Yes. Director Gonzalez. Director Gonzalez.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
P22 is adopted.
Thank you. So we are now at P44. This is item 18-2613, the data sharing agreement, Oakland Enrollment Department. We will not be voting on the item tonight, but we pulled it so that there's more clarity and that board members who have questions can provide more input to staff around what types of information they want to see when the item comes back.
President Ng, I would like to suggest that we hear from the superintendent first and staff what the intent of this item, and then I know that there are probably a lot of questions. We've gotten a lot of email about this.
Great. We have our Executive Director of Enrollment, Mr. Charles Wilson here.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me a chance to explain the point of this MOU. So I actually initiated the desire for this MOU. One of the phenomenons we have in Oakland in terms of enrollment is a student receives an offer to both a district school and a charter school, say, and they can accept an offer at a district school and a charter school. That actually ends up tying up the seat inventory in both systems. I can't re-offer that seat that the child has accepted until they've declined it. There have been some cases, and I'll just sort of speak about this in a level that's not identifying schools, but we actually found a student who attended one of our schools for the first week of school, and then she called the school and the second week and said, "I'm sick." But we found out later through looking at CalPads that she was actually enrolled at one of the local charter schools. So she was shopping. And that phenomenon ties up perhaps up to 10% of our offers, at especially schools where we could be placing students in a timely manner. One of the things also is that when we don't get information on where students are really going to go, we don't get a chance to offer those seats out in a timely manner during the summer. A lot of people, for example, and I'll name this specific school, Oakland Tech is a very high demand school. A lot of folks want to go to Oakland Tech for 9th grade. What people don't know is that on average, we have to re-offer up to 150 seats every year at Oakland Tech. But we don't know which of those 150 kids aren't going to show up until the day before school starts, 3 days into the school year, 15 days into the school year. That's why we do the 20-day count process. But that's not good for schools to have the new students streaming in at that point. The point of this MOU was so that OUSD and Enroll Oakland could work together to say, oh, I see Charles has an offer at both a district school and a charter school, and I see that he has accepted both those offers. Let's write to him jointly one message saying, Charles, you need to make a decision in a timely manner. That is the extent of the plans for the use of this data. I have had a very strong and positive collaborative relationship with Luis Rodriguez, the executive director of Enroll Oakland, and I do believe that there would not be any misuse of this data, just as I know that we would not misuse any of the data we'll be getting from the charter sector. Finally, having this more precise data is going to lead to a better execution of our SRA. We do not actually have data on charter schools. Who's going, where are they coming from, where do they live, what zone did they leave out of? We don't know how to address a community that is fleeing an attendance area into charter because we don't know where those kids are until after the SRA has been executed. So this would give us a chance to start building that information ahead of time. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Board members have questions or comments? Director Torres?
Thank you for the explanation. And I know that talking to my principals, for instance, for the past 6 years, that they do mention this issue of people holding multiple spots, so I'm definitely familiar with it. I guess what I do wonder then is, how does this actually change behavior? What is the outcome then of just having the data?
Right.
Because our principals can give you the data in the enrollment office about this is kind of how it played out, and then we can collect that and see what we can do.
So the principal, once the school year started and the principal's seeing that this kid is moving around, it's too late. This is information and outreach we need to be making to these families in March, April, May, June, July, before school starts. And so the principals don't know that information at that point. Secondly, I need the data. How would we obligate a family to make a choice? We're actually planning on writing a letter that would actually appeal to families' sense of fairness to other families. That actually sitting here, there is actually a phenomenon that's often seen in choice processes. It's often called opportunity hoarding. And this is something we see in certain groups of parents, that they collect and collect and collect as many opportunities, and then they use the one that they need and want, which is fine. I understand being strategic. It's not good for systems, and it's not good for those parents that don't have the ability or time to make those kinds of, to engage in that kind of act.
So why wouldn't we, when we're broke and we need to have a teacher contract with a decent raise and so on and so forth, and try not to close 24 schools, why wouldn't we also put the onus on charter schools to say, when you get your enrollment, when you get parents enrolling, you send a standard form, pro forma letter that says, please don't double enroll. Either, let us know that you're also looking at OUSD school so we can let them know. Why wouldn't there just be some kind of pro forma letter versus this collection of data by a private company, and we're paying more money for more consultants, which we know we love consultants here?
Yeah, it's not a private company. It's not costing any money. It's actually Enroll Oakland. It's myself and Luis Rodriguez crunching data, writing letters, sending out targeted direct mail. Think about this, Director Torres. How likely are you to respond to a letter that says, Dear Parent, versus a letter that says, Dear Ms. Torres? And that actually names the schools that you're both holding offers at. We could even use this to do some direct counseling of families and say, here's how you could make a choice. You could actually go and visit the schools and make a choice. But we really need you to make a choice before, hopefully, too far into the summer.
I think I appreciate the answers, and now I have a better understanding of the goal and the purpose, but I do also know that I write letters to my clients in Spanish because a good majority of my clients as a litigator are Spanish speaking, and they usually don't read them, don't open them, and when they come to a meeting, I actually see it in their hand in the envelope. And so a lot of the parents are working 2 jobs, possibly 3, possibly 4 to survive in Oakland. A lot of our newcomer students don't have parents, and so I'm just wondering how realistic it is. But I appreciate it. But I appreciate it.
I'm going to cut us off at the time limit because this isn't even a voting item, so we're just going to keep
Okay.
3 minutes per person.
We do have
whoever
multiple
wants to
means of
speak.
communication
Director
besides print
Hinhodge.
letters.
Thanks. I want to know a little bit about the, because a lot of people were talking about the confidentiality piece. So could you talk a little bit about the opting in or opting out of this process?
Right.
And then also projecting kind of when you want to start doing this. And I'm not remembering whether or not there's a cost attached to
Okay.
it or not.
There is no cost involved. When we're wanting to do this is at least after March 14th, both Enroll Oakland and OUSD will send out the first notification of offers on March 14th. We both use the SchoolMint platform. We both have what's called our own instance, so it's completely separate. I can't see theirs, they can't see ours. But we would message out multiply through email, calls, there's social media pushes that we could do. I forgot I went backwards, so
It's
I forgot your first question. The
FRPA
confidentiality.
Everybody's been on FRPA
Yeah.
and confidentiality. Could you
Well,
talk about that?
I mean, there is no repercussion named in the MOU if you were to break the confidentiality. So let's be clear. If Enroll Oakland were actually an LEA, a local educational authority, as say Aspire Schools is, or Lighthouse Schools, I could share this information with them without asking any permission, because California Ed Code allows the transmission of directory level information between LEAs and governmental agencies. It's common, we share with multiple partners. Because Enroll Oak is a nonprofit that manages the enrollment for the charters, we knew it was appropriate to come and ask this. The details of information is actually, that's the definition of directory level information from California Ed Code. We obviously don't need to share, sports team affiliation and things like that, but it's named in there. So in terms of repercussions for not keeping it confidential, I mean...
No, that wasn't that. I wasn't talking about repercussions. I was more saying, people were saying, I want to opt out,
Yeah.
or I want to opt in.
So there is going to be obviously an opt-out process. We would be sending notice to all of our families who are applicants saying, here's what we're about to do. Do you not want us to send it? And the people who say no, I will take their name out of the pool and we won't send it. But yeah, Enroll Oak already has an opt-out process for its families.
And then I would just, you don't even have to answer this, but I would think about in that process, like, what's the next level of like sharing this inside the organization? So, how well are principals going to understand this? How well are counselors going to understand this process, and even this opting out piece? Because does that need to be a registration? You don't have to answer.
Yep.
Anybody else wants to speak on this item? Director Yee?
How do
And
we
then Vice
get,
President
who should we contact, the superintendent or Mr. Wilson?
Sorry.
If we have further operational questions before it comes to a vote.
It's fine to go ahead and communicate with Charles Wilson directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vice President London.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
So I appreciate the intent of what you're trying to do. I've read this contract several times now, and what you described does not come through to me in the contract. And I would suggest, I might be able to support this if it was stated more clearly. But as it is, I found it very confusing. I would prefer to see an agreement that simply says, this is the information we will exchange, and having the language in there that's all that directory information about the height and weight of the players on the athletic teams, and there's a number of other things that are very distracting. So my advice is that, and this is just my advice, there's six other people who are here on the dais, is that you revisit this agreement and restructure it and rewrite it in a way where it's very clear exactly what it is you're going to be doing with the data and what the product is, because it talks about an enrollment, it talks about a report. I don't have it in front of me at this minute, but the language is just, it's very confusing. And I think if you would be more clear, we might not have the outcry. I don't know about others, but I have probably received 70 emails on this topic today.
Thank you for the feedback, and we will be more specific.
Director Gonzalez.
Thank you. So, Mr. Wilson, help me understand what is the theory you've changed about how this will actually change the opportunity hoarding behavior? Because I just don't see that receiving a letter saying, hey, we saw that you're, holding spots at 3 different schools. Can you please pull the trigger on one of them? Is going to, potentially, I just don't see that really changing anything. And I think the risk, you may have a great relationship with Oakland Roll now, but that doesn't mean that that kind of relationship is always going to exist. And the risks of sharing our student enrollment data, to me, are they're very big. So I want to understand why you believe that, I understand the problem you're trying to solve, but why do you believe that that would change that behavior?
Well, Director Gonzalez, we have no tool to do a negative enforcement. We can't punish families. We can't take away offers. I'm actually an optimist, and I believe that people operate from a sense of well-intentioned actions for both themselves and their community, and that was what we were planning to appeal to, quite frankly. Additionally,
so there are no other tools at our disposal as far as.
Well,
so you don't believe there are any other tools at our disposal? For example, let me just give you an example. Is there a reason that Oak and Roll couldn't just share their offers with us? Like, why do we have to share our student data?
That is a good point. I'll have to take all of this into consideration. I don't have an immediate response for you.
Anything else,
Okay,
Director
thank
Gonzalez? You have 1 minute left. Are you done, Director Gonzalez?
Use my minute.
Okay. All right. So this item is not voting. We will, though, take public comment on this item, but it is not for a vote today. Thank you, Mr. Wilson, for the clarification and for information. Come forward. Ms. Floyd. We're going to do public comment on this. Just come forward and introduce.
Hi, my name's Ann Swinburne. I want to thank the directors for asking some really good questions. I agree, Director London, that the MOU that was presented is extremely confusing and gives the impression that there's something very different happening here than what Mr. Wilson just described. I also, though, feel like Director Gonzalez's question is a good one of why they can't just give us their data and we can run this match or whatever and create the list to do a letter. It doesn't even seem like you need a very extensive data set to do something like that. And since they're all LEAs whose data would be shared with us, then this question of this private nonprofit, sharing with this private nonprofit could just sort of be taken out of the equation. So that's one thing I wanted to say. A second thing, though, is that I keep hearing this reference that this data, this directory data, which under FERPA, is allowed to be shared, isn't personal information. And I just want us to stop saying that, because it is. It's names and birth dates and addresses and phone numbers and grades. And it's very personal information, and I applaud you all for taking your responsibility about that data really seriously. And another thing that I would be really interested when this item comes up again is that Mr. Wilson said that we share this data with other LEAs all the time. And I would love for us to see a list of all that sharing, because I think parents in the district, while it might be the district's prerogative to share this information with other LEAs all the time, I think parents would be interested in understanding, like, say, in the last couple years, who this data has been shared with and what was shared. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Sharon Lipping. Shanti, exactly. That's the first thing that jumped to my mind is, okay, so we're both even here and we need to get our two sets of data together. Why don't we just take their data? And that's such an obvious and easy question. I was really shocked Mr. Wilson did not have a more elegant answer to that very obvious, that should have been like first choice. It should have been, oh yeah, that's great, but we thought about it. That really doesn't instill a lot of confidence in us parents out here. So you know, Jody, I agree with you. The language just scares the bejeebies out of all us parents because it looks like you're trying to do something. You say, this is non-personally identifiable information. It's only things like your name and address. It's obvious. It seems like nobody read this. It seems like things are just being thrown out there and rubber stamped because anybody who reads this knows it doesn't make sense, and I can't believe that got this far without somebody saying this makes no sense. I'm glad this got pulled. I'm glad it's being revisited. I would like to have the district seriously consider the other very obvious alternative, having the charters turn over their information to us and do that, because that's a very serious problem, holding two seats at schools. And there is the other issue, is a little bit of naivete that, you know, and I'm confident they're not going to do anything wrong with this information. In this day and age, you cannot look at it this way. And this is a nonprofit, but nonprofits tend to get absorbed by other companies.
Thank you.
Please keep that in mind.
Hi, Etta Johnson, community organizer of Oakland. I'm very surprised that you have to even go through this, and you have charter schools. See, I appreciate Oakland public schools. If you have these charter schools and they are so privately, it's really sad. So you're not getting information. They can get everything from U.S. Oakland Unified School Districts, but why are they not willing to share their information? And when you have a system like this, you know that's where you have your destruction at, and you're constantly feeding into charter schools. If they can't participate and work together, I think they need to be eliminated. You need to be focusing more on Oakland Unified School District, Oakland Public Schools, because that's a child. A child should not be denied and going through this and that. You have to worry about if this child is registered at different schools. You know, we went to schools in the areas when I was coming up, you know, in your districts. Now you want to close 24 schools. How do you sound about doing this? And then you can't get no information from a charter school? There's something wrong. It's very much wrong. And that's something that needs to be addressed. And you know what? You have to dig into them. I think a lot of them need to be eliminated if they can't work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, I agree with the previous speakers. If you want information from the charter schools, then get information from the charter schools. But I don't understand, again, why we're turning over our public school information from our public school families to private charter schools. Now, we know who runs Oakland Enrolls. We know that their board is made up of charter advocates and Eli Broad graduates. We know that this contract should have never been made in the first place, and some of us were here to speak against it when it happened. We also know that the charter schools are not operating in good faith towards OUSD because they've been currently suing you for over 2 years. So why are we going to turn over our data from our students to organizations that are currently suing us? Why are we even discussing this? Is it because you also want to have more 40-year leases for these same charter schools? Is it because you want to permanently put these charter schools into our feeder patterns to replace our public schools that you currently plan to close? But I'm pretty good with Google, and I can read a board of directors. So when I look at Enroll Oak, every single one of them is connected to charter schools, is connected to Go, is connected to Eli Broad. Or maybe it's because those are the people who funded most of our school board members' elections. So it starts to make sense. So the groups that paid for your elections, now you pass policies to allow them to control our data and enrollment information. At the same time, you're granting them 40-year leases in our public facilities like they have at Lazier, like they have at Lafayette. And at the same time, you want to close 24 more of our public schools to make us a majority charter school district. All of a sudden, it starts to make sense. You've had this plan from the start, and not one of you has done anything to stop it. Fool me once, fool me twice. I ain't done be fooled no more.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual, and Superintendent Johnson Trammell, at some place, I don't know if correctly or incorrectly, was quoted as saying that Board Policy 6006 said that her hands are tied. She can't do anything about this, putting this together. And then other places you read, oh, this is in the spirit of Board Policy 6006. Now, there's a group called Center for Reinvention of Public Education. It boils down to privatization of public education. But they're out of state of Washington, the University of Washington. And the common enrollment concept is what they advocate. And they would advocate that there be no difference between the public and the private. And you would just have a Oakland school district, and there's no difference, except the state of California says you have to compete with the charter schools for enrollments, and you lose money. And you lost money last year, and you're going to lose money to the charter schools the following year. But you are going to be the chumps that go ahead and say, hey, there's no difference, whatever. Well, that's not acceptable to the taxpayers of Oakland, I would think.
Love Life. Point of clarification. This item states that this agreement begins on December the 13th, 2018. So has this agreement already started? Or, okay, and that brings me to the second point. You have throughout your consent items, contracts and purchases that were held as early as July, October, September. So the actual contract starts after you approve it? And if so, why don't you put that in the information? Because you're saying this started 1 month ago almost. And this confusion about when you actually start contracts needs to be corrected. And so in the future, would you actually have the correct day of the starting of contracts? So you shaking your head said this contract, why have it this way then? And the last point is, do you have a waiting list that allows, once it's been corrected that a space is available, students can fill those empty spots? Excuse me? Yes or no? Do you have that in place?
We're not going to engage in dialogue, but perhaps afterwards you can ask the Director Wilson directly. Okay. Maybe they can. So,
I'm sorry, Madam President. I'm wondering, Superintendent, whether or not you could actually speak to this a little bit in terms of like the need for this, because this is coming from your staff, and so I just want to kind of get a sense of your support for the item.
So I think it's good that we're having a discussion so that we can lift up the best way to do this. The bottom line is we have many families that have their kids in both types of schools. We want to make sure that we are optimizing the choices that we have within our schools and making sure that We don't, as Charles Wilson stated, have spots that are filled, and we don't know they're actually empty seats. That's the problem we're trying to solve. At the end of the day, it addresses a couple of issues. One, equity, making sure that we have more families that have access to quality schools within our system. Two, fiscal sustainability. If we aren't fully enrolled and it appears that a spot is being filled and it's actually not, that's the loss of revenue that could be going to many of the things we've been talking about before, funding to improve the quality of programs. So that's the problem, and that's the whole point of this discussion, is figuring out what is the best policy, and being real about our ecosystem. We are an ecosystem of two types of schools. And so we have to figure out a way that we know we're having parents that are choosing between both schools. So what's the best way to do that? This is not about trying to privatize the district. This is not about trying to put charters above district schools. It's about how to make this process easy for families. And let's be real, many families are not just looking for charter and district, they're looking in other districts, they're looking in independent. That is the reality of the environment we're living in. So we have to evolve as a system and think about how do we create systems and structures that support and actually make sure that district schools are just as competitive.
Thank you. So we're going to move on now because this is not a voting item, and I want to make sure we get to the budget reduction presentation before it's too late. So I'm hoping that we can move through the next parts of the agenda relatively quickly. We are on, we must adopt our general consent 2. Is there a motion to adopt general consent report 2, item P2? Moved by
Second.
Director Harris, seconded by Director Yee.
To minus the minutes.
Minus the minutes.
Right. So that makes it one item. It's around the compensation for Director Torres.
Okay. Does she have to abstain?
Yes, she should recuse herself.
All right. Is there any comments from the board or from the public?
Who moved?
Director Harris and Director Yee seconded. I believe we're ready for a roll call.
On the roll call to adopt General Consent Report number 2 minus the minutes, Student Director Amasoho.
Abstain.
Director Chavez.
Abstain.
Director
It's you,
Gonzalez.
Rosie. You should be. This is regarding Director Torres'
Yes.
absence.
Right.
She's abstaining.
Okay.
Yeah, she has to recuse herself. Director Gonzalez said yes. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Director London.
Yes.
And President Ng.
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. We have
Director
one.
Torres is recorded as recused.
Thank you. We have one public hearing for today. This is item R1. It's a name designation for Elmhurst United Middle School, a school merger with Alliance Academy and Elmhurst Community Prep School. So at this time, we will open the public hearing, and we will turn it over to our superintendent to introduce the item.
Okay, at this time, I would like to ask Yvette Renteria and Killian Betluck to come up, principal of the school, which will be discussed momentarily, and Deputy Chief of Innovation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Yvette Renteria, the Deputy Chief of Innovation. We are here to present the resolution for the approval of the name for our Cohort 2 merger between Alliance Academy and Elmhurst Community Prep. We have Killian Betluck, the principal of Elmhurst Community Prep, as well as the design leader, who will be sharing how the community has arrived at this name and what the name is. We'll do that for approval.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Superintendent. My name is Killian Betluck, proud principal at Elmhurst Community Prep, and it's my honor to be the principal next year of Elmhurst United Middle School. pending your approval. Just to share a little bit about how we arrived at the name Elmhurst United. In September, we convened a design thinking space with staff from both schools. We spoke about what are the values or principles or priorities that we want to see in a name, and we just kind of opened it up for people to put anything they wanted on the wall. Then we did a narrowing down process to get to a top 3. Teachers and staff, our staff collectively chose community connection, history, and simplicity as the top 3 values they wanted to see in the name of the newly merged schools. Then staff met and designed a similar protocol to repeat with students. So the following week, students in their advisory classes went through the same process. What are the values, principles, priorities you want to see in a name? After the students then had their narrowing down, their top 3 was community connection, history, and empowerment. So just bringing out that's the combined staff and the students, their top 2s were identical. Our design team then met and drafted a number of names that we felt met those criteria of community connection, history, as well as talking about what those things meant to us, and going back and researching in part the name Elmhurst. And we learned a lot of really interesting things. We learned about that Elmhurst, that the area that we call Deep East Oakland was once its own city called Elmhurst, and that the intersection of what's now 98th and International was a really important trolley car stop that brought folks to Oakland and then down south. And then we also learned about Elmhurst being one of the oldest schools in Oakland. 1906 was its first year of operation, and has operated both as a one-room schoolhouse, as a 7, 8, 9 junior high, as 2 small schools, as 1 big school. And so the name Elmhurst was in all of the names that we eventually came up with. We then brought that to our family leadership group, who said, can we add our own name? This is fun. And we said, sure, pick, go for it, add a 4th name. So there were 4 names that eventually were presented in town hall assemblies to the Alliance students and the Elmhurst students. And then those students had the opportunity to vote on their name. Staff voted on their name, and parents over the course of many days, when we had report card conferences or portfolio conferences, came in and had a chance to vote. And so after there were about 703 votes tallied amongst all of the stakeholder groups, every vote being exactly equal. And then the name that was selected was Elmhurst United, and our tagline that we proposed for next year is Better Together. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that, and looking forward to continuing the work of bringing these 2 schools together into a single community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions for the principal? This is not a voting item today. We're just, it's a public hearing. We're just getting input from the public and hearing more about it. Is there any questions that we have on this item? Director Yee, then Director Hinhaj.
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations on the process and sharing it with us. I believe there's a board policy on the selection of a name for a school. And did you refer to it? And is the policy adequate for the process that you went through?
I actually, unfortunately, can't speak to that. I'm not sure if the policy is accurate.
I believe, Mr. Rakestraw, I believe there is a policy, isn't there?
That's right.
Yeah, so I would just, as a friendly reminder for us as a board, that as we go through these processes, I mean, it turns out I'm fully supportive and endorsing of you including the heritage of the neighborhood in your investigation and your final decision. But as we know from years past, that wasn't always the case. And so I would be actually very interested to see if the process we have in our board policies is reflective of the kinds of outcomes that would encourage schools as schools are changing in our communities, in terms of a process for adopting a name.
So the resolution does, it mentions and talks about the board policy, which is why we're doing the public hearing, but I hear that you have a second part question around, is the resolution relevant to the process and getting feedback back about the board policy?
Right, because I really am interested if the board, I mean, as we go forward, it's important for us to have board policies which reflect the what actually helps schools and enables schools and empowers schools to do the right thing.
So it sounds like there needs to be a follow-up in terms of revisiting the board policy. Got that. Thank you, Director Yee. Director Hinhaj.
I'm curious because when we were doing the Lafayette MLK merger, we held on to the CDE number for Lafayette for a couple of years, and so I'm wondering what's that process here, and will you get a new CDE number? I don't know if this is to you.
Yeah, I mean, I can answer. I know my understanding is that the Elmhurst Community Prep CDE number will be associated with the new school name, and that the Alliance Academy CDE number will not. Will close. And some of that decision making was made in our partnerships with the Office of Extended Learning. Elmhurst Community Prep currently has a federal 21st Century Grant for extended school day, and so just kind of thinking about how it seemed like there were some processes in place with the state to merge ACES funding and keep that going and apply for some large school waivers, whereas the 21st Century Grant didn't have such a clear pathway, and that was, it kind of came down to some of that and not wanting to lose out on those funds or those opportunities for young people.
So how long will you hold on to that CDE number? I mean, when does that, it sounds like you're going to keep it as long as the grant's alive, or?
Well, that CD number is associated with Elmhurst Community Prep, which my understanding will be the CDE number of the newly merged school.
Oh, okay. The state's going to let you do that.
And I don't want to speak out of turn or over my job description either.
Any other questions by the board?
President Ng, can I get in the queue?
Yes, Director Gonzalez, go ahead. Go ahead, Director Gonzalez.
I mainly just want to thank and congratulate Principal Bartlett for the, sounds like a tremendous amount of work that went into, really seeking input from the whole community. So thank you for doing that. And I just think that's going to really set you guys up well for success as you move forward. So thank you for that.
Sure, thank you.
Wonderful. So at this time, we'll hear public comment on the item. If there's no further questions or comments, thanks so much for the great background and great engagement. Wonderful to hear about the work in progress. Is there any public comment on this proposed name change?
We have one speaker, Mike Hutchinson.
Mike Hutchinson. I'm encouraged to see that our school once again will be called Elmhurst, which is what it always had been called in the past. But I just want to point out to the board, as we're starting to discuss schools in cohort number 1, how poor this process is being run. I've heard the reports coming out of our 2 schools looking to merge, and it sounds like there's not a lot of agreement from the 2 school sites that are being asked to merge together, partly because they didn't choose for this process to begin with. And as we begin the discussions for cohort number 2, and we know there is now a plan to close Manzanita Community and move those students to Fruitvale Elementary, because that's what the principals have told them, and then move Seoul Middle School into the Manzanita campus, and to have a K-8 Spanish immersion in that neighborhood and displace the students from Manzanita Community, much like we just heard from the Roots families here. This is all tied back to the blueprint process, that you don't have a laid out process, that the community has not been allowed to weigh in on and engage with, and we sure haven't been asked if we want this to happen at our schools. So you're coming in and imposing these decisions on the schools, and of course it's not going to go well. So why don't we slow down, because especially you tried to tell us last year that these changes were being made to save money. When you've handed out now the reports, this is actually costing us money with the extra consultants and extra meetings. So why are we doing this to our schools if it's not to save money? And why have schools, the communities at the schools, the families, the students, the people who live in the neighborhood, why have they had no chance to weigh in on these decisions? And instead you're imposing them on us. And we know through history and through experience in Oakland, when we go through school changes, redesign, mergers, closures, we know which schools get closed and which populations get displaced. We've seen it over and over. And again, instead of coming and actually asking the community and working with us, you're trying to dictate and impose, and it will not work.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? We are now closing this public hearing. The item will come back to the board for a vote. Moving on to unfinished business, we have two material visions to start off. Item S1, is there a motion to approve Lighthouse Community Charter High School material vision for their change of admission preferences? We had the public hearing at our last meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Director Hinhodge, seconded by Director Harris. I believe we have staff that was going to introduce the item. What's her title?
Hi,
Why don't you
Sonali-
introduce yourself?
oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Sonali Murarka, Director of the Office of Charter Schools. I'll just summarize what was in the recommendation that was provided. We recommend approval for this temporary change to the lottery preferences at Lighthouse. It will provide continuity for Lodestar families who wish to stay within the Lighthouse community. The change is for the remainder of the charter term, which is this year and the following year. And I'll note that they are not proposing an enrollment increase as part of this.
Thank you. Any questions for staff before we hear public comment? Seeing none, we'll hear public comment now. Let's do 1 minute if there's a lot. Yeah.
Should I wait for names to be called?
Ms. Floyd. Do we?
Abigail Vidros, Jenna Stauffer, Jamani Motley, Jackie Gutierrez, Kimberly Raymond Jones, Jim Mordecai, I think that's Eric Johnson, Mike Hutchinson, Maria Hernandez, Anna Canellis, Angelica Rodas, Alex Rodas, Esmeralda Valencia, Asala Olabala.
Go ahead. Because of the number of folks here, we're going to do 1 minute per person. Thank you.
We'll make it quick. Good evening. My name is Jenna Stauffer. I'm the CEO of Lighthouse Community Public Schools. Good evening. A Happy New Year. The reason why we came out tonight is we really wanted to set the record straight from the public hearing that we had last month. And I realize, I appreciate staff's recommendation and just want to state that for the record that while some of this might seem very small to some that would be an admission preference to allow 10 to 15 Lodestar kids to attend Lighthouse, what we're really asking for here is a sense of hope for a handful of Lodestar parents who that they could sleep better at night knowing that they have a choice to go to a school that's going to help their students graduate prepared for college. And as a parent of an 8th grader myself, I know the trepidation that 8th grade families feel when thinking about where their children are going to high school, and helping our families know that they can be a little bit more rest assured that Lighthouse is that place. It would be a remarkable thing for you to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es María Hernández y estoy representando a la familia de Lighthouse en Oakstar. La razón es porque estoy aquí es porque todos tenemos los mismos derechos. Soy residente de Oakland, mi hijo es Pedro Alcaraz, yo tuve mi hijo por 5 años en una escuela del distrito y no fue del todo buena porque ellos solo piensan en los recursos económicos que entran a la escuela y no tanto en lo que los alumnos necesitan. Mi experiencia en Oakstar fue un cambio que mi hijo necesitaba, el apoyo, pocos alumnos y el tipo de atención que él requiere para sobresalir en sus materias. Estoy muy contenta con los maestros y el personal de la escuela. y espero que ustedes como representantes del distrito y padres entiendan lo que yo quiero compartir como madre sobre la escuela que nos ha dado tanto del Oxstar. Por favor, les pedimos su apoyo para que nuestros estudiantes puedan seguir entre las familias de la Lighthouse en Oxstar. Gracias.
Thank
And I'm here to translate what she said. My name is Maria, and the reason I am here is because we all have the same rights. I am an Oakland resident, and my son's name is Pedro. I have a son in a district school for 5 years. I had a son for 5 years in a district school, and it was not great. They thought more about the economic resources that entered the school and not much about what students needed. My experience at Lowster was a change my son needed. The support, few students, and the type of attention that he needed to excel his school subjects. I am very happy with Lowster teachers and staff, and I hope that you or school district representatives and parents will understand what I am sharing as a mother about Lowster, a school that has given us a lot. I ask you to please support our students and continue in the family of Lighthouse and Lowster. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have simultaneous translation, so if folks don't have a device, please go ahead and get some so we don't have to do the interpretation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Rodas. My family and I are all Oakland residents. Both my daughter, Angelica Maria Rodas, an 8th grader, and my son, Sebastian Alexander Rodas, 4th grader, are students at Lodestar. My hopes are for my children to have and continue to have a good education and a strong school community that would help them reach the goal of going to a college or university of their choice. To my family and I, this is what Lodestar represents, a strong community that will help my children reach the goal of furthering their education. When I found out that my child was not going to be able to continue at Lodestar, I felt sad and anxious. I felt sad because my daughter is a founding student at Lodestar, and we were excited that she was going to be one of the young student leaders to pave the way for other students. I felt anxious because I could not believe we were now forced to start the process of looking for a high school for our daughter. We thought Lodestar was the one. My daughter would no longer be that founding student leader we were expecting. We would no longer be part of that Lodestar community. As I began my search for a new high school, I was not working forward for the challenging process. I knew that a school with the same values that I would help my child succeed academically would be hard to find. So please don't forget that Lighthouse was founded by families in Oakland that wanted more, that deserve more families, children, and our communities. We deserve high quality schools. I ask you to not take that small hope we have and to approve this charter.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, come forward, please. Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Angelica Rodas. I am an Oakland resident and an 8th grader at Lodestar. I have been attending Lodestar since 6th grade. The two things I love the most about Lodestar are how much support I get from my teachers and how they give me an opportunity to lead my own learning and become independent. My feelings about not being able to continue at Lodestar next year are sad because I have many amazing memories at Lodestar. I feel at home with my friends and teachers who accept me, and I'm scared for what school would be the right fit for me for high school. I'm excited about Lighthouse because it will give me the opportunities to succeed in life, will prepare me for college, and will also feel like home. I know I have a right to have a high-quality high school education. Even though I know I still might not get into this school, I need a school to support me for my future, and I would love it to be at Lighthouse. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for coming.
Good evening, OUSD representatives. My name is Jacqueline Gutierrez. I am an Oakland resident and an 8th grader at Lodestar. This was my first year attending Lodestar. When I grow up, I want to be an artist and study the arts in college. The two things that I love most about Lodestar is the community and that I feel very safe there. My feelings about not being able to continue at Lodestar next year is mostly sadness because I won't be able to see my friends, and I will miss Ms. Zika, my expedition teacher. One way this is impacting me negatively is that I have no idea which school will accept me, and I already feel used to the people and the community at Lodestar. Just as Lodestar was the perfect fit for me, I think that her sister school would be too. I know that I have access to a high quality high school education, and I hope that you can help me stay in the community that I love, the one that supports us all and loves us.
Thank you.
Good evening, OUSD board members. My name is Esmeralda. I am in Oakland.
Can you pull the mic a little bit down, a little bit more? Thanks.
Good evening, OUSD board members. My name is Esmeralda, and I am an Oakland resident and an 8th grader at Lodestar. I have been attending Lodestar since 6th grade. The things I love most about Lodestar is that we are a project-based learning school, so we get to go on field work connected to our learning. For example, right now, we are learning about the history of school choice, so we are visiting Oakland schools and researching their college readiness rates. My favorite field work I went on at Lodestar was when the Academy of Sciences to become experts in earthquake safety. My feelings about not being able to continue at Lodestar next year is that it makes me sad I will not be able to continue with my community that I love. One way this is impacting me negatively is I have to find a school that is better for me, and good schools are really hard to get into. I am most excited about Lighthouse because they will be able to help me pursue my future dream, which is to go to college and become a veterinarian. I think I have the right as an Oakland student to have a high quality high school education. I deserve a school that can help me accomplish my future dreams. I know Lighthouse can help me do this. Thank you for giving me a chance.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jayani Motley. I am an Oakland resident and 8th grade student here at Lodestar. I have been attending Lodestar since 7th grade. My plan in college is to study computer science. One thing I love most about Lodestar is that the teachers don't give up on you even through the toughest moments. Another thing I love about Lodestar is that our learning is authentic and hands-on. For example, when we were studying GMOs in science, we had partnered with Planting Justice to build our own organic food garden at school. My feelings about not being able to continue at Lodestar are sad because I won't get to see any of my friends anymore, and they are my family now. One way this is affecting me negatively is me losing the bond I have with my family here at Lodestar. I would also lose the one-on-one time I have with the teachers here, which has helped me grow so much. The thing I am most excited about at Lighthouse is not having to move my location and stay with my Lighthouse/Lodestar family. I want to continue to love school, which I finally do for the first year. Please approve this charter revision. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Buenas noches, representantes del distrito. Mi nombre es Ana, soy residente de Oakland y madre de 2 estudiantes que asisten a Lodestar. Una es de 4º grado y el otro de 8º grado. Mi deseo es que mis hijos continúen en el largo camino de la educación y logren sus sueños de graduarse. Lodestar les ha brindado el apoyo a mis hijos académicamente y emocionalmente. Esto es muy importante para mí. Lighthouse es una opción porque estoy en el vecindario y ellos han servido a la comunidad por muchos años. Lighthouse tiene una lista de espera larga y si es una oportunidad de hacer un cambio en lo que estoy pidiendo que consideren. Por favor, aprueben la revisión. Gracias por escucharme.
And your cheeks so soft, there is nothing for me.
Buenas noches. Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Abigail Vidrios y orgullosamente puedo decir que mi familia y yo somos residentes de Oakland y somos parte de la gran familia de Lodestar y Lighthouse. Pues uno de nuestros hijos, Josué, él está cruzando el 8º grado en Lodestar. Créanme cuando les digo que la experiencia que hemos vivido en Lodestar ha sido trascendental para todos los miembros de mi familia. Pues nuestro hijo no solamente ha avanzado académicamente, sino que ha mejorado muchísimo en su área emocional. gracias al enorme apoyo que ha recibido por parte de todos los que integran el equipo de su escuela. Lodestar no solo facilitó un espacio donde nuestro hijo pudiera seguir sus estudios académicos, sino que le han brindado seguridad, paciencia, amor y la posibilidad de trabajar a su propio ritmo. Lo que se brindó a nuestro hijo en Lodestar era lo que él necesitaba después de haber pasado 5 años haciendo escuela en casa por sus problemas de ansiedad generalizada. Ahora él puede estar seguro de que llegará hasta su meta, que es la universidad. Creo firmemente que cuando plantas una semilla, no debes dejar de cuidar de ella hasta que ésta crezca y dé sus frutos. Pero eso por eso les pido de todo corazón y en nombre de todas estas familias que están en escuelas charters públicas, que sigan apoyando a nuestros hijos y a nuestros jóvenes para que logren llegar a sus metas. Mil gracias por su paciencia y su tiempo.
Good evening. My name is Kim Rayner Jones. I'm the parent of 2 Lodestar scholars, 1 3rd grade and 1 8th grader. I'm also a former science teacher and a current junior high school counselor, and I'm on my 19th year as an educator. My 8th grader is a warrior. She has sickle cell type 1 diabetes and autism. And what she has taught me is that facing her variety of challenges, that we have to offer a variety of choices for our kids, for our scholars. They need to be able to learn, have access to resources, and become their best self. That's why I implore you to allow Lodestar 8th graders their preference to attend Lighthouse so that they can continue to thrive. And that's one of the things that I see here that OUSD stands for, community schools and thriving students. So they should be allowed to continue to build their relationships with their school community. And I also know that Oakland prides itself on diversity, not only diversity of cultures, but diversity of mind. And sometimes even as a classroom teacher, we try to force our kids into one environment and one way of thinking, and it doesn't work. I've lost many of scholar because you have to be open to different choices and different areas of allowing them to be who they're going to become.
Thank you. So we do want to thank you so much. We have a lot of folks still here to speak, so we just want to ask folks to respect the 1 minute.
He's getting my other minute that I thought I was going to get to.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kimed Jones, and I've come here with a few things to say. First, I would like to say that I have a sister who does go to Lodestar right now and now has to transition schools because there won't be a high school for the next 2 or 1 years, which really disappointed me. It made me feel like I have been lied to when I joined this school. It made my mom feel like she had been lied to. So I know that there's a school that came before it in the exact same district, which is Lighthouse, and I would love her to go there because I know that a lot of her friends might be there, and that'll be good because then there are some people who already know her. Also, because I can trust that they'll have the same values that will be in that school. So,
thank you. So any other speakers on this item?
evening. I just want to say that my name is Mario Rodriguez. I've been part of Lighthouse Family Schools for, this is my 3rd year now. I just think that I've met this community in this past year, and I've just seen the immense courage and the immense productivity that these adults have, the families have, with their students in 8th grade. I think this proposal and this charter revision would just benefit them for giving them, keeping them within the same system that we have as a family of schools. I've seen a lot of families and students go between both of our schools, and it's kind of like our kind of small community that we have, and I think it's a chance to give them something, at least that benefit of, you are going to have a guaranteed school within our families of school, and you're guaranteed at least a preference. And it's not saying that it's set in stone that they're going to get that preference, but at least it gives them the opportunity, especially with the amount of options in Oakland. I think it's really good for them to understand that, hey, you know, it's not ready for you now, but we're going to guarantee that you have some options moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love life. I am very upset about the opportunity to use preference and prioritization when Prop 209 does not allow it. Prop 209 says you cannot prioritize or give preference in education based on race or gender. And because of that, we cannot address the issues African Americans are facing with the disparity of low performance in math and in language and so forth. All the issues around African Americans cannot be targeted for prioritizations or preferences because of Prop 209. And here we are in a situation where we're saying we want to give priority to people and we want to give preference to people. And you can't do it for African Americans. And I talked to Bonte, the representative, and he said Prop 209 will not be changed. They have attempted to, wait, I gotta finish this, baby. Prop 209 will continue to disallow the opportunity for preferencing and prioritization like you're gonna vote for tonight for any issues around African Americans in the education arena. Now you can hurry me up if you want, but this is not a fair way for African Americans to meet the challenges they have to meet.
Thank you.
Hi, Etta Johnson, community organizer of Oakland. I've been one for over 40-something years, and I'm listening to this. For this to be a Democratic state, it seemed like it's ran by Republicans. When it comes down to educating black people, look at this school. Look at this. That's why I asked, how much did this cost? You hear me? Because I don't understand nothing they're saying. Why do our system have to change for the charter schools? These charter schools are here to train undocumented people, apparently. More so than they training the children of Oakland, California, that was born and reared here. Over $1,000, but you can't buy new books for Oakland Public Schools. They're using the books we used. The pages tore out. You know, it's a shame. I visit high schools. I visit schools for my grandson. I visit them for my own children. This is out of order. Over $1,000. For us to understand, see, the schools is so corrupted now. This needs to change. But our children, they have to hear Spanish first before they can be taught English. So that's supposed to be 25%. Their school is 25%.
Thank you. Your time is over.
But no, I see minutes. No,
we're doing 1 minute. That's what I said,
still
and
have some time.
You're over your time.
No,
Thank you.
the minutes is not up, and you're gonna hear this. I don't know why you try to stop everybody. There's something wrong with you. There's very much something wrong with you because we are the public. We have the rights to speak. If you need to change your
Each
ways,
person has 1 minute. It's
these
not fair to the other
charter schools have to
speakers.
get out of here, and I appreciate everything Trump is doing.
It's not fair to the other speakers when we allow more time for some and not others. Mr. Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I would hope that you don't vote for this. As I hope that you don't, again, give preferential treatment to Jerry Rice's, what is it, School of the Arts. Preferential treatment can only be given by the board. Everybody else has to do the lottery. So you're going to pick these people out. Now, the other problem with this is segregation. You have your charter schools that are worse in segregation than your public schools. And the public schools are pitiful. So you're compounding the pitiful situation. Don't give special privileges to Jerry Brown's charter school, and don't give it to any other charter school. Lotteries for all.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Hunt. My children, Tylen Hunt, Jessica Hunt. We're going off agenda right now, okay? There was a situation where my daughter was attacked by a boy in school. We called the police. We tried to press charges. Nothing was done. At this point, my daughter's worried about what's going to happen. My daughter's arm was in a sling for 3 weeks, okay? The boy hasn't been arrested. Nothing has been done. We went through the proper channels. Now, if I would have went up there and slapped him upside his head, then you'd be putting me in jail, which I should have did because I trusted you to do something. At this point, I've talked to her, and she wants to press charges, and now she wants to sue the school because she sits there and sees her attacker every day. And that's wrong. And don't you sit up and go, your time is up. This is about a little girl being hurt. I don't care. This is about my daughter being attacked in school. And what the hell are you going to do about it? Because it was in your school district.
Mr. Hunt, I was going to ask the superintendent if there is somebody that you can talk to here.
I've tried to talk to somebody. Put it like this. I'm taking them home because they got to go home because it's late. But I'm coming back, and we're going to deal with this. Because my daughter's not going to sit up here and be attacked in school, and you ain't going to do nothing. And once again, it was in your school district. What school? Oakland High. I go to the school. You walk around the school. Little boys are sagging, showing their butts. Sitting in the office, little boy, you can see his butt. Kids all in the hallway cussing. This got to stop. And it's in your district.
I understand. Superintendent Johnson Trammell, is there someone that Mr. Hunt can follow up with? Mr. Hunt, we're trying to get a name for you to follow up with, if you were here to say. Okay. Okay. All right. Is there anybody else here for public comment? We are ready for a roll call on item S1.
On the roll call, item S1, or 182502, the Lighthouse Community Charter School material revision. Student Director Chavez.
No.
Student Director Amasoho.
No.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee. Yes. Director Torres.
No.
Director Gonzalez. Director Gonzalez. Okay. Director Harris. Yes. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're moving on to item S2. Is there a motion to approve item S2, Lodestar's material revision for relocation of school?
So moved.
Moved by Director Hinton Hodge, seconded by Director Yee. Is there a recommendation? Yeah, we'll invite up Ms. Marca. I always forget your title, Director of Charter Schools.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, President Ng. I'll summarize our recommendation, which is to approve this material revision for the change in location for Lodestar. We have completed a walkthrough in August of last year and deemed the site to be safe and appropriate for children. They provided all the required permits, and we have no further issues or concerns about this relocation. I'm here to answer questions.
Is there any questions by staff? Excuse me, by board to staff? Public comment on this item.
We have two speakers, Asada Olabala, Mike Hutchinson.
Go ahead.
Love life. I'm concerned about, it looks like this item is for reconstruction, but in the language, it speaks to additional building of a constructed school for 800 students. So are you tonight approving renovation and also approving additional building to be constructed? That's a question. What are you approving? Come on, people. Come on, give me an answer. I only have 1 minute.
Can you just go through, you can talk with Ms. Baraka afterwards if you'd like the specifics.
The project also mentions transit passes for students for 31 days, $26.50 per month, and staffing $81 per month. Is there some understanding of the total cost and where that comes from? My time then ran out trying to get an answer to the question about what you're going to do. Now, why can't you as board members have the knowledge to answer the question? Why are you referencing that I have to go speak to somebody else?
The item is listed right here. We're voting on the material revision for the location change. The item is listed
That's
right
all
in
you
front.
had to say. That's all you had to say. The language in the document speaks to construction of a school for 800 students. And I was trying, you just had to say no.
Can we hear from the next speaker, please?
No, you can't hear from the next speaker until you get some strength. You need to stop eating up there. It's very distraction to watch your mouth chewing all night long. So will you give me some respect and stop eating on the podium?
Next speaker.
Mike Hutchinson. You know, it's really apparent to a lot of us who are watching and who have been watching what's starting to happen. And the treatment that the community is receiving from the people that we elected to serve and represent us is just totally unacceptable. It's really rude and just disrespectful. And I've never really seen much like this. You know, I don't know why we would approve a material revision to let a charter school move at the same time we're talking about a plan to close 24 schools in Oakland. Why don't we wait until we decide what we want to do with our public schools before we start moving charter schools around? And why are we allowing them to do more than we're allowing our public schools to do? It is an issue of equity. You seem to favor the charter schools. And what just happened with a parent, an African-American man, a good father who comes regularly to school board meetings, to see him get asked to leave and to watch the district police follow him outside in these days and times that we live in, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. And as a black man in Oakland, it's offensive. And not one person from the dais got over to make sure he was okay. But thankfully, those of us out here in the community did make sure that we went outside and made sure, first off, that he didn't get arrested, and second, that he was okay. We care about our members of our community. You have been showing over and over again your utter dislike of us, your utter disgust of us. And this is only going to get worse. It is so offensive and unacceptable. I suggest that all of you go back and watch some of this meeting and see how you all look on camera. I've been getting the text messages about it the whole time. Embarrassing.
Through the chair, and I'm not going to...
Empty your mouth before you talk.
So, So, when Mr. Hunt spoke of his child being potentially abused and alleging that, the request was for the police officers to speak to him and staff in the community, in the audience, to speak to him. So, let's not put out a narrative or another story that is negative in that way. So, there was an attempt to actually support Mr. Hunt and his child.
Can I ask a question? But that was 3 weeks ago, and the police was called,
Okay.
and you never addressed
See,
it. There's
there's-
something wrong with your system. It's something wrong.
All right, at this point, if there's no other public comment, on this item, we will vote on this item S2.
On item 182503, the material revision, relocation of school for Lodestar School, charter school. Student Director Chavez.
No.
Student Director Amasoho.
No.
Director Harris. Director Gonzalez. All right. Director Torres. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Vice President London.
No.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
All right. So at this time, we have 2 more items in unfinished business, but I'm eager to get to our new business item of the district budget reduction, since it's such an important item, and I don't want to get to it too late. We do have folks that are here to speak and present on the next item. So if I'm looking at folks in terms of strong preferences. If we are going to take up the items in order, then I would really like us to try to be concise and move through the next couple items pretty quickly. Is there a preference? Is there a preference on this?
I would express my. I actually do not think the next matter is substantive, and would think that we do need to get to the budget matter immediately, and the subsequent items. So I don't really have a consideration. I don't know why it's important that we pass these legislative priorities tonight. Yeah. If we can table that and move to the budget before people leave, I think that's an important conversation, and then we need to be fully focused for that. So I would vote for moving that up and tabling, if possible, the legislative items.
So,
just a suggestion.
I appreciate that. We have our legislative consultants. They've been here since 6 o'clock, waiting for this item, and the legislative session is in play right now. Bills are being introduced, and we are not at the table because we don't have a platform adopted. So, I would hope that, it's up to you all, but my suggestion would be we had a study session, we went through this material extensively.
So I actually called that does not go for any kind of vote tonight because, again, I feel like it's in direct contradiction to 6006. If you say you're going to be in relationship and rapport with someone and half of your legislative matter is actually pushing them in a way that is not conducive to, like, we're working with you. You can talk about the loophole or the language that talks about tension. There's a way in which you engage people directly around tension. So if you have tension with charter schools, then you sit down with charter schools and you talk about what does it look like to change the law. We have not done that. So I am not at all. I apologize for these people on their job being here and waiting for us, but this is unfair to a process and contradictory and hypocritical to a process that we went through a few months ago.
So how are we going to settle this matter? So at this time, do we have the staff down here for the budget?
We can table it.
Well,
Director Yee.
May I say, just as a point of privilege, Director Harris could make a motion. Could he, Mr. Rakestraw, to table?
There's no motion pending at the moment on this particular matter. You're having a debate on a matter that has not been moved and seconded, and so there's nothing to table.
Okay, so but we have legislative tools to table, and we can just take a vote on it, and then you can see how you get the sense of whether to go forward or not.
Yeah, because we did have a 3-hour study session on this, so we don't, if this is not an item for substantive debate, if folks feel that they have enough information to vote on it, it could be a relatively quick item. It's just.
But you had a
depends
3-hour
on our-
session where you didn't involve your stakeholders. So you don't build a legislative plan that actually it works against them and not have a conversation. It's not good governance.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I would like to make a motion to approve item 182494.
I will second that motion.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second, so that means we will bring the item S3 to the floor. My hope is we can move through this item and decide whether or not it gets tabled or voted on rather quickly. For this item, I will turn it to Director London, who chairs the Legislative Committee, to introduce the item and the staff.
Thank you. We had a study session on November 26th with our lobbyists from School Services of California. It was a 3-hour study session. We had robust public comment, including some of the people who are here this evening. And we have revised the platform to reflect the conversation that we had that night. I see our Director of Communications and External Relations is here, Ms. Good, as well as our consultants, Patty Herrera and Leilani Agonaldi from School Services. Do you want to add anything? Please.
I do. I just want to add that our legislative platform is something that we've been approving and updating every year for the past 3 years. So this is a practice that we have been doing, and just for folks to know that a legislative platform actually names the priorities that we decide to advocate for at the state level and even sometimes the federal level. So just background.
Great. So is there any questions on this item or comments by the board?
I guess I'm consistently saying you don't drive a legislative agenda that contradicts the work. And I've been here for a while, so I do know that we send things up and we go to Sacramento. But you don't have a whole stakeholder group and not have conversations there. Yes, you had a 3-hour special meeting. Have you even had subsequent meetings since then? And again, I don't understand how staff can be engaging in this when you have a 606 policy that says, I'm in partnership with you. I'm building out my charter office. Like this doesn't. I'm upset.
Can I pick up and just ask a question
Sure.
make a?
And I just want to pull it up. Sorry.
Yeah. So were any of the partners involved in the legislative matters engaged by any member of the board or the staff? Or it was pretty much that conversation we had that day in the room upstairs, and that's pretty much where it stopped.
I'm sorry, Director Harris, I can only speak to our
Right.
experience. As your lobbyists in Sacramento, we, as your lobbyists, our engagement was the board study session.
And so what would be, in terms of timing, Vice President London indicated that we would need to move quickly in order to notify folks in Sacramento of our position. How do you see the timing if we were to motion to table and come back to this next time? What impact would that have?
So my response to that is twofold. There is a legislative deadline for legislators in Sacramento to introduce bills. That deadline is at the end of February. I can share with you that as Leilani and I represent the district up in Sacramento, we have already been engaged by lawmakers as well as key stakeholders on a lot of different education policies and seeking the district's input. And so to the extent that the board does adopt an early platform, it helps inform our response and as well as positions the district to be more influential in the direction of statewide policy. Up in Sacramento tomorrow, the governor will release his budget, and in that budget, there will be some pretty significant policy proposals, of which the board may be in a position, depending on tonight's action, potential action, that Leilani and I would be in a position to start engaging in those conversations around the state budget to the extent that some of the policy priorities that are in the draft document are adopted by the board tonight. And again, it's a policy document that guides our work up in Sacramento, not only through the budget adoption process, but also through the legislative process for the remainder of the year.
Thank you for that. Hearing the request of my colleague, I would submit a motion to table this item until further conversation can be had with our partners impacted. So we would need to dispose of that motion, or how would that work, Mr.
Well, your
Trump?
motion to table is not, it would only post, if you were to make it, we'll only postpone it for later consideration in this meeting. If you wish to have it for later consideration at a meeting other than this, it would be a motion to postpone. Yes. But it doesn't necessarily supersede
the standing motion.
Right.
So yeah, I would make that motion for my colleagues' consideration, a motion to postpone until January 23rd.
Within that postponement, I think I would ask that staff, the legislative team, whoever is having some real conversations with the stakeholders that are impacted by this. I mean, if we're doing,
I'm assuming you're seconding that motion. Okay.
yeah, and I'm saying, I'm not just seconding it so that we kick the can or we ignore it or we don't do the work in between. There's work that has to be done. So I am articulating that there needs to be conversations with stakeholders between now and the 23rd.
So there is a motion on the floor. There's folks that want to speak on the current motion first, so we need to go through that first, and then we can move through. I believe Director Gonzalez is in queue. Director Gonzalez, are you still there? Director Yu, let's move on to you until we figure out.
Madam Chair,
going
before
on.
you proceed, you need to determine whether or not you're going to postpone.
I thought we're going to deal with this.
He made a motion, and there was a second to postpone, and the question is, on the board, is whether or not you are going to postpone. If you postpone, then there's no need to have debate, and there's no need to take public comment on the item.
So that supersedes the item?
Yes.
Already did. Okay. Director, you do have a comment?
I just have a question
yeah.
on the postponement. So, as I understand it, and I did review the legislative principles that have been developed by the board, I have to admit I'm not as current on the thinking behind it. And so, given that the governor's budget proposals are going to be coming out tomorrow, I'm not sure that we might not be able to delay the discussion after we see what the budget priorities or proposals are, and perhaps take it up at the special meeting that we have proposed on the 23rd.
A regular meeting.
No, I mean, the meeting the
That's
Monday.
our next meeting will be the 23rd.
Right, but there's, I believe that we were talking about a special meeting.
That's the 30th. That's after.
Oh, that's after. So at the first available time, would we actually have time to take it up? Because it seems to me that the background information that school services could provide is something, I mean, personally, that I would like to look at in more detail. And I'm encouraged. I'm generally positive about the legislative principles, and you know the degree of partner engagement. I'm not. I don't need to wait for the engagement. I'm ready to vote. But I'm also really. The budget is really important to me, and I'm not certain how long the presentation would be, or were you expecting just to take a vote or go over each item? Because I don't know. I wasn't part of the 3-hour retreat, so I have no idea.
I think our intention when we consider this was to vote on this platform as a document. We went through the different planks in quite a bit of detail at our study session, our meeting on the 26th of November.
Okay, so that's helpful in terms of the subsequent motion.
I think I just wanted, for the record, to the charter piece, for me, these are like CTA talking points. And again, I wasn't there because I had to work. So again, I feel like, where is this space for us to be talking directly to stakeholders?
Madam Chair, the motion before the board is whether or not to postpone, not to have a substantive debate on the merits of the issue, unless you dispose of the question.
Can we call the
postpone.
question on the motion to postpone?
On the question is whether or not the item 182494 shall be postponed to a further time. Student Director Omosoho.
Abstain.
Student Director Chavez. Okay. Director Gonzalez.
No.
No. Okay. Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Vice President London. President Ng.
No.
The motion postponed is adopted. Debate's
so
closed.
This item will come back at the next meeting. Thank you to staff for the presentation. Okay. So at this point, I would like to move to the new business. There is one more Parliament.
You voted, the vote of the board was to postpone the item, therefore the item is not before the board. Therefore, public comments are not in order.
Okay. So we are going to be taking up the new business item T1 next. This is this is our 2019-2020 fiscal year district budget reduction items.
Madam President, may I just say, the Brown Act says that the public has a right to speak on an item before or during consideration of the board. The board chose in the last instance not to consider the item. Therefore, public comments not in order.
Excuse me. We need to.
Doesn't matter what the Brown Act is. That's how you treat us.
So we are on item T, new business. Right now we are tabling S4 until after item T. We are on item T, 2019-2020 budget reduction plan. Turn it over to our superintendent, Johnson Trammell.
At this time, I'll ask our Chief Business Officer, Marcus Battles, to come up.
So this is the item we're going to now. We're turning it over to Mr. Battle, our Chief Business Officer, to take us through the budget reduction plan. This is the first. This is actually a presentation. The idea, though, is that in this presentation, we can provide direction to staff around a target number and any modifications to our current direction for them so that they can bring back a first reading at the January 23rd meeting, which we will agendize earlier. And then the January 30th, we will have a special meeting, in which case we will vote on the plan before the board.
Good evening. Marcus Battle, Chief Business Official. So as was just stated, and Happy New Year to all the board directors. As was just stated, this is the first look at our budget reduction plan. And as we recall, and I'll give a little bit of background, but in terms of the discussion topics, just briefly understanding our deficit is going to start our presentation, and I'll kind of frame the discussion around that, and then some of the prioritization that we've used in developing the recommendations, and scenarios, potential impacts of the reductions. Then we also talk about reimagining Oakland Unified School District, and we have a section on AB 1840. So in understanding our budget deficit, as the board recalls, when the budget was presented to the board in June, there was a projected deficit of $30 million. And based on that deficit, the board passed a resolution providing for $30 million in reductions beginning in fiscal year 1920, which would be enough to provide for a 3% reserve by 2020-21. So what has happened since then? So let's kind of look at the chart here, expenses outgrowing revenues. So that has not changed. Our expenses are outgrowing our revenues. But what this does show is that there has been some improvement in the budget. The adopted budget, if you look in the adopted budget where it says budget update, that is what the board adopted in June, with the $30 million in reductions beginning in 1920. The first interim, without any considerations of investments, which is in the middle box, that is what our first interim would be without any adjustments for reductions or investments. So we just kind of wanted to show the transition. What we actually provided to the board and what you actually approved and submitted to the county was where it says approved first interim. And this is where we just made some assumptions about investments. Within that first interim, there was $15 million in projected reductions for 1920, increasing to $28 million in 2021. But once again, that scenario assumed considerable investments that the board had expressed interest in putting in the budget. And as we all know in working in schools and working with schools, that some of the increased expenses are driven by higher pension costs, some of our special education cost growth, and some of the other items that are weighing on our district budget that we've discussed over the past few months. So the board established a special committee. This is the Fiscal Vitality Committee. And as a result of the work of that committee, there was a resolution which the board passed. And based on that resolution, in terms of framing the discussion today, much of what was in that resolution we have utilized to develop the work that you'll see in this document and the recommendations. That resolution that was approved by the board provided for $30 million in ongoing reductions starting in 1920. It was very specific. It asked to establish a 3% reserve for 1920 and continue to increase every year. Implement Board of Education Budget Policy 3150. Consider redesign of the district. Consider employee compensation. And commit to shared decision making and multi-stakeholder teams. So what we are presenting today is based off of the directives from the board, and we will see that demonstrated as I go through the presentation. So in terms of our budget prioritization, what informs our budget prioritization? And the superintendent and I will be sharing parts of the presentation. So this section, she will present this particular section. Oh.
Good evening, board. Good evening, community. I just want to kind of start off just grounding all the work that we're doing in terms of where it is that we're trying to go. And so As everyone knows, we are facing, like many districts across the state of California, significant challenges. But all this work is around a deep belief in wanting to provide students a quality educational experience where they're able to reach their full, not only academic potential, but human potential. And so we're really working to figure out how do we improve the conditions to create quality learning environments throughout the city so that all of our students experience a joy of learning, become creative problem solvers, and develop a strong sense of self so that they're on the path towards becoming prepared for college, career, and community success. And our mission as a school district is to create and sustain deep and meaningful partnerships across the city to close opportunity gaps. And I mention that tied to fiscal sustainability because we know even from a financial standpoint, we don't have all of the resources that we need within the school district. But we can't let that stop us from trying to provide the quality education, which gets back to how we think more creatively around using the resources within the larger city. So we know being fiscally stable and getting to fiscal solvency and stability is a first step. I was telling someone the other day that one of the fun readings that I did over the break is I read the FIGMAT report from 2003. That's when we first went into state receivership. It's the same exact things. The reports are basically identical in terms of what it is that we need to improve. And I thought about my own career. I started as a teacher right when we went into state receivership. I lost my job because there were massive layoffs. We had the 24% raise. We went into state receivership. 4% was taken away. I went to another district. When I came back as a principal, I worked under 4 different state administrators. And as a principal, I had to increase class size. I had to make budget cuts. I had to lay off people. So I'm bringing up this piece around stability because that's foundation for us to get to this quality that we need to get to. And that's what part of this presentation is about, despite how difficult the conversation is. So here is just, we have our mission and our vision. We have a theory of action. Our big governance theory of action is that we believe that decision-making should be as closest to schools as possible to do the transformative work that we need to do. And I've talked a lot about 3 priorities. Organizational resilience, which is the slow steps to becoming a healthier organization. Stability is a part of that, but also many of what you see here are policies that we've passed as a board over the years, and also driven by what's come up from a lot of our surveys in terms of what are some priorities in these different areas that we need to focus on. So teacher retention and recruitment has come up as a huge area of focus, and particularly thinking about how we work towards having a more diverse teaching workforce. We've talked a lot about the importance of leadership development. One of the things I'm in awe in around other districts is that when one superintendent leaves, there is a bench within the district so that there can continue to be stability and that we can take people and move them into positions. And so that's something as a district that we need to spend some more time investing in and figuring out how we have more stability when folks leave. Although equity is in everything, we need to be thinking about it more specifically in terms of recruitment. We need to be thinking about it more in terms of the mindsets of everybody who works centrally and in school sites. So that's kind of the first bucket. Quality community schools, and I'm spending time going through this because these are all of the things that have to guide where we end up deciding where we're making cuts and where we're not, because all of this is a trade-off conversation. So when we're talking about quality community schools in every neighborhood, the right sizing work is a piece of that, and our board policies 6006 and 6005 relate to that. Our LCAP is a part of that as well, and that's our kind of roadmap around our continuous improvement work as a district. And then finally on the right side, and that's really where the bulk of our conversation is tonight, it's what do we need to do to get on this path of stability. We have our fiscal vitality plan. Marcus is going to be talking a little bit later about some of the changes in AB 1840 and AB 1200, which talks a little bit about the oversight of the county. And then finally, what's come out of the special committee of the board is how we use our own board policy 3150 to kind of guide our recommendations around budgets. So collectively, this is the work that's guiding kind of some of the first recommendations that you're going to be hearing tonight. This is just a summary of some of the stakeholder input from both students, principals, and the community. And you can just see here what's kind of risen to the top as areas that we should prioritize as we're having to make these difficult decisions. And then here is just a slide that just breaks apart what is Board Policy 3150, and that it's really comprised of 4 components when we think about budget development. And one, getting clear, and we've spent a lot of time as a staff kind of unpacking this board policy as we're thinking about where would we have to potentially make budget reductions. So getting clear about what is it that we're legally mandated to do, that's 1. 2, getting clear about what is district infrastructure, what are some of those core administrative services as any district, any organization that runs schools that we need to do, that's number 2. 3 are the core services that we provide to schools that tend to be paid for centrally, but they're direct services to schools. You'll see that listed here. And then 4 is the remaining funds that are actually the budgets that directly go out to schools. So I want to point out that some of the recommendations from the committee was to hold harmless to the extent possible reductions to category 3 and 4. And so our recommendations take that into consideration. I'll pass it back to Marcus.
Okay. Thank you. So now we will move on. So what are we committed to not reducing? So we wanted to talk about that first before we get into areas of focus. Based on our understanding of the board's resolution and priorities that were just outlined, this is our interpretation of that. We have Board Policy 3150. We have 4 categories here. Legally obligated, those are expenses that we are legally obligated to provide for as a district. Then you have categories 3 and 4 that the superintendent just mentioned, specified central services to school sites. We did not make any reductions to any of those areas within that category. And school site budgets, limited reductions there. We had already early in our review process had allocated a $3 million reduction to school site budgets, so that remains. We did not, based on the input from the board and resolution, any further reductions to that area. So the balance of any proposed reductions are in the central district-wide administrative cost area. And I just want to highlight some things here for the board's attention. We are estimating that for central district-wide administrative costs of about $59 million, and that's an estimate. That includes $17 million that's designated for supplemental concentration. So based on the frame that we've been provided, that is the only area that we have isolated our reductions to. So I think it's going to be very important as we go through the presentation to understand the implications of the of that directive. Okay. We have committed investments, certificated classroom teachers as part of our theory of action, so that's where we've committed our investments. 3150 legal obligations and 77 million for LCAP based on Ed Code. So breaking down 3150 specified central services to school sites, these are just some of the detail of areas that were not reduced. And you can see that these all support school sites direct support. You have nursing, counselors, you have custodial, special ed. So these are areas that we basically held harmless. When we go into district-wide unrestricted central administrative costs, you can see that about $29.5 million is general administrative cost, business operations. Then you have educational services of $12.6 million, which is general purpose, and then about $17.4 million, which is LCAP, supplemental concentration, that is basically for central support positions. So that kind of gives you a breakdown and understanding of some of the categories there and how those dollars are distributed within the central administration. So now I'm going to segue into recommended reduction scenarios and potential impacts. So this is a summary of the multi-year reductions to date. These are reductions that we've identified to date. And I should say, when I say to date, that's based on the work and working with the Fiscal Vitality Committee. The proposals that you will see today will vary. This is our baseline. So as you can see, we have some increased revenues, and the detail of that is in the back of the report that supports these Category 1, Category 2, and Category 3 recommendations. But the highlight here is that for the increased revenues and for cost savings, we will have to provide the county detail on how we would arrive at those savings or revenue increases, and that is information that I'm currently developing with district staff to be able to support those revenue increases and cost savings. The decreased spending, Category 2, those are primarily FTEs or site discretionary dollars that I talked about previously. So currently, proposed staff and site discretionary reductions would be, and as I said, this is what we had captured prior to the board's resolution. So we had identified about $7 million in central office department savings and $3 million in reductions to school sites, about $10 million. And based on the $3 million that we would be reducing from school sites, this is what the per pupil reduction would be for each one of those grade spans. And this is similar to the methodology that was used last year for mid-year reductions. So now let's talk about the scenarios that we want to provide. So one of the considerations that we've been asked to consider is new investments. So providing for reduction scenarios that would take into account new investments. And the way our reduction scenarios are presented, they're not tied to a particular investment. There are different levels of investment based on the board's priorities, and the board would express those priorities to administration. But we have built into our assumptions levels of investments. And these are just some of the investments that we have been presented with that the board may consider as part of budgetary decisions. And those are outlined there, and you can see it includes 8-period day, of course, teacher salary to the median, some asset management costs for various items that we want to do around facilities, and custodial service increases in restoring some of those services to custodial. So those were some of the investments that we were asked to consider. So when we look at the reduction scenario, so scenario A, I'm calling it current reality, but it's probably a misnomer. Scenario A, currently level of new investment says moderate. So just to kind of briefly explain what this is, this would be if we take our first interim and the only thing we were really to consider would be what our last and final offer that we made in terms of negotiations, because that is something that we would have to honor at this point, whatever our last position was. So scenario A basically provides for that and 3% reserve in 1920 and in 2021. The second scenario B is just an increased level of investment, which the board could determine if they want to increase investments in any particular areas. And then scenario C would be the maximum $30 million in reductions. And we call that aggressive because that requires, of course, a higher level of reductions, maximum level of reductions. So on this slide, as I said, we've already identified the $3 million for school sites and $7 million for central. And what we wanted to provide was the impact to central office based on FTEs. And this does consider an average salary benefits of about $120,000. So that's how we get to the FTE amount. So you see the percentages there for percentage for each unit there, superintendent, academic support, and operations support. So under scenario A, that would require increased FTE reductions among central staff. And you can see that, and I'll use the example of operations support, going from 23.3 FTEs on average to 47.6. And I think the important thing to note there as you're looking at this, the total operations division, this is the business division, has about 114 employees. So at 47.6, that would basically be almost half the unit. So if that gives you some perspective in terms of, and you can see under scenario C, that would, if this were to be the recommendation in the operations area, that would almost wipe out your entire operations department of 83.3. So I just wanted to put that in perspective, and you can see the impacts for the other departments also. And this, once again, is because we're isolating the reductions to central office. So the impacts are pretty dramatic as the amount of reductions increase, because we're not able to spread those reductions based on our current directives. So what are the trade-offs based on the proposed new investment scenarios? So let's kind of talk about the trade-offs. So as we know, the 3150 does provide for targeted services and core services that would be severely impacted. Some of the trade-offs are going to be, as I just outlined, in personnel, financial oversight, technology. In regard to our mission, vision, aligned services, academic supports would be severely impacted from student data analysis, curriculum support. A lot of these services would be eliminated. Wraparound services, network supports would be eliminated. And once again, because we are isolating the reductions. The further mandated responsibilities, financial reporting, staff assignment, curriculum and textbooks, these are all things that also would be potentially impacted based on the current scenarios. So now I'll segue into Assembly Bill 1840. So basically, just for folks who have not heard about 1840, the idea behind 1840 is to help the district achieve fiscal stability. This was passed to provide 3 years of relief in funding to the district. It is intended to assist the district in addressing its ongoing deficit and to provide time and space required for implementing strong, consistent fiscal controls. So this is some of the framework. The process outlined in 1840 includes oversight partnership with the Alameda County Office of Ed, FCMAT, California Department of Education, State Board of Education, Department of Finance. So a lot of folks involved in this. So that's just sort of a framework for 1840. Some of the questions, considerations, the funding under 1840 is designed to be one time, so it doesn't mean that we don't make reductions. It just means that it gives us a we're able to be more methodical about our reductions, but we still would have to make the reductions because the funding from 1840 are one-time funds. It's almost like bridge funds. It is the state's intent under 1840 that our budget would be balanced once the funding expires. The expectation is that our budget would be balanced at that point. I think the one thing to think about is funding under 1840 guaranteed. We are finding that it's not guaranteed. We've had numerous discussions with the county, FCMAT, and it is it's subject to intensive review. They're going to do intensive review of our budget, of what we produce, and the funds are not guaranteed. And just because we show, for example, a $20 million deficit does not mean that they're going to give us 75% of $20 million. That number is to be determined by FCMAT and CDE. So it could be, we've told it could be 0 up to 75%. There is some new information. If some of you have had a chance to read the legislative analyst report that came out last month, they are recommending that the state legislature rescind the authorization of the special grant to Oakland and Inglewood provided under 1840 and provide a loan deferral instead. They think that is better policy to do a loan deferral as opposed to what's currently being provided. So that is something that we'll have to watch and see what happens there, but that is new information, and we have to see how that's received by the new administration. So reimagining Oakland Unified, Kyla's going to talk on this.
So these are more foreshadow slides, as this was conversations that came up quite frequently in the board special committee, which was how the redesign process of central office plays into this. So I'll just go over some of this quickly. And again, starting from the vision and what it is we're trying to do, which is improve quality. So from the central office perspective, it's really about how we infuse the principles of continuous improvement into our work. And thinking about any district over time, your priorities change given what it is that you're taking on. This new board policy is new, and this is a huge body of work. And so there's obvious implications in terms of what does it mean in terms of changes in terms of the core work, as an example. So I'll use the facilities department as an example. In addition to focusing on bond work, when we think about right sizing, there are many new streams of work that department has to take on when we think about schools having to come together and any improvements that they're going to need to make. So we're in the beginning stages where, as a central office, after we get through this recommendation process in terms of any reductions we need to make in staffing, where we as a department, a collective departments, need to think about many of the recommendations that came from the committee, which had to do with how are we thinking about redundancies, how are we thinking about initiatives that maybe we need to stop doing that aren't getting us the strong return on investment, and then how are we thinking about reorganizing ourselves given our priorities around our fiscal solvency, around our right sizing having to do with quality schools, and thinking about our big push around teacher recruitment and around leadership development. So this again is just some of the pieces around our quality community schools and our board policies, just many of the big questions that aren't relegated to one particular division or department, but it's just collective work for all of us. And this is just kind of a North Star in terms of, given what we're trying to do, that the big vision for central office is really around continuous improvement at two levels. One is how we figure out the best ways as a central office to support each individual school in their own continuous improvement process. And the document for all schools is our single plan for student achievement, but then also how we build schools' capacity in all of the areas, whether we're talking about student engagement, parent engagement, academics, and culture. And that's a lot of the work of the LCAP. But also as a central office, this is a push from our PAC survey, and also from communities as well, as how we're thinking about our own continuous improvement process to improve the quality of our services to schools. So this is a huge piece of what we need to take on, and really thinking about what it is that we just aren't going to be able to do anymore, since there's just going to be less staff. So a lot of what we're going to be doing, we're going to be starting some of our retreats. This is really going to be work from February all the way to the end of the year, is first getting clear on, well, what is our theory of action around how we want to be organized as a district? And there are many different ways that we can do it. There's some districts that are more centralized, more top-down, and then there are other districts, when we think about charters, that are all the way over to the right, where everything is completely decentralized. And so a lot of our beginning conversations as a central kind of team is really getting clear on which theory of action is going to be driving some of our design in terms of how we're going to reorganize. And where does it make sense where we need to be more centralized, and where does it make sense for us to be more decentralized? So this is just kind of a framework for some of the beginning discussions that we will be having.
So now we just want to talk about discussion and recommendations. So we kind of set the frame for the conversation. We talked about the work of the Fiscal Vitality Committee, of the resolution that the board passed based on the recommendation of fiscal vitality. We've kind of talked about some of our processes in terms of impacts and working within 3150. So now we are at a point where we're talking about recommendation. The recommendations here only deal with central staffing and the $3 million that was already identified for site reductions. Scenario A, current reality, this, as I said, basically provides for what we currently have on the table. This is just where we are. And I'm not going to tell you that implementing this will be easy. This will be significant impacts to central office. I shared this report and discussed it with my BOLT leadership team. I had described the rationale and impacts as manageable but strained, and they looked at me and said I was like out of my mind. They said this is not going to be manageable at all. when we're talking about reducing staff that we had not even considered reducing in critical operations like payroll, accounts payable, and different departments like that we had never considered. But when we are making this level of cuts to central office, we can't not cut those based on how we are distributing the reductions within central office. So I just need to be really clear about that, and I think that the leadership team and Bolt would expect me to do that. And you can see under scenario B, that would be 154 FTEs, once again, the central office, and this would not be sustainable for running a central office, and scenario C would pretty much wipe out most of the central office. So this is what we've been asked to, the work that we've been asked to do. That's what we're presenting. We are prepared to take whatever directive the board gives us tonight in regard to this. We do have a timeline that I want everybody, board, to be mindful of. A lot of the work that we've done between September and now has culminated with tonight. With the first read of the budget reductions. We will come back on the 23rd. We're hoping that there is good information, improvement in the governor's budget that we can trim back. We can pull back on some of the reductions based on new revenues. So if that's the case, we will present that on the 23rd. We are having a special meeting on the 30th where the board will finalize its actions and we can begin to prepare our information for the county, and the board can pass any resolutions or other actions it will need to take in order to affect the FTE reductions in February. So we are on a fast track here at this point, and we're really looking for clear direction from the board, and I will end it right there.
Thank you so much. Do you want to take public comment first, or do you want to do board comments? Do you want to do board first? Okay. So as Mr. Battles said, I think tonight is important in terms of providing some direction and clarity to staff around a target and the direction we want to see. This isn't technically a first read, but this will help inform them around what to prepare for January 23rd, which will be the first read and update of the resolution. Of course, at that point, we'll have more information from the governor's budget. But I think what they're also speaking to is a tension within our fiscal vitality resolution and some of the resolutions we've passed. We have been talking about $30 million of reductions for next year. As we know and as we learned through the Fiscal Vitality Committee, the $30 million reduction number was based off of the number at the time of the beginning of the year in June and in August, and it also did not include any new investments. So that's what that was what the first part of the presentation was talking to, and as staff has been implementing some of the direction, there seems to be some tension between if they are to be implementing 3150 in the way that they're interpreting, that it would be having significant impact on central office and their ability to do their work. And so we either need to revise our target number and so that there's not such an impact on central office, or we need to think about other flexibilities or ways that we want to amend the resolutions to be able to for them to look at other scenarios to reach the $30 million target, should the board decide that we want to continue to see scenarios where we are looking at the $30 million number. So just wanted to kind of frame it in that way, if that is clearer for staff. Does that not make sense to you? Okay.
So what you're saying is that in 3150 we've given certain direction, and we might want to reconsider that direction, or give them broader places to look for reductions. I'm just having trouble understanding exactly what we would be modifying to give more flexibility.
So it sounds like my understanding of the presentation, and maybe the superintendent, if you want to clarify in a better way, was that when they went to implement the fiscal vitality resolution, and of course, the first directive of the fiscal vitality resolution was to identify $30 million. But as they went through the exercise of looking at the allocations through 3150, they were having trouble implementing 3150 in a way that was not having significant, would not have such significant impact to core operations that they would be able to continue operating. So we need to either expand, allow staff to be able to expand their criteria of how they're interpreting the 3150, or we need to the recommendation would be to reduce the overall target number. I think it would be helpful to go back to the slide where it talks about core legally operated, core central support, and schools, because right now what they're talking about is in the scenarios they're holding, quote unquote, holding harmless some of the categories. So the scenarios are based off of the pyramid, but I think it's also looking at the, I don't have.
14, okay.
Yeah, this one I think is helpful because what it's showing is that is there anything? Do we not have any handouts on this item? We'll look into what we can do about getting copies to distribute. So this is the category. This is the slide I'm talking about because right now what they're saying is if we're reducing by 30 million, there's only 59 million that they're looking at, which includes 17 million S&C. So we have to either we allow them to look at other categories, or we consider reducing the number. So let's do a round. Why don't we do a round first, and maybe James or Director Harris, you can kick us off, and we'll do both questions because I'm sure there's a lot of questions that have come up, and then also it would be helpful to provide some overall feedback, and then we can do another round. I do hope we can leave today with some direction, some consensus around direction to staff to be able to update the scenarios and presentations for the next go around. So Director Harris, maybe we can start with Director Harris and Director Gonzalez, since been part of the fiscal vitality and seen some of the scenarios. Why don't you kick us off?
Sure. And I think this is a good slide. And so the first thing that I'm thinking based on your conversation, I'm sorry, Mr. Hunt, you come up here, man. Come on, man. If I had copies, I would give them to you. So apologize. Okay. So follow along. So the one thing that you raised up, Mr. Battle, was that there is some uncertainty around 1840. And
yes.
So for now, it seems like you have kind of just put that to the side and are waiting for the state. And so what that leaves me thinking is that we are, at this moment at least, on our own in making the reductions that are required.
Yes.
And so the one thing, without choosing a scenario, if we just went with the staff recommendation, what would I think be an incredible exercise is just you being able to articulate to us and the team, how would it actually work? Down 119 folks, how could you even make that work? Is that even possible? And so to think about who goes where when you reduce by 119. So beyond the shock of staff saying we could never make that work, what would it actually look like? Where would we be short? What would get missed? And I think that that's obviously a little bit better than 208, but I don't see how central office can function after reducing itself by 40%. That just seems very impossible, which leads me to this list. And I think Director Gonzalez is on the phone. One thing she's probably going to say, and I agree with her, is that we've said, as much as we can, hold schools harmless and hold these other categories harmless. I think in the spirit of the exercise, you have to look at what reductions are. That includes contracts, that includes all of these other categories, and allowing us to say, okay, if we don't have 1840, if we don't have these other options, what are we going to have to do to maintain stability in the district? So I think you have to go beyond the $59 million that you focused on, or we run the risk of completely decimating central office. At this moment, I'll say again, you know, it looks like 1840 is not something we can count on, at least by the time we vote on this. So those are kind of my initial thoughts, but really knowing the number of staff that you, because this is now your recommendation, down 119, what does that mean? You know, what does that mean for you? What does that mean for the superintendent's team? And is that something that you could, you know, as professionals stand behind, or is that something where you really have to have a, you know, say, look, board, this is not somewhere we can go. In fact, we need to actually look at these other categories. And I think that needs to be squared up. But I think it's actually good that people can see the depth to which you're talking about reducing people. And I got some questions later where we'll go around about the supplemental and concentration dollars. You talk about 17 million there. There's more than that in the whole pot of supplemental and concentration.
Yeah,
so kind of like where that goes, how it gets allocated. Superintendent, this bisects the conversation about autonomies, and so I don't know how that pans out. But those are just some of the initial reactions. I thank you for the presentation and for this. I'm interested to hear what my colleagues are thinking. Oh, Superintendent, please.
Sure, other folks will have questions. It's also on SNC, so we can either transition or talk about that. I think Director Gonzalez, sorry, I just want to test. She's been trying to get in queue, and her mic isn't always working. Do you want to just test whether or not?
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you, Director Gonzalez.
President
We'll go to
Ing,
you
can you hear
next, because I know you've been wanting to speak for several
Okay.
items.
Great. Yeah. So I just want to start out by saying I thank you, you know, Mr. Battle, for your work and your team's work. You know, I also need to say that from my perspective, we are very, very far from a set of budget reductions that I can vote for and live with. And I just want to start by saying there's several very specific information requests that our committee has made several times now, and we still haven't seen a response to those requests. And so I want to reiterate that we have asked to see a scenario that leaves school site budgets alone entirely. We still haven't seen that, and we still haven't seen a numbers justification of why it's not possible to make the reductions that are needed without affecting school site budgets. I cannot say to my constituents, yeah, we need to cut school budgets when the staff have not made a case in the numbers. It's one thing to just assert, right, because the presentation asserts that, oh, it's going to be too painful for Central. But there hasn't actually been a real examination of the numbers, like which positions is it that would be required to be eliminated, so that the board can actually evaluate and weigh that and decide whether we can live with or without those positions. That's our job. And the staff haven't provided adequate information for us to do that. So that still needs to happen from my perspective. And then I think we just heard from Director Harris, and I agree with him, that we need to have more specificity about what the impact of the cuts in Central would be, because we keep seeing the same presentation without any more specificity about, you know, because we need to be able to weigh, okay, which of these services are more important. And specifically, we've received very good feedback from principals, from our district budget advisory committee, from students, from lots of different stakeholder groups about which sets of services are most valuable to them in supporting our students. But we haven't been able to discern whether what you know, the staff are looking at is actually aligned with what we've heard from sites and the people who work directly with students is valuable to them. I think Director Harris is starting to talk about this, but the issue of supplemental and concentration dollars that are being held centrally, to me, that continuing to exclude supplemental and concentration dollars that are being held centrally from being part of budget reductions or reallocations is a real problem, because that is a major source of funding for school sites that is basically being, in my view, inappropriately used in Central and would be better used in school sites. And so I really want to see us look at very seriously reallocating at least half of the centrally used supplemental and concentration dollars, reallocating those dollars to sites, especially since they're supposed to be principally directed to our highest need students. And so to my mind, the best way to make sure that they're being directed to our highest need students is by putting them in school site budgets instead of in central budgets. So then the last thing that I just want to say is that the scenario that staff is recommending is completely inadequate, because it's not going to allow us to provide any meaningful increase in compensation, which is going to lead to protracted strike, which is going to lead to us losing hundreds or even thousands of students. And if we think that we're in budget trouble now, wait until we lose hundreds or thousands of students because of a protracted strike. And so I think we need to do what we had said we were going to do, which is $30 million in reductions, and that's going to allow us to provide a raise that is actually going to help us to avoid a strike and have labor peace, and hopefully improve our teacher retention. So my main feedback at this point is that we need to make more aggressive cuts in order to fund a teacher contract that is going to actually help us to avert a strike. That we need to, S&C dollars that are being held centrally need to be part of how we're going to solve this problem. Those need to be reallocated to school site budgets. And I think that will allow us to better direct them to our highest need students. And then staff need to respond to the information requests that we have repeatedly made as a committee. And then I want to know, and then the last thing is the across-the-board cut. That's just not going to fly with me. We need to there needs to be some real consideration of the impact on students at different school sites and the way that school sites are situated, whether they can raise money to backfill cuts that are made, because across the board is not an equitable way to do this. And I don't understand why, and I think our committee has given clear feedback on that, so I don't understand why the same proposal keeps coming back to us. There needs to be some justification about why to do it that way. It can't just be that, that's how we did it in the mid-year cut. It wasn't cool then, it's not cool now, and there needs to be a real conversation about equity if their school site cuts are going to be necessary.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. We're going to go to Director Yee. So what we're going to do one round of our initial feedback and thoughts. We're going to get public comment, then we'll do another round where I would like directors to offer up more specifics around direction after hearing from our colleagues. Director Yee.
Okay, and how much time do we have?
We're doing 5 minutes.
Okay, great. And thank you. This is my first experience with the presentation with Mr. Battle and this, and I really appreciate it. A couple of things that just a matter of a question. There was something here about teacher salaries, and I wanted to know, just as a point of clarification, are we talking about teacher salary? This is teacher salary to the median on page 24. Is that teacher salary or all employee salary?
Teacher salary was the focus.
Okay, so this doesn't include any increases in anybody else's salary to the median, or are all our other employees at the median or above?
It's categorized as teacher salary to the median, but our assumption would be that it would include all employees.
Okay, so then the $36 million that's set aside there, does that permit enough money that everybody, all of our employees, will be up to the median, or is it only the teacher salary to the median?
The focus was teacher salary to the median.
Excuse me.
So I just need clarity about that, because I'm asking my board colleagues.
Yes.
I'm asking my board colleagues, is that our specification to?
I can give you a quick context for that.
Mm-hmm.
The investments were coming from when the fiscal vitality was encouraging us to integrate and think about what were some of the investments, in addition to the reductions that have to be made for solvency. What are some high-level priorities or investments? So that we had asked staff to give us a ballpark number, what the number would be for us to get teachers' salaries up to median, but that's not integrated into the assumptions of
Right.
their scenarios.
Right.
This is our wish list of what we would love to, if we had more dollars, what we
Right.
could do.
So then the reason I asked that question is because I just want to make sure that we put everything on the table. Because if we're going to raise one category of salaries, it's unlikely we're not going to raise others as well.
That's
so
true.
there's an additional cost there that I'd ask you to take into consideration.
And the assumption, I just want to just, on that point, because it did come up also, the assumptions that you've included in that is the assumption that you're making, isn't that right, for the scenarios?
The 36 million includes enough
No, not
for
the 36 million, but what you're talking about.
all the scenarios.
All of the,
All the scenarios, the investments is based on board decision. So the scenarios just deal with different levels of effort in regard to investments.
different levels of investment that could be used for
Right.
prioritizing the investment list we saw.
The reason I'm asking this is because I'm going to turn to page 26, which is the grid slide.
Yeah.
And so I just want to make sure when we're looking at the numbers and the cuts and so forth, I mean, I'm a simple person, and so I have to look at the big part. Otherwise, I get too much into the weeds myself. So it seems to me that we're aiming for 30 million roughly because the board has some eyeball picture of what it might take to provide adequate salary embellishments, investments to our staff. I'm asking my board colleagues, is that how we came to a 30 million? Because it looks like the way I read the slide is already identified cuts would get us to some kind of fiscal balance if we didn't consider staff salaries. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get my hand or arm around. So then I look at the 36 million number that you're estimating on teacher salary, and I'm putting on another, say, 20 million, which would be what it would cost to get everybody up to some number. I mean, these are just, like I said, I'm a simple person, so I'm just putting numbers together. So I'm saying let's round it up to 50 million now. That's what we actually have to put if we're going to invest, bump up the median salaries of teachers so that we're meeting some standard of what it would take to get to invest in the teachers. And also, by the way, we're going to need to move everybody up. So that's the part that worries me about the scenario even more extremely than you're describing, because you're talking about 30 million cuts. When I look at those 30 million cuts as money that you're going to put in some pot to provide funding for some contracts, that's not going to be enough because it's going to have to include money for everyone else as well. And is that fair, or did I misunderstand?
I don't think we provide direction on the specific investments yet. I think we are trying to free up some
The reason I'm saying this is because I don't see that this is going to give us enough money to get anywhere near the median. And so if the whole point of that is to avoid a strike because we're not at the median, we're far, far, far from that median. And so I just want to point out to the reality of the numbers that I'm seeing. Okay? Then the second thing is I saw on some previous slide that I had the privilege of looking at, at one time I worked pretty closely with the district in an administrative capacity about 5 years ago, and somebody gave me the number of employees that we now have now versus then. And so the number is somewhere around 400 additional employees. Does that sound about right?
I'm not sure if that number's
405.
right.
405, okay. So if there's 405 new employees, and I'm looking at the aggressive, I'm just looking at the aggressive to get an eyeball, and you're cutting 200 of the employees, 200 employees, it's disproportionate cutting of either the disproportionate expansion of central office, and we're just right-sizing central office, or it's disproportional cutting of central office without regard to changes in the schools in terms of the staffing load. So that's what I can't understand. The 200 at the aggressive level might be perfectly reasonable if we added 250 employees in the central office from 2014 to now. And then we're just cutting back 200, and we're still up 50. But if we only increase the central office by, let's say, 100 over that 4 years, and you're asking to cut 200, then we can get our arms around what it would be like to have 100 less people trying to do our facilities and our finance and so forth. And the last little piece I wanted to say is, unlike my colleague from Director Gonzalez, you know, I see that the aggregated numbers, I'm not interested in telling the superintendent she should cut 3 executive assistants here and cut this office or whatever. That, I think, is the purview of reorganization. But as I understand it, the reason you're giving us these aggregated numbers is to give us some sense of what the impact is on the district. I'm going along with you by saying, if you're talking about cutting 200 employees when we didn't increase by 200 employees, if we have the same number of employees now in central office that we did then, and you cut 200, I would personally say that's unprofessional. What do you call it? It's not professionally reasonable. But if the central office expanded by 250 over those 5 years, then I would be in favor of cutting 200. That makes sense, and I would ask the superintendent, tell me where you're going to make the cuts. But I wouldn't particularly, you know, mandate that she made it. So can you give me that idea of what that number might be so I can place the 200, the 150, the 120 in some kind of context? Is that okay?
I think that's a really good question, and one that we've been asking for. I wonder if maybe that's one of the follow-ups. I want us to be really specific about the follow-ups that we provide for them because they have limited time between now and 2 weeks from now. I think that is an important.
He has it, so
that is an important one.
The only thing I would offer is that what we put on the public website some time ago was historical staffing from 2013 to 2017-18, and you can break it down by management, you can break it down by department, you can break it down by union, you can break it down any way you want to break it down. So that history is there. I'm pulling up the filter so that I can filter and try to get you an answer to your question. But that history is there and has been there. What folks should know is when LCFF came, it came to replace all the years of cutting that we had done. And so we increased staffing everywhere because we had decreased staffing everywhere. So depending on when you start your snapshot, you're going to get different results. But the data you're asking for.
Yeah. So, you know, you can say it's on the website, but I'm asking staff to provide me that round number so I don't have to get into the weeds.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, Director Hinton Hodge.
So, sorry, I just put food in my mouth. So I do feel like we forget historically where we were. We didn't have any money. Like, we were in state receivership before that. LCFF comes, we do a new formula. We have more money than we've ever had before, which is when I guess you balance the budget, because now there was more money.
We can't sustain.
So I can't. There's dissonance for me around how it is that we believe that we can have the number of schools that we have, the number of employees, have small class sizes, pay people much, much better. Like, those elements don't fit together. We decimated central office once before, not too long ago. So those are things that are untenable to me, like that we would show these scenarios. So I keep thinking just about the layers of this work. You know, where are we going to actually generate revenue, perhaps, right? Because we're actually talking about a deficit. There's not $30 million that we cut and save and go put. I mean, we kind of put a little in the reserve, but for the most part, it's saying we're gonna stop overspending, right? Because we can't really afford that thing. And we don't have any credit, or, you know, whatever the case may be. So I know that we are doing this work, but I think I would like to see some closer parallels around, like, you know, it's the 7-Eleven committee, like maybe getting that moving a lot quicker and forward, so that we know, are we talking about like doing surplus property stuff with long-term leases, or, you know, again, back to this revenue, generating revenue. I mean, there are some realities about whether or not we do what we do with our assets and our properties, and whether or not we could actually pull ourselves out of even having a state loan, right? That stops us from taking $6 million off the top, which is that million that we're talking about cutting from school sites. So I'm just saying that it doesn't make sense how we keep going around this merry-go-round saying the exact same thing when we know that that is not the solution to this. It just isn't. And then clarifying these are clarifying questions. CDE, you talked about CDE and FICMAT was where we, I forget your language, you said, you know, that's, that we have to go through that gauntlet to be able to possibly get the money.
Absolutely.
Is it important to also say it CDE, FICMAT, and the county?
Yes.
Okay, so that third element is another kind of like pass-through that we have to deal with.
Yes.
Sorry, these are supposed to be all clarifying. I lost the page. It was something around per pupil reduction. I can't remember what it was. Was there something in here you spoke about that would change the per pupil, page 22? Maybe I just didn't understand that, so it's just a clarifying piece.
Are you talking about the one on
It's the school site
discretionary
discretionary
budgets?
budget.
Yes.
So if you do a reduction of $3 million, reading is fundamental. If you do that reduction of three, that's right, isn't it? People reduction. Okay, got it. Clarify. I will understand that better now. I think that's it. I mean, so again, I just want to figure out how we can be more aggressive around the other ways to generate revenue. Obviously, I want to support teachers, and I want to be careful that we're not just kind of like negotiating out some things either around that, right? But I understand, you know, to President Ng saying earlier around, it's important to understand these numbers very clearly so that we can get to supporting all of our employees, right? So then I just want to say that, like, you know, the increase of, we had a presentation by someone in the enrollment office, her name is totally escaping me, where we talked about what it costs to be a full-service community school. And as a superintendent, you repeat that every board meeting. Our mission is to be a full-service community school, or maybe it's our vision, one of those, right? And so there's a reality around what that looks like. That means that schools are at 400 or 500 if you're an elementary school. It doesn't mean that you're at 129. It doesn't mean you're at 200. So I think, again, the note to myself was, is we have so much data that could actually be, like, make the decisions based on data. It's just got to be there. And kids, because at the end of the day, like, these children are really suffering when we kind of don't know exactly how we're going to do what we're doing. We're not spreading the resources correctly. We're not utilizing our assets correctly. And kids are the ones that are suffering in the midst of this. And people can feel like these special interest groups and these other adults are the ones to please. I'm not here for them. I'm here for, I get good information from staff, and I'm supposed to use it. And that's what I would like to see us be a little bit more stealth about. Thank you.
Director London. Thank you, Director Hinhaj.
Thanks. These are really challenging discussions and very weighty, and it would be nice to be on that fiscal vitality committee because y'all have climbed a really huge learning curve. but we can't all be on every committee. So I'm going to focus in on a few things that haven't been discussed yet. First of all, there was a slide you showed at the beginning that showed the reductions like that are already wired in, and so my assumption is that if we make those cuts, I think it was like 3 and 7 and
yes, about 12 million, 10 million.
Right. So,
yeah.
So the idea is that we have agreed we're going to make those cuts, and they just carry over year over year. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Great. Thank you. And then on slide 36, you talked about fewer, better resource schools, and this is something that Director Hinton just touched on as well. And I feel like that's a really important concept, right? And I also heard someone in the conversation talk about wanting to make sure we've set aside funds that will, it was on slide 36, as I know, 36. You know, fewer, better resource schools with larger enrollment. We want to make sure we're paying all of our employees more. I will just say that I think it's unreasonable to think that our school district, with the funding we get from our state, is going to be paying a lot more. But I think like what I think educators should be paid is not what the state of California is currently valuing. But this fewer, better resource schools point is really important, because also if we're going to give salary adjustments, we need to have fewer, better resource schools. And I feel like this is where we're having a disconnect in some parts of this conversation. And so I'm just highlighting that because I think it's a really important concept, Superintendent, for you and your team to be thinking through. I know you are, but I just want to lift it up again. And then I am feeling a bit fuzzy around what will the central office do and how will it be reorganized? And, are you on slide 39 making a recommendation about one of these models? I love the fact that we're back to Don McAdams, because he has come up many times with these theories, and I think they could work for us. But I'm really interested in knowing, like, if you could start if you didn't have any of the contract restrictions, if you could just start from ground zero and build your ideal central office, what would it look like? And I don't know, I every time I ask this question, I'm told we don't have the luxury of doing that. But you've sort of started to do that already, because you have you have this whole section about this is what we have to do, right? And so then how do you get at the rest of that? How do you provide those supports? And one of the things that I'm really interested in is very early in the slide, it talked about these are things we would like to fund, and one of them was the 8-period day. And I actually want to rephrase that. It's an 8-block schedule in our high schools. They don't necessarily have 8 periods in a day. But with that 8-block schedule, like our Measure N Commission is telling the high schools that unless they move to an 8-block schedule, they won't get the Measure N funds. And I feel like we have to intervene with the Measure N Commission, because, well, maybe you can help me, Director Yee, because the way it's come back to me from my principals is they're telling us we have to move to the 8-block schedule or we won't get our Measure N funds. And if we're not going to fund that, then that's a catch-22.
It would be good to clarify, because I've heard you say that a couple of times, Director London.
Just as a clarify, is spending the entire year doing an action research project on what is the value and impact of the 8-period day on graduation rates. So it's the first time we've had that I know of, that we've had an internal quantitative and qualitative assessment of the investment and the relationship between the investment and impact. Because for a change, we have real impact. Now we have to analyze whether that impact is connected to the master schedule or not.
Right. So I would really like to advocate for an 8-block schedule. I think it actually makes a ton of sense, and I see it in a lot of other districts. And
well, we're not talking sense, we're talking about impact.
I get it. Anyway, my time is up, but those are some of my thoughts on this. I'm sure there's more to follow.
Director Torres, did you Did you want to go and then?
Well, I do
I'll
have
have
just
a
a couple
comment, and then
comments. I
we'll
don't
go to
want
public
to,
comment.
it's late. I want to hear the public. But I have reviewed some of the numbers with Mr. Christmas and when I stepped off. And so it appears that it's about 90 more that we have. And so when Director Yee was asking about this jump, it appears that it's 90. So hopefully you can get with him for the historical context since he's been here so long. But my other
90
question.
in terms of central. Can you
90 in
just-
terms of more central staff than.
90 out of the 405.
Yeah, that's correct.
Out of the
2014.
405, 90 are at central.
90 more employees, because there's a graph that he has that has the numbers and how it grew.
Specifically from 2013 to 2013-14 to 2017-18, 90 FTE in central office departments funded with unrestricted funds.
With unrestricted funds, that's correct. And then the other question, right, unrestricted.
So that gives us some kind of, that's really important because it gives us some kind of grounding
Yep.
about what we're talking about when we're talking about 200 employees. It also makes 120 employees, you know, like in the range, but it makes 200 sound, if it's apples to apples.
Well, and also in your presentation, so if we were taking the moderate approach, I think when you got to a slide about the different, the amounts of cuts in the departments, that was a slide for 30 million. So I didn't see the slide for 17 million. And one of the concerns I have, and various people reached out to me over the break, the last 4 or 5 days before we came back, and they were very deeply concerned. People in the district, work in the district in various capacities, from principal to teacher on special assignment. Why are we still not getting more detail? And of course, this is difficult because we don't know what the new governor is going to do, so we do have a shift, and apparently even we have some legislation pending where PERS and STIRS might get paid directly by the state in the future, and so that might alleviate us of the 2021 worries for the future. So hopefully that passes. But what I was going to say is, in regard to the numbers, I'm also concerned because I had a meeting with some folks yesterday that study our police department very carefully, and you listed a number as 2.7 in one of your slides for police officers and security officers, and our 2014-15 budget was 7.2 million. So I'm just wondering what's the integrity in that number, because I think it's closer to 6 million or 6.5 million. And I know that there's also payments from the schools for their SSOs, but where you got that 2.7, I would be very curious. So then that makes me wonder about the integrity of the rest of the numbers. Just it's one of your slides, 2.7 million for the police budget. And so I'm hoping I can get that from you offline, because a couple years ago it was 7.2. And now you're telling us 2.7. So just want to get clarity around that, because that's something that I want to look at as far as, do we need this large of a police department when the mayor says our crime is down 6 years in a row? And when I talk to my schools, once again, students, principals, teachers, if there's an incident and a teacher calls, like a barbecue Becky type situation on a student who's black male, typically, the police for the city come and the school district's police. So we're doubling resources. So I really think we have a bloated police department. We need to get the school to prison pipeline reduced. So that's why I'm really curious about the integrity of that number. That's all.
Okay. All right. So can we go back to the slide that we were in before? I think it was 14. 14 would be great. I just had I'll just high level comment. I do think it would be good for us to see a scenario, continue on the path. We've been talking about reductions of 30 million for next year. I think it would be good for us to continue on that path. We can always, if it's too drastic, scale back, but I would like to see scenarios of 30 million, and what I'm hearing is that it's the way that the impact is now, it's not realistic to just take it out of number 2. So I'd like to offer a couple suggestions. I'd like to see within the 98.6, if there's more flexibility we can be looking at for the specified central services to school sites, and better understanding, I don't believe, my reading does not hold that category harmless necessarily. So I'd like more detail around there, and for staff to be able to not to be able to look at that category for reduction. So it's not just substantial reductions out of 2. It's more both 2 and essential support services. Because actually my reading of 3150, it's not, because what I'm hearing is that we're targeting the core office and actually my reading is that we recognize that there are legal, HR, superintendent office, certain core services that need to happen for us to function as a district, and then and both recognizing that and then moving on to the different steps of then we have different central services, and then we're also, in the spirit of maximizing resources of school sites, sending out the rest of the dollars to schools. So I would like us to look closer at the central number 3 and see if that can spread it out more. I'd also be interested in, I mean, it looks like we have around close to $40 million in S&C dollars. I would like to better understand why we can't reallocate those to school sites, or at least a portion of those to school sites, and ensure that we're strengthening our infrastructure around accountability at the school sites to be meeting the goals. I know we are transitioning to differentiated assistance, but I do believe we should be exploring whether or not S&C dollars can be located directly at school sites, and we be holding in our school performance frameworks and our other accountability and continuous improvement mechanisms, holding schools and school teams accountable for eliminating the equity gaps at the school site. So I would like us to better understand how we can be reallocating the S&C. I also would like to understand just a couple, 3 other quick points is I think the increase in staffing numbers, Director Yee. I feel like a broken record. I talk about that a lot in fiscal vitality, just around the growth between 2013-14 and in 17-18. Understanding that was a low point in terms of funding, but we know that in addition to 400 more people in the system, which was down, I think the year before it was 563 or something. We have reduced from the height in I believe it was 16-17 was the height. But it's not only 400 more employees, but it's also, at that time, we gave a significant raise during that time, and we know that we didn't necessarily think about the sustainability. So I think it's important for us to think about that in context of when we're talking about what is going to be a very painful potential of layoffs at 100, when we're talking in the hundreds, it's a painful number, but also recognizing that 5 years ago, when we had an acting superintendent who's now here, we as a system had the same number of schools and 400 employees less. So I just think that that's just important for us to give context, because it just helps us, understand that we have been in this position before. I also, I have some concern, I raised this at the fiscal vitality meeting, around the investment number for the blueprint. It says $200,000. As we're thinking about redesigning the district, I just want to offer, if there's ways, I understand we don't have a lot of new dollars that we can offer for blueprint investments, but if there's also ways we can think about reassigning current staff to be able to manage some of that work. It's going to be an incredible heavy lift for both at the school site level and at across the system. So if we can think about some of the ways that we can maybe redesignate current positions to really focus on blueprint work at the schools, I just get concerned when I just know the undertaking that is going to be needed for resourcing, and $200,000 does not seem like sufficient, by any means sufficient funding. Lastly, the last thing I wanted to mention is the other recommendation in the resolution was around vetting with a multi-stakeholder group. So I'm just wondering if we could get a report back around plans for a multi-stakeholder group. And part of the reason why I ask is that we included students. I think it said student, parent, teacher, to be able to help vet some of the reductions. And as our student directors had said, I think they're feeling like there was not sufficient opportunity. So when I met with them, I was hesitant to commit to make commit to all their pledge offerings, but I made a commitment to at least, when a multi-stakeholder group was formed, to ensure that we're following through with making sure there's a student representative that is reviewing, at least doing an initial, providing feedback of the initial budget reduction. So is there any, is there any plan around the multi-stakeholder group review, or is there, because that is one of the bullet points. Is there a, not sure who to look for.
So that would be me. We have, I think, the idea of creating another group versus using all of the groups that we have and then figuring out how to better engage students is how we're thinking about taking that recommendation. Because there is the reality of finite of time and the reality of whatever is recommended and we decide we go with. There's a whole other vetting process now with the county and with FIGMAT before any of this is final. And so we just have clarification that really towards the end of January, Marcus must have all the data to back up any recommendation for the county and the state to say, we agree, because we've had the pattern in the past of making recommendations and not following through. So we're really looking at how to take the recommendation around the multi-stakeholder group and realistically funnel it through staff capacity and time constraints. So we're thinking about, well, how can we better utilize some of the structures that exist versus creating a whole new multi-stakeholder
I'm not sure it had to,
structure.
and maybe Director Harris could speak to this. I know this was part of his recommendation, but I think for me, the importance of a multi-stakeholder group was that we were seeing different recommendations that were in tension. If a principal recommended it versus a teacher versus a parent and student, I don't want to say versus, but sometimes that was, recommendations were in tension, and so the idea of a multi-stakeholder group, and I did not envision it as an ongoing group. I'm not sure if Director Harris did, but I think that the idea is that at least we're creating a venue where there's multiple stakeholders that have different perspectives, could be able to provide input and understand each other's perspectives and some of the tensions that we face as we have to make some of these decisions. Did you want to add anything to Director Harris?
I think that's fair, the way you just described it.
I think what I was saying was that I thought we were envisioning it as like at least an opportunity for them to do it together versus in different venues. The challenge with different venues is that they're just understanding and talking from the perspective of a parent or a student or
that the group
teacher
would be together.
Yeah.
Well, that's the understanding that I had. Were we talking about doing it differently?
I feel like I would prefer if we can talk about this. I want to get back to like the clarity we need, which is the recommendation, and then I feel like those are discussions that we can continue to have later.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to go to public comment now. Sorry for that little tangent. Well, let's see if Mr. Battle has a few comments, and then let's go to public comment, and then we are going to have to extend our meeting. Then we were going to need to go through a whip around some direction, and I can repeat my offering, but other folks can also
and one before Marcus continues, I do want to call Sandra up because this whole piece around supplemental and concentration has come up before, which is why can't we just obliterate, if you will, what we're giving centrally for S&C and actually just completely decentralize that and put that into schools. Technically, we can do that. I'm going to have Sandra talk about some of the impact as well as the cost. There is a cost when you decentralize it to ensuring that you have enough staffing to provide the oversight of those funds because they're unrestricted, but they're restricted to those specific subgroups. And given where we are now with differentiated assistance, if those funds aren't used appropriately in school sites, then we run the risk of other sanctions. So there is a cost associated with accountability. So I'll have Sandra talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, and I actually was going to make some comments on S&C, and I'm going to let Sandra. But Amy, just in terms of the budget reduction process that we are going through, the S&C and looking at that is probably more of a budget allocation discussion when we get to budget allocation and how we want to prioritize resources.
Yes, reallocation. I think it's important though in terms of the impact at school sites, because if you are looking more expansively around where the $30 million reduction comes from, if we are reallocating resources, S&C resources that was essentially held but is now being reallocated directly at school sites, the impact could be felt to minimize. I know that in terms of dollar-wise, it's just moving one thing from one place to another, but I'm talking about how school sites feel the reductions and cuts.
Okay.
Good evening, Sandra Aguilera. I'm the Deputy Chief of Continuous School Improvement. So just wanted to take the opportunity to provide a few insights as to the discussion for supplemental. And I know we say S&C because it just rolls off the tongue, but actually in central office, we only maintain supplemental. We do not maintain concentration funds because that is what is supposed to go out to school sites. So I just want to make that clarification when we're talking about our funding sources. So while I agree that school sites should receive as much funding as reasonable, I do want to stress that we still need to direct some funding centrally to implement specific academic and conditions for student learning strategies. So one item that I feel we lose sometimes in our conversation around budget is the academic improvements that we still must be implementing. I'm not sure if the board is aware that we are now considered Tier 3 in differentiated assistance, which is the highest tier in this system in terms of intervention. So that means that the county will have much more oversight on our academic program. We don't know yet exactly what that entails. We are in conversation with the county to understand that some more. But it does usually mean that there are more mandates to school programs. It does not necessarily mean that the best practice is to flex all the funding and send it to school sites, because there are some items that we will need to do centrally in order to make those improvements to the academic program. So when we think about the items that are funded by the central office using supplemental funds, both in categories 2 and 3, if we flex those dollars, it doesn't necessarily mean the school will do the same investments that we are investing in. So an example is counselors. We do invest in more counselors, so that way the ratios are less than what is mandated by the contract. So that is, although it's specified as being a central office expenditure, that does go to the school sites. It's not like we're holding counselors back from our school sites. And that does allow us to make a reduction from the 700 to 1 to less than 500 to 1. So that is an investment that we are making, but that doesn't mean the school sites will automatically make that sort of investment. I don't want to go through all of these examples, but I do want to say, that we do fund the certain positions within the linked learning office. We do fund school security officers at school sites. We do fund special education teacher coaches. We do fund restorative justice. Certain schools receive more of an investment to implement restorative practices. We do have coordinators at our school sites that are aligned to the network to make those, to help schools figure out the improvements that they should be implementing. I wanted to just name one example. So we do talk a lot about the PAC survey, and I have the pleasure of working a lot with the PAC. They're one of my favorite leadership groups to work with. And
could you just define that acronym?
The Principal Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
And so you saw some of the links there in the survey data. We had a discussion about what does it look like to go all in on early literacy. And so when we talked about the trade-offs, it was really interesting just with that conversation that emerged, and who would stand behind that and who would not. There was a comment of like, don't you dare take my STEM coordinator away from me, because I actually really value that sort of guidance. And then others were saying, I'm willing to give that up, but then I want more of this type of position like a literacy coordinator. So it is just, trying to lend the complexities that are there within this conversation, even with the survey data that you've seen. So I think there's also a misconception of that when you decentralize some of these academic interventions that you can just eliminate a central office. You actually need more oversight when you have a decentralized program, because you need more people to go out and know what's happening at individual specific schools. So I do want to just kind of offer that as one way of thinking about this as well. There is also the point around we are, in fact, pushing out more money to school sites. So something that wasn't mentioned here is that although we did, suggest the decrease in discretionary funding, we actually increased the Title I funding. And the way that we did that is we took a central portion of that funding, which is funding the instructional teacher leaders, and we decided to flex that money and send that to school sites to try to mitigate the impact of the decrease of the discretionary dollars. So, of course, my opinion of that is that that was like a major strategy for academic program. And so we will find other means to make those same interventions to provide guidance to school sites, but that was a major investment that we made and a major strategy that we were saying would improve the academic program. Another item that we did flex is the Measure G Library Fund. And so, again, you have the same conversation happening with our principals. Some are excited. They're ecstatic. I was getting text messages, thank you so much for flexing this funding and sending it directly to us. And others that benefited from the funds because you were investing in fewer sites are upset that it's not the same investment. So it's that toggle between the different opinions out there in our principal world. I think also, and I'll probably just kind of end on a couple more points, is that there's an assumption that if you provide more money to schools, that they will just know what to do with that money. And I don't believe that that is true. I have seen in the past that certain school sites, I would say, yes, 100%, give them more money. We're still going to monitor them because that's part of our responsibility and what we have to report out for the state and federal in terms of our reporting. But there are some school sites that haven't yet, even with the increased funding, made those increases for our students. And so I think, I always appreciate Director Harris bringing up the defined autonomies, because I think that is the direction that we should be going in terms of this conversation. It isn't give all funding to school sites and then they will just know what to do with the funding. I think the last point is we have the opportunity to learn from other districts, and we have neighboring partnerships in our state. And these collaboratives that we have participated in, when they're featured, so Long Beach, Garden Grove, Santa Ana, they are districts that are making improvements for their students. And when we've examined what they're doing to steal some of their practices, we also have a large discussion around their funding sources. And something that I'm realizing with all of those districts is that they are holding all of the supplemental funds centrally. They don't release any funds out to school sites. So they are able to provide schools with this layer of support that's universal. And a lot of times when our principals travel to different places and hear about these different practices that are being implemented, they're so excited about them. But there are trade-offs to that. They wouldn't have as much of the discretionary or the funding directly provided to them at their school sites. I'm not saying that we should become this completely centralized district, but I am saying that we should be working more closely towards the best practices that other districts are implementing. And I believe that we can also be doing that by meeting in the middle with the defined autonomies work. So I hope that's provided some insight into the supplemental conversation and, what would it look like to completely flex those funds. And I'm always willing to have further conversations about this. So thank you.
Thank you. So let's take public comment now, and then we'll come back for a round with the board. Actually, before we do that, is there a motion to extend this? You can start coming up, but is there a motion to extend the meeting?
Yes, I'll move that we extend the meeting to 12:30.
Second.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nita Barapavong. I'm a parent from District 2. This is my first board meeting. I did attend the last fiscal vitality meeting to learn about what's going on with OUSD. My daughter is a kindergartner, so it's like my first year in OUSD. A couple of points. One, just going off of what the associate superintendent said, I think it's a little unfair that the school sites don't have an advocate here. I know we're presenting these budget reductions, and there's $3 million that is being proposed from the school sites, and I hear a lot of back and forth about the central office, you know, what's the justification there. And so as a parent, I'd like to also hear from the school sites directly at these discussions. So that was a tangent. I fully am behind the fiscal solvency as a foundation before we do anything, because that's going to set us up for longevity and set us up for success. What I would implore the board and the administration, Oakland, or the OEA, is to flex on all of your demands. I've heard that we need to have $30 million in cuts. We need to have a 3% reserve. The teachers want a 12% raise, and everyone is standing firm. And I hear a lot of adversity and not a lot of collaboration. And so as a parent, it really concerns me, because who's going to suffer this semester are the students if the teachers go on strike. And so if everyone could just give a little and continue to work towards something more amenable for 2021, et cetera. And this presentation, it sounds like the sky is falling, but if we could have more specificity in all these different areas, I think there could be more collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Nima Tahai, a former OUSD principal and currently work with staff with Go Public Schools. Happy New Year. Welcome back to the board, Dr. Yi. GO's advocacy, as you all are thinking about these important decisions through the end of this month, really focuses on 3 areas that I want to share. One is prioritizing funding to school sites. It was actually really helpful to hear Dr. Aguilera share about some of the additional funding that is going to school sites. But as someone who has attended all of the fiscal meetings, it seemed like the number 3 million in terms of cuts from school sites got locked in pretty early, and there hasn't really been much rationale for why 3 million. So asking for some more clarity about why that number. The second area of advocacy is around strategic central office cuts versus a percentage approach, not really thinking about which of the 3 scenarios. The concern is that all 3 scenarios take a 20% from the SOUP department, 40% from academics, 40% from operations. And I think what's really missing there is some sort of looking at return on investment, or looking at what is the most strategic area to cut. What if it is that there's a lot of things that are happening in a certain department that we don't want to cut at all? Are we putting ourselves in a position where everyone's going to be cut a little bit? And as a result, we just have an ineffective central office where people are saying, I just don't have the staff I need to do what I need to, rather than saying we are just going to stop doing some things but try to maintain other things as well as possible. As someone who's been to all the fiscal meetings, it's been hard for me to actually follow to what degree the cuts are going to be strategic versus following a certain formula of percentage that has not had much rationale presented. The last thing kind of builds on that idea, which is around academic return on investment. Last fall, I worked with about 18 principals to study best practices in district level budgeting. This board passed a resolution to set the intent of following GFOA practices. Academic return on investment is a key part of that, which basically says whatever dollar you're spending, you're setting goals for, you're measuring the impact, and you're coming back during these difficult times and doing some comparisons and saying, we have to make cuts, what's having the greatest impact for students.
Thank you.
Lastly, I'll say I don't envy the difficult decisions you have to make, and know that there are folks in the community really behind you and supporting you to make these cuts in the smartest way possible.
Thank you.
Ishmael Menderes, First Vice President of OEA. I'm just going to keep it short. Listening and looking at this presentation, I don't see a path forward. So one of the proposals in here was a 5%, and that has gotten us to the place where we're at now. And so this doesn't create a path forward for us to negotiate, to settle a contract. The second thing I want to just point out is that we are starting to have collective conversations that we are not going to settle a contract on the backs of Black and brown students. And so trying to settle a contract by cutting schools and closing schools is just not going to be acceptable to us. Thank you.
I'm Leslie Tavernier, new Director of Budget Development, and here's a portion of what the Budget Department does. Our financial analysts and I monitor 331 budgets, including sites, departments, resources, measures, and funds. Monitoring the budgets allows schools to plan for student success while assuring expenses are covered. The analysts consult with principals on financial aspects of proposed projects for the students and train new employees on escape, reports, budget transfers, et cetera, et cetera. Our department gathers data required for grant applications. Our analysts use their expertise and knowledge of the California School Accounting Manual, Government Accounting Standards Board, and more to advise principals how to get the most benefit to the students out of the funding they receive while staying in compliance. We prepare the financial interim reports, which tell the county and the state what our financial status is. Remember, this is just a portion of what we do. Budgeting supports each student, each school, and each department effectively, and we are moving towards OUSD becoming financially secure and stable. Thank you.
Mike Hutchinson, thank you for changing the agenda so these meetings go so quickly now. We appreciate that. The link for this item has been taken down. It was working as recently as yesterday. Cannot access the link to this. So if we don't have a handout, nobody has a copy of this and nobody watching at home does. Why are we even discussing this now when it was mentioned that the governor's budget comes out in a couple of days? That's going to set the numbers where we even can have a discussion about next year's budget. Otherwise, we're just talking about made-up numbers. But we can't wait a couple of days to even know those numbers for real. I heard mentioned by Director Torres that there is an effort to create state legislation so we won't have to pick up more of the PERS and STIRS payments. That seems like a good use of our lobbying in Sacramento, and that would be a solution where we don't have to make these cuts, is we get the state law changed so we don't have to do that, because you've been telling us now for a year that that's what's driving these budget cuts is a projected deficit 2 years from now. So why don't we work on changing that instead of cutting all this money now? Why, again, are we cutting $3 million from our school sites? And the page in this report shows that that means that for high school students, that's $100 per pupil in cuts. Down to elementary students, $58 per pupil. And it says very clearly in there that that is across the board every pupil in Oakland, which means there is no equity formula. That means the cuts at Thornhill are going to be the same as the cuts at Markham. That's not equity. Couple of facts. Since LCFF, in the last 4 years, state funding to OUSD is up by over $120 million. And the legislative office in Sacramento stated that under LCFF, state funding to OUSD has gone up 47%. So why has per pupil spending gone down all 4 of those years? And this plan will send it down even farther. And when we're not having a discussion about real numbers because we don't know it, and we're still pushing this through now when it doesn't have to be pushed through, the question is why? I appreciate Superintendent Johnson-Turmel that you and your staff made a presentation that made it clear that we can barely afford to make $17 million in cuts, and that $30 million in cuts would devastate our district. I don't even want to use the word. I'm really upset that our school board wouldn't even take the recommendation of the superintendent that you were proud to hire and are pushing to double the amount of cuts than even the district staff is recommending. So who's really running this and who's really in charge? Because the numbers don't add up. Even if we get more money, you approved under LCFF that less money goes to our students. And lastly, let's be clear, that $36 million that was listed as a future investment is a possibility to maybe put that money in that place. There has been no money set aside for a new teacher's contract at all, and that's an important fact that you shouldn't equivocate on.
Madam President, The presentation made by Mr. Battle is active on the website, has been active since last Sunday, and we have checked several times tonight. It's active.
Love Life. Love Life. Just for clarity, no matter what you do in terms of yes, we needed that. No matter what you do in terms of reductions, you're still going to be required to meet academic mandates by the state, and that's a dire disservice to children that they have to be under that. I think, Ms. Jamoki, when you made the statement, Ms. Jamoki, about the dinners of the program that would serve dinners to the children and the need to look at waste. And I thought that was very important, and not just in terms of that, but where waste is going on, to identify it so that those cuts can be made. And then we have resource hoarders at schools, supplies, and to identify where we have supplies and to take them and redistribute them. The concept of volunteerism, where people can come into the classroom and help facilitate academic growth through the volunteer process. The idea that we have cuts to libraries, but libraries are getting rid of millions and millions of books and throughout this country, and you can get books through that. And this is just a lot of little bitty stuff that can make up for the losses that we're going to probably have to deal with. But the biggest thing is, it's very unfortunate that we're not able to do a performance audit, a fiscal audit of everything to say we can cut this because it's not working. Or we can eliminate this because it's not functional, it doesn't serve the purpose that it needs to. And we're not able to do that.
Thank you.
Every year, I got 3 children in this school system. My oldest daughter, she's 19 years old. She goes to the Call Adult program. You see my other children here. I've been in this school district for 18 years. In 18 years, all they do is cut, and take from the kids. You're going to take $58 per kid from elementary students. You're going to sit up and take $75 per kid from middle school students, $100 per kid from high school students. Why do you keep taking from our children? Why do you keep taking, and you sit up here and look all dignified and sanctified. You the person that's doing this. Do you
Mr.
have
Hunt,
kids in this district?
No.
Do you?
We're not doing personal.
Don't tell me what to do.
That's part
your
of our
damn
meeting.
problem.
That's our
Don't tell me what to
meeting norms.
do. I'm a taxpayer. Don't give me your condescending bullshit smile either.
We say in our meeting norms that we're not doing personal attacks, so.
That's your norm. I'm running off of my norm. These are my tax dollars. I'm a business owner for 24 years in the city of Oakland. I'm a homeowner in the city of Oakland for 24 years. These are my dollars you talking about. Why are you taking from my kids? Do you have kids in this district? Do you?
This is not a dialogue. We don't.
Evidently you don't. Stop taking from our kids. No, it ain't inappropriate. It's not inappropriate. Somebody needs to stand up and let you guys know how we really feel.
Is there any other speakers on this item?
Not inappropriate. What you're doing is inappropriate.
I know y'all don't like the way the brother is responding to y'all, but y'all know this is coming. We've had this conversation many, many times. I miss y'all. Happy New Year. Good to see everybody. Gary, good to see you back. I had deja vu.
Like,
Can you,
wow, man.
can you, for the public's benefit, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Claude Crudup. I would like to consider myself an acquaintance, maybe even a friend of most of the people sitting up on the dais. I have two young boys in the school district, one at Skyline and one at Redwood Heights. I'm not going to take up a lot of time. I just popped in tonight, and surprisingly enough, this was the issue on the table, which is an issue that I've had a lot of dialogue with this board about. I would like to ask, because I wasn't here for then, exactly how much came away from school sites this year? Someone told me tonight it was something like 6.7 million. Is that right? How much money can anybody tell me how much money came away from school sites in this year's budget already? Because you guys were making cuts last year. So, and the year before that? Yeah, so does anybody know? Somebody told me like 6.7 million last year in this year's current year. So if you can get that number out to people, it would be really, I'd appreciate it. Because now you're talking about taking another $3 million away from school sites, and we just took a chunk of money, an even larger chunk of money, I believe, away from school sites. So we need to start realizing that these are compounding effects over time, right? And we have to put a stop to this. We all know FICMAT gave us a pretty clear outline for things that needed to be done. So I hope you guys are following some of that plan, and I do hope things are getting better. Hey, good luck this year and next year. I won't see you guys for a while.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alan Purcell. I'm a parent of a student at Emerson Elementary, and I'll try to be even briefer. I have 2 points. I'm the chairman of our SSC, and one of our goals is to zero out our budget every year. And I understand why the district doesn't do this. If you're cutting $30 million, you're not cutting $30 million to put it somewhere else. You're cutting $30 million. If you zero out your district's budget, then why would 1840 give you money if you're showing zero? 2, according to the handout that we don't have, and I've hit refresh on my phone several times, I haven't installed another browser, but the final savings from the school site closures will be $2.1 million, which is less than 2% of your operating budget, or around 2.4% of your operating budget. So how is that supposed to be a significant savings?
All right, let's go back around. So like we said, it would be helpful for staff to have some specific direction. And I guess I would ask around, just in terms of the recommendation, clarifying around the scenarios of the recommendation, because in the first read of it, it appears that the recommendation is 17 million in terms of the recommendation for the reductions next year. In subsequent conversations I had with staff, there was some clarity around that the recommendation was 17 million because there was a feeling that that was based off of the resolutions that were on the table. But that if the board wanted to the staff to continue to look at 30 million, but was willing to expand some of the criteria, that would be possible in terms of scenario. But the challenge is that the narrow definition right now is what's making it a challenge. Is that, Mr. Battle or Superintendent, is that reflective of some of the conversations that I've heard? Superintendent Johnson-Schmel, could you maybe expand your thought? Because I think it is confusing, because it makes it seem that the staffing recommendation is 17.1, whereas from my understanding it was that that was what staff felt was possible given the parameters of the resolution, not necessarily that if the parameters were expanded, that there was some feeling that their scenarios could be come up with.
I think it's twofold. So one, I think one point of clarification is what is the target that you want staff to hit in terms of further iteration. That's one. And then two is if we are expanding where we go to look for further reductions, I think it's important to be transparent that it does either directly or indirectly bleed into 3 and 4. So giving specific examples, when we start getting into cutting certain positions, let's just say SSOs, we eliminate SSOs. Not saying we would, just hypothetically. Well, if sites are kicking in a portion of that and we eliminate whatever we're contributing and a site can no longer afford that particular investment, that becomes a direct hit to sites. So what I'm hearing is the authority to look a bit broader, but I think it's just important for the board to know and for the public to know that that would increase the impact in categories 3 and 4. And I'm a big proponent in being transparent and honest. The hope is when we come back, we would be figuring in whatever is coming from the state. And, you know, I agree with some of the comments. You know, we can't wait until the governor's budget is set to get started with this, because as you can see the complexity, we need to get started early. So in the next iteration, hopefully, you know, we don't have to make such drastic reductions because there's other money that will be coming. But we don't know what that is, one. We don't know what money is going to be one time just for 1 year versus what's going to be ongoing. These are all big question marks. So my big point is just saying, as we start looking for areas out of bucket 2, it does either directly or indirectly increase impacts in areas 3 and 4.
Director Harris, do you want to?
Yeah, we do whip around.
We're going to do whip around.
I agree with your description. Just to keep it succinct, I think the way you captured it is right. The one thing I will say, and so using these as a parameter, looking at the other categories is necessary. I said this at the meeting. I said this just now to Director Yee at the special committee fiscal vitality meeting. I said, and I just said to Director Yee, folks, we cannot afford, according to the math of the situation, we cannot afford the community schools program that was sold to Oakland 8, 9, 10 years ago. We cannot afford this program. So in what world do you receive $100 million more and you still show up saying, well, if we just had another $100 million, we could run the program? In Oakland, that means we cannot afford the program. And so we have to start to square ourselves with the reality that as a community, we have promised ourselves things over 5, 10, 15 years that in reality we cannot sustain. So we have to square ourselves with that. So when you're looking at these other buckets, what you're going to be looking at are things that we have grown comfortable with. SSOs. What we said in the meeting was, why do we continually have a district that's filled with black, brown, and Asian students, predominantly people standing around posing as police officers? I'm not disparaging them. Is there a better way that we could show love and community to students by repurposing the position of an SSO? So it's not just going back and saying we're cutting SSOs. What do we do to change the orientation SSOs have to both principals and the school community? We look at community school managers, STEM coordinators, RJ coordinators. Listen, I understand the value, but we cannot afford to sacrifice math and science for restorative justice. It has to be done by the practitioner, by the math teacher, by the counselor. So what we're asking for is not an exploration and another percentage cut across the board, but some imagination that comes with, well, we're talking about reducing 119 people. How do we actually come at this a little bit differently? So I think that's what President Ng is asking for. You have to open this up. And then you have to leave to the board the responsibility to make the reduction. We can't be afraid to show community the impact of what it means to make a reduction. We actually have to put it out there, make it plain, and then it's up to the board to say, yeah, this is too much. Maybe we need to find a different way. We can't do that much. And then we have to make a final decision. But without accurate numbers, clarity on the numbers, clarity on the impact, That is to say, if we're reducing by 119, we can't just say, well, we don't know how this is going to impact. We have to know. And so if you have problems finding out how it's going to work, then that has to be what's communicated. So, I think I started off by saying what President Ng laid out, I think, are the right things. So I would agree with those. I won't complicate it.
But just to clarify, I was suggesting we went with scenario C in terms of the aggressive, which is 200 FTE, not 119.
And I'm using 119 for example purposes only. That's why I directed it back to you, because that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we're going to do it. But I did want to make plain that we have promised to this city a number of things in terms of community schools that we have been absolutely unable to deliver upon. I want folks to reflect on that and say, well, we've been trying this for 10 years. Maybe we need to modify our thinking about the way that we're considering these things. So that's the last thing I'm going to say on this topic.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Yee?
Thank you. A couple of three things. First, I really appreciate the 90 number, and I think that helps a little to figure out, what we're talking about in terms of scale. But the second thing that raises is what happened to the other 315. So the other 315, if they're not in the central office, they have to be at the sites. And so I'm looking at the $3 million cuts that you put to the sites. I'm assuming that that's roughly something like 30 or 40 staff persons. Okay, so that takes a few off there. So that leaves us about another 250 that are at the sites that are doing something. So what I'm saying is that using that kind of a metric is helpful, I think, to us as board members to get some idea of the scale. I love the clarity of the various points that are being raised, like the raising of the revenue with smaller and better schools that you've prioritized. That's in the FICMAD report, as one of the speakers said, and that's one of the revenue generators. But the revenue is not likely to be generated in the next 3 years. That revenue stream is something we could plan for now, but it's going to not deliver until another 3 years out there. So I totally respect that. As you all know, I was one of the biggest proponents of full-service community schools, and we were funded by philanthropy to do that. So the numbers we had were the unrestricted general purpose. Those were all restricted philanthropic monies that funded community schools, that funded restorative justice, that funded the African American Male Achievement Program. Those were all off the books. Those are now positions that we are paying for, as I understand it, in large part through our general purpose funds. Now, I could be wrong on that. Maybe that's not the case. But my assumption is the general budget has absorbed that. If it has, we do have to look, and I think that's one of the urgent requests is that we take on and actually do what Director Harris says, and maybe we can't deliver on the promise of a full-service community school, even though it decreased suspension rates, it decreased dropout rates, it decreased conflict in the schools. There's many things about it that were positive, but if we're expecting the reductions in the central office, these responsibilities have to be picked up in the classroom by the teacher. That gets back to Dr. Aguilera's point. You need a central office to be sure that's actually happening, because we can't be negotiating contracts with our folks without expecting those responsibilities to be taken on if in fact we're taking that money out of our central office budget. So just a couple of other quick things. I really appreciate that withdrawing the hold harmless stuff. I think I would request that the superintendent look at as much of the budget as she feels comfortable with. And even though if it gores some of our pet project, you need to be able to tell us, we just can't do even if it's something like linked learning. If linked learning is impacting the general budget in ways that you don't think are academically returning on the investment, I hope that you'll tell me. I'm pretty confident it won't happen, but I have to bear that responsibility with everybody else. And finally, I wanted to just ask if all these numbers around the cuts are assuming optimistic or conservative enrollment numbers, because that's the magic, that's the unknown for us. And I'm thinking, you know, somebody mentioned this earlier. Let's assume we have a strike. Let's assume the strike changes people's determination of where kids are going to go to school in 1920. Let's assume we have some impact on it. Are these enrollment numbers sufficiently conservative that we won't be at the 20-day period, you know, running around? This goes back to Mr. Wilson's, you know, earlier proposal for the contract to eliminate that juggling around, because the juggling around is not just a district school to a charter, it's a district school to a district school. So, you know, this parent may be holding 3 positions in Allendale because she's hoping to get her 3 kids into Redwood Heights. And so, you know, we don't know what's going on in those systems unless we have real clarity about whether we're filling our classrooms fully. So that gets me back, all the way back around to the 300 some positions that we are up from 2013-14. And I wonder if Mr. Christmas or Mr. Battle, if you could tell me, are those site positions or are they somewhere else? So there's site
he said
positions
they're at the sites. Yeah.
with either the same number or a slightly different, slightly lower enrollment. We have 300 more teachers.
No, you have more nurses, you have more.
Well, I mean
counselors, you have
staff.
more
I'm talking about
storage.
site staff. We have 300 more site staff
Yep.
now than we had in 2013-14. Is that the case?
Yep.
The answer is yes and no. As you know, Director Yee, we've changed over the period of time what positions are classified in school budgets versus in central budgets. So if I look at the numbers are showing all 300 of those positions, that growth is in K-12 schools. And the reason I say K-12 schools is we're talking general fund only. We're not talking early childhood. We're not talking food service.
Yeah.
We're only talking that. But that's where they are, K-12 schools.
Okay, so, I mean, I think that's the challenge for us, around 30-15 or whatever the thing is, the 88-12 and all the rest of that. Are we actually overstaffing our schools?
So we have to move on, Director Yee. Director Hidden Hodge.
What?
So we've said at least, I don't know, I've repeated the full service community school, Director Harris said the full service community school piece. Nana is the one who did a very clear report around what the numbers need to look like in order for us to have full service community schools. They actually lay out the number of students that McClymonds High School needs to have to be able to be a self-sufficient full-service community school. There's a number, there's a dollar amount, it's known. I think that report was done over a year ago. I think that we can generate immediate revenue. I think that we have a 7-Eleven committee that is like ready, that we should be designing it now. And it's about 6 months out, but I don't think 3 years. I would probably give ourselves like a year and a half if we were actually efficient. And then we have the first run of a process to look at 24 schools. Like, what would it look like to right size, right? And we know that map is kind of not right? Like the East, you're supposed to close one high school, you know, crazy, right? That like, we got to figure that out. So we don't know exactly what that 24 number represents, or maybe it's 22, maybe it's 18. I believe.
So could I just interject?
Yeah.
That 24 does not represent the number of schools that we're closing in a particular area.
That's right. And I hope that I did not say that. We have data and information that talks about 24 schools that we would be reducing ourselves by in order to right-size our district, to know this is the right number of seats, this is the right location, et cetera, right? There's a formula that we've designed, that you all designed, to help us do that, right? So I'm raising that again, and that my original point was around, we have a lot of data, we have a lot of information, and I think my question to you, Superintendent, and almost a request for us as a board to back up a little bit, because I wonder what it looks like for you and your team to take all these bits and pieces. Like, I just wonder what that process looks like. And I don't know if it's the weaving, I don't know if it's a puzzle, I don't know what the right analogy is, because we have lots of pieces and components that could actually allow us, I think, to put the right resources towards the students that are needed. I am not here to save adults. I just need to be really, really clear. I'm not here to save adults. I'm here to support young people, and so we've got to be really clear about the fact that there are going to be adults that are going to potentially be laid off. So that the next bit of information that I'm going to need is there's going to be March 15th letters, and there's going to be a projection around. And what we've done some years is we did way too much and like scared the bejeebies out of people. And then other years we were in a crisis, in a recession, and we never laid off anyone. And I don't believe that we can afford to behave that way anymore. And so again, hoping that we might step back, that we're not 7 superintendents, we're 7 board members, and allow this team to kind of take all of their data and start weaving that and presenting that to us in a certain kind of way. And again, this is just my push on us always to be not on the slippery slope of directing and being so far into the weeds that we are actually getting in the way of some of these things. And because I think that what we need to be doing is we need to be stepping back and figuring out whether or not we're going to be courageous enough, 4 of us at least, to kind of say this is what it takes to set the district on foot, right? Like, on foot. The last thing in my 7 seconds is there are some dynamics that show up, again, another layer, dynamics that show up around, and we call it equity, and it's very vague to me, but there are like racial dynamics, and there are issues around how we are going to do this work in a way that, again, some children that are typically underserved are not more and more underserved, right? So there's a way in which, again, it's like this idea of, I'm saying close schools, right? I'm bold, I'm like, y'all do this kind of thing, but I know that there's going to be still a conversation and a layer around, and did you just close a school for a black child, and did you just traumatize a black child for the 3rd time and send them to a program that isn't even efficient? So I want to own that, and I'm going to, again, try to be in my governance space around that conversation, which, again, is, I guess, my point around it is complicated, it is complex, and children are really the ones at the center of this. And so, I don't need all the information that I'm not as smart as they are, so I just need to have some real simple ability to process all the wonderful data that you've already given me, and then suggest to my colleagues that we be a little bit bolder in doing our governance work.
Director Gonzalez I think she's online.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, President. So basically, I wanted to start by agreeing with what Director Harris was saying around I want to see a scenario that shows what $30 million would look like. We may not choose to do all that, but we need to actually see what that would look like, because I do believe that's what it's going to take for us to be able to provide the kind of raise that will allow us to avert a strike, hopefully. And then I also just wanted to weigh in on the piece of Director Yee was sharing about, the number of positions that have been added at sites. To me, knowing that we're still way out of line on our administrative spend compared to other districts, that's just, it has to be remedied, and it is going to be painful, but to me, it's like there's a moral problem there that of how out of whack we are on our administrative spending, and how that really does rob from our students. That's how I see it. And so I think it is going to be painful, and it is going to be a huge adjustment, but it has to be done because there's a moral imperative that we got to deal with. And then just wanting to reiterate, there are complications around how we use our supplemental and concentration dollars, but I believe that they can be worked out with our with Karen Monroe and the County Office of Education. I think there's a way to do it to make sure that we are directing them to the students that are most high need students. But we can't just allow things that are hard to prevent us from doing the things that are necessary, which is kind of what I think we've been doing for most of our district's history. So I want to see a scenario that shows what $30 million would look like and what that would mean for our district. I want to see us to be more in line with what other districts, comparable districts, are spending on administrators. I don't want to see across-the-board cuts. I want to see some real equity. You know, I don't want to see Thornhill and Markham experiencing the same level of cuts, because Thornhill is a different school community with a different ability to absorb cuts. And then, again, I just said this earlier, but staff need to justify why cuts to schools are necessary, because I haven't seen any kind of justification in terms of the numbers yet. So those are my main comments, and I hope that we're going to be getting a lot more details the next time we're having this conversation, because I feel like I've been seeing the same presentation for 2 or 3 months now. It's not acceptable. We have to actually get into some real details about so that we can really weigh trade-offs as a board.
All right. Is there any other, Director Torres in London, and then I can.
So briefly, I would agree with what Director Gonzalez just said. This report is a recycled report. We need to have more detail, and in particular, isn't it possible that cuts of people based on performance is also what's in the real world instead of in being in make-believe? I think that should be part of this process, which would probably get to the issues of how particular students who are the most vulnerable also are affected. And so I think that with the right sizing of a district and the potential consolidation of schools being, from Manzanita potentially being with Fruitvale, for instance, is one of the things that's been rumored, and painful that it's just a rumor and then people feel it's truth and then it's probably going to happen. It should have just been said instead of playing games. And so how does that affect reduction of the workforce when core services are going to have to serve less schools? So it's a lot of work, I realize, but if you're anticipating even 20 less schools, then where do we need those less number of employees? But to see, that it might be human resources or payroll is difficult when I have principals telling me they have teachers that haven't been paid since August. Not to get paid since August, I don't know how landlords are doing it, that they're not getting their rent since August because our district doesn't have their act together. So we have to be really careful if payroll is part of it. These are not departments that can actually do the work now. So I'm concerned about that. But even looking at this, first level of legally obligated expenses, why do we have to have $5.5 million in audits as opposed to doing our work correctly to not have $5.5 million in audits? I think Antoine Wilson used to tout that he got us current with audits, which he did, and then our reduction of the amount of millions we were being forced to pay, I thought we were down a couple million. So now I'm seeing 5.5 million, and again, I want to know where's the integrity in these numbers. Routine maintenance is an interesting one. When I go to schools for 6 years, I haven't seen a single change at bathrooms and things that are 60 degrees in the winter, and in the summer, I'm reading in a school because it's Latino Reading Month or Black History Month, and it's freezing, or in the May, it was 117 degrees when I read at Global Family. 117 degrees, and the cameraman was taking pictures, and all the children were just sweating, and I thought, there's no repair and maintenance unless there's going to be fancy people showing up, like the superintendent or the mayor. So that first no reductions, that seems to have no integrity. Then in number 3, it says no reductions. But why can't we cut police? Why can't we stop the prison pipeline? Why can't we get that out? Because there is a problem with our black girls and boys and the over-policing of our kids, and especially where it concerns race issues and white privilege of certain people in our schools.
calling the police on these children, overly calling the police.
Director
So
Torres, do you have
I am concerned
specific
about
input
Well,
about-
that's what I'm saying.
because-
No reductions to police, really? So I'm just saying that this particular slide and the lack of work on this budget, when last year we were talking about 250 people and we're still not getting into the fine detail of where this might be, is really pathetic. And so that's all I'm saying. But to say we're not going to have reduction to police, why is that an untouchable topic? So we have police. They're called the Oakland City Police.
Director London.
So I want to come back to a point that the budget director made, that our central office staff is monitoring 331 budgets. And she left because I would really like Superintendent or Mr. Battle, could we get a little more detail on what are is that 331, that includes school sites, I assume, and then departments, right? But anyway, if you could just get back to us, because that's part of the reason that we want to manage fewer schools, because there's this administrative carrying cost. And then I think it's really interesting that a lot of you who've spoken already have talked about we might have to eliminate the community schools model, but something I thought I heard from Dr. Aguilera was maybe we should be looking at this school-based autonomy model and having a more centralized system. If I heard her correctly, and I'd like to have an opportunity in the future to probe this a little more, she might have been saying that if you had a more centralized system, you might get some of the results that these other districts are seeing that are very promising for students. And I would also be interested in knowing whether those districts are able to provide, through that centralized model, a lot of the supports that we consider community schools supports. Because if there's another way to deliver the supports, if we believe in that model of caring for the whole child, but there's a way we can do it more cost effectively, I'd like to understand that. So, and you know, I don't want to go into the like point for point with everybody, but I think that every school is going to be impacted by the cuts, and some schools do not get any level of flexibility funds. If you look at what, you know, where schools are getting supplemental and concentration funds and Title I funds, the amount that those schools that are not getting as much of that money that they raise barely comes to the level. I mean, it's just, there's just a lot of big differences here. So I'm not sure exactly how we work through it, but I didn't necessarily agree with all of the calls that I heard from my colleagues, and I'm going to just leave it there.
So I think there's a much more robust discussion around autonomies, around size of schools. I mean, there's a lot of, people are bringing up a lot of different pieces. I think what's important right now, since it's after midnight, is just that the superintendent's clear around the next level of scenarios to bring forward. There seem to be at least 3 folks that were wanting to see a $30 million scenario with expanded, more flexibility given to the superintendent around where to identify those resources from. There might have actually been 4 with Director Yee, and some direction around not necessarily looking at across the board, but also looking at being really strategic about where we're sunsetting investments. So do you feel, to the staff, do you feel like you have enough direction from the consensus of the board about what to bring back on the 23rd? Is there any areas you would like to get?
No, I believe that's enough direction.
There was also some wanting to better understand the essence supplemental and concentration dollars also, although we did hear some reasons why it would be beneficial to keep it centralized.
President,
Director Yee?
I'm wondering if we can actually take a vote so that we have so that they have a clear sense of, are we talking about 4-3? Are we talking about 5-2? Are we talking about 7-0? Because I think that the 3 really important pieces are this point that Jody talked about around central office supervision, more autonomy, that kind of stuff. Then we also talked about releasing, you know, there's no holdbacks. So we might be talking about, you know, SSOs, custodials, and all the rest of that. So That's going to free up more money for the superintendent. And the third is we're taking into account that there might be differential and significant cuts to the schools. I heard that as well. So, I mean, if we're serious about 30 million and we're serious about how aggressive that's going to be, then I think we have to say she's got to have full flexibility to deliver that $30 million, because I'm really nervous that we're not taking into account those 300 positions at the sites. So, you know, that's what I would like to propose as a sense of the board, so that the superintendent has some clarity on. And superintendent, does that helpful at all? If we did
Yes,
that?
I think that's very helpful. Because even in terms of, I mean, I think the other piece to keep in mind is when we're looking at positions, we're looking at positions that are funded unrestricted GP. So it doesn't help us in terms of putting money towards new investments or towards closing the deficit to cut 15 positions in their Title I or the philanthropy. So even going through that exercise, it gets you to more strategic cuts when you think about where are you finding the positions that are mainly unrestricted GP when we're just talking central. And you start to see you find them in certain divisions more than others when you look at kind of what you can use certain funding for.
Right.
So being able to have open flexibility and the target and a vote around that then provides clear direction.
As Mr. Christmas said, some of the budget changes happened in the last couple of 3 years where central positions were shifted to the sites and so forth. So we get all that. But I mean, if I'm kind of looking at that just bold number and say if we were able to get, say, 300 positions, we would probably hit close to the 30 million, just roughly.
Director Hinton-Hodge.
Yeah, I would agree with that, because I was going to say that, I mean, I don't know who you identified as the three around the 30 million. I'm comfortable with being a part of that, but for me, it really is beyond these categories, 3 and 4, right? Like you know what I mean? There needs to be a 5th and a 6th place where you're talking about this is where either, again, one column that's saying this is actually how I'm going to generate some revenue, and another place where I think that I can do some cuts. Or, you know, again, so there's too much data that's telling us what we could be doing. I had one, I lost it. But yeah, so I can go with that, and I can go with, you know, if it needs to be a vote to it, to support, I can definitely do that.
Do we need to do a vote?
I mean, we could just go one round
Okay.
and say, I mean, that's sort of my mock proposal. I mean, I have no.
We can't take a vote,
Yeah,
but we can do
no.
it by consensus.
Right. I mean, I have no sense of whether you agree, or Vice President London, or Director Torres, or Director Gonzalez, because I know this.
Director Gonzalez.
This is
said
really
that-
painful
yeah.
about, this is no longer no cuts to the schools. This does not protect the schools.
Yeah.
If there's actually those positions that are out there.
President Ng.
Director Gonzalez.
President Ng, I'm here, and I'm here. I want to see a $30 million scenario, and then we'll discuss it. We'll hash it out as a board.
All right. So, if Director Torres. Are you on board with seeing a $30 million scenario and giving expanded flexibility around how staff allocates or determines
Even
where
if
the
it hits
funding
the
comes
sites.
from?
As long,
When it comes to that number about the cost of the police budget, for instance, and then on the note it says, but of course that doesn't include SSOs at the schools. If schools decide they want to cut that because they want to keep RJ, let the schools decide that, because that's closest to kids. The police are for when there are incidents, but RJ is changing the culture at schools, as opposed to just when there are incidents. But I think we have to be more, we have to listen to our student leadership, which is why I sat there for 2 hours and we needed more time. So I don't want to just let the adults make the decisions. We have student leadership for a reason.
Thank you, Director Torres. All right, Director London?
Yes, as long as we're all clear that these are scenarios.
Right.
Not,
These are
this
scenarios.
isn't definitely what we're doing. This is, we're looking for different options of how to get at this. And you know, I'm concerned that we say, look at this bigger scenario, and the word that goes out in the community is, oh, they're definitely doing this. And I didn't hear us say that. What I heard us say is, we want to see what that might look like to compare it against other things.
So I think that, yeah, it sounds like we have the support. I would say that it would be, I don't want to totally let go of 3150 and fiscal vitality, the spirit of it. I understand there needs to be more flexibility, but I think that just keeping in mind some of the key principles is still important in terms of as we're going forward. But yeah, it sounds like we can move on.
I remembered what it was, and it's just a clarifying, and this is my personal thing that I gotta be able to work through, having been here for a number of years. Like, we've had different leadership, and so it's really, it takes all of me to be able to sit in the space around when there's like the dagger thrown at Tony Smith, or there's a dagger thrown at Antoine Wilson, right? Like, it's like there's this constant thing, I think in urban education, where we do have this churn of superintendents, and we have this churn and the politicizing and the ideological stuff that goes on in these school board seats, right? I would appreciate, and again, I'm asking, I don't want to be too much, but I would actually like to get almost like an administrative kind of fact sheet, not just a one-pager enough, because what I hear is we are still not right-sized around our administrative to our whatever, right? Like, I hear things about who we are, and I don't know if that's real or not. Like, I feel like there's a lot of myths about your administration that are actually, you know what I mean, a carryover from Devin. I mean, we actually don't even talk about Devin so much, right? We talk about Antoine. We skipped that whole era, right? So I would just like to get, if there's a way to get a little bit of like, what is the Johnson Trammell core administration kind of doing, and like, where are you at? Because I know you work hard to be like, not in crisis, to get the vitality piece going. And so I want to just kind of get your baseline. I'd like to know your baseline. So once upon a time, I would see numbers around, this is how much administration, Mr. Wilson would have, right? He would be like, I'm supposed to be at 12%, but I'm trying to cut to 8%. So we would get different kind of data points. And so I would like that. It doesn't have to be a lot of data points, but I just want to know your administration as you move forward in doing this work. Because I'm tired of the myths. I'm tired of I'm just like, we don't have to go there. Like, we got to just move forward. So thanks, if that's possible, if that makes sense.
All right. So we need to move on now. It is 12:18. We are not able to extend the meeting, so we only have 12 minutes left. We have two items.
Oh, because the lights are going to go out.
We have two items. I believe one item is time sensitive around S4, the first reading. Is there enough time for us to do a first reading of the open enrollment?
Can we just do the public comment on it? Because I know that there's public people that stayed all the way to get heard.
So so we are going to table the developer fee report, which is actually very late already. So it pains me.
Postpone it?
We're going to postpone it until the next meeting, unfortunately. And then we will quickly do T3 and T4 after we do S4. So quickly we'll bring up, is there this is a first reading. There's no motion required. This is Board Policy 5116.1, Interdistrict Open Enrollment and Administration Regulation. Of course, we're not going to have time for a lengthy discussion. I think it probably should come back again before we go for a vote, because we're not going to have time.
It's a first reading.
Yes,
so
but
you're
I'm just
giving
saying.
Like 3 minutes?
I'm saying it is a first reading, but I hesitate to make an expectation that we're gonna, the next time it comes back, we vote, because we're not gonna have a lengthy discussion right now
That's
on
cool.
this.
That's fine with me. I know, yeah. And then can we just do public comment, just 3 people?
Okay, yeah, Mr. Wilson, if you could just introduce the item, and then we'll do public comment, and then have a better understanding of the impact of timeline on this item would be helpful.
Absolutely. As the community brought forward at the previous board meeting, the concept of opportunity ticket. This is an idea that we've tried to build out a little bit so that you can have something to start with the first read. How do we actually respond to communities whose school is being closed or being moved off of the physical address, and then giving them priority? Basically, it is proposing that these students would be receiving a priority which would be sequenced: first siblings, then the opportunity ticket holders, then neighbors. There's a couple of scenarios in there. They're built on real schools with real numbers from previous years of enrollment of how the impact would be at certain high demand schools. I'll leave it at that, and welcome your discussion.
Thank you. We're going to turn it to public comment. Thank you for staying so late.
So we have 3, Madam President: Jim Mordecai, Mike Hutchison, Charles Allingworth.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Charles Allensworth. I'm a proud member of the Oakland Reach and the uncle of a niece that attended Lafayette Elementary. I was joined by a group of our team members earlier tonight who all wanted to speak on our opportunity ticket proposal before you. But given how late it is, it's tough for parents with young children and without resources for sitters to still be here. We were able to stay, and so I will try to do my best to represent all of our stories here tonight. The Oakland Reach came together to push for an opportunity ticket because we know firsthand that if you are black and low income in Oakland, you have to fight for a right to a good school for your kids. When schools close or merge, it is parents like us that are last to find out, the least like to have a chance to hear our voices heard, and yet we are most likely to be impacted. That's just not right. An opportunity ticket would provide the most vulnerable students like my niece, higher preference for enrolling in quality schools. Why do we need this? Only 1% of black kids in Oakland attend a school that's above the state average in making progress. 2/3 of black kids attend a school that is below the state average and going backwards. That's unjust, it's immoral, and we have to take action. The opportunity ticket is about finally saying that families who are most often left behind actually have an opportunity and a pathway to a higher, better quality option. And we all do better when all kids have that opportunity. We'll hope you'll move quickly to pass this proposal on January the 23rd, and want you to know you have the support of hundreds of parents of the Oakland Reach behind you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying so late to share your comments. So we don't really have time to discuss this. If it's all right, we'll move on. Mr. Wilson, could you explain to us if we take 2 reads, if we decide to push the vote back to February, does that impact your work or?
So I'll just be frank.
Yeah.
It is not a priority that we'd actually apply to the lottery for the 1920 school year. However, if the decision was made that Roots was a school that might need to be closed, we would need to be able to help those students get placements following these principles before the lottery. So I think the latest I could work with it is to have it decided finally by early February.
Okay. We'll be sensitive about it as decisions, as that specific decision also is made. We'll be cognizant of the timing.
President Ng,
Okay.
and this is Mr. Wilson, just a little friendly amendment. It might cost a few dollars, but if we actually know the schools that we're talking about, last time we closed schools and we moved kids to a higher performing neighborhood school, but we didn't expand the choice, we did offer bus tickets. And I think, is that part of their proposal? And if it's not, I think that should something that I think would be a generous add.
That's a relatively cost-effective, but
So I would just like to say, I mean, that's the one thing that I would like to encourage us to consider as we deliberate.
Okay, so this will come back to the next meeting. We'll have a full discussion on it. This is obviously not enough time to have a full discussion on this item. We want to make sure that we have time to really be able to hear more and discuss. So with that, we are going to just move on to our last couple items. Is there a motion to adopt item T3?
So moved.
Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director London. Is there any comments by board or by the public? Mr. Rakestraw, we're ready for a roll call.
On the motion to adopt 182583, I'm sorry, that's the wrong number. It's the application for provisional intern permit.
2674.
2674. That was London and Harris seconded it.
Harris was the mover and I was the
Harris.
second.
London, okay. On the motion to adopt 182674, Director Hinton Hodge. Yes. Director Yee. Yes. Director Torres. Yes. Director Gonzalez. Director Harris. Director London.
Yes.
Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt item T4, application for variable term program waiver?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President London, seconded by Director Harris. Any comments by board or by public? Mr. Rakeshaw, ready for roll call?
Director Harris. Yes. Director Gonzalez. Director Torres. Yes. Director Yee. Director Hinton Hodge. Yeah. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Is there a motion to adopt item V1, which is the people's consent? That was moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Yee. Any comments from board or staff or public? Mr. Rakestraw, ready for roll call?
Director Hinton Hodge. Yeah. Director Yee. Yeah. Director Torres. Yeah. Director Gonzalez. Not there. Director Harris. Vice President London.
Yes.
President Ng.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
We are going to skip board member reports for tonight. Is there any introduction of new legislative matters? Seeing none, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you for staying with us so late.